$1 piece of land or a $10 million piece of land, but you really don't own it because you got to pay taxes on it. When are we going to address the law of the land versus statute, policy, and code? Hello? That's what brought us into this interaction, remember? They don't have a right, nor is it sound procedure, to possess or to try to take tribute from land that is supposed to be owned and controlled and at the whim of the man or the woman who's claiming such and has the documentation and record to prove it. This is absurd. So when are you folks going to activate your conviction in your mind and heart, first and foremost, and say, this is bizarre, this is incorrect behavior, I'm not interested what the code even says. I want to have a conversation with my servants, with my representatives. I want to know how this benefits me. And if it doesn't benefit me, it's a detriment to me. How could that be lawful? So when are folks going to take a stand? When are they going to put the proper status and jurisdiction on record? When are they going to make their claim? Or do conditional acceptance with these state of agents and say, I'll accept everything and even pay you twice as much as what you're asking for. If you would just substantiate your motherfucking claim in something that is sensible and lawful, show it to me. When are you going to do that? Because I don't see how much land and whatever the fuck else you're going to get and avoid that experience and ever feel like a real man or woman here, a real American, a real Canadian. I think you're always going to know in the back of your mind or in your subconscious you're a bitch-ass slave and never rose to the occasion. Because you're too scared of having to go sit with yourself in a box, which has been done from the beginning of time by everyone, including the man you all say you worship and started societies off of. I'm waiting. That thing is waiting. You're all quietly desperate and waiting for the inevitable to take hold of you anyway. Why not activate and do something different today? I'm just asking questions. If you're tacitly agreeing with a presumption and assumption and you're not rebutting it or asking for the delegation of authority and the facts of the matter, you're already pimped. Call it a day. Just go be a good fucking hoe and live the rest of your life from that venue and that status. I'm not mad at it. It only increases my value and rarity with the universal force and with the people. So go ahead, be a good pet slave, submissive, broken hoe, and do what the fuck you're told to do.
Lowlives.
And hope that you die with enough representations of value to make you feel like a human fucking being. I'm down with it. You like it, I love it.
Oh man, aggressive, super aggressive tweaking intro. Greetings, folks. It's good to be here. What's going on? Like, what's with the in and outs? What's with the folks in and then out? We got 4 people so far in the back and now out. Are we having technical issues? Are you guys just fucking losing it? What's the deal? Let me know. Mr. Lantau down there. Yeah, what's your deal? Lantau was in here, O'Shea was in here, Faceplant was in here, someone else was in here, and now they're gone. Are they just here to give me links? Ton of links in the back now. This is the new thing folks are catching on to, that they can just come in, drop links, and then leave. They don't want me to scream at them. That's probably what it is. They're like, don't go in there. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes he's going to be really nice and laugh with you and joke. Other times he's going to scream at you and ask you what your fucking problem is and insult you for a good 25 minutes and throw you out. So they come in, they put links down, they leave. And I go, guys, we come here every day. It's going to be okay. Right? I'm really not that intimidating. I'm not that mean. You know, we do what we do. Sometimes I get abusive. They call it abusive. I get real. I get really real with you motherfuckers when necessary. You should thank me for that. You need more folks in your life who get really real with you. Forces you to look at who and what you are, check those feelers if necessary, or get in touch with the feelers, you know? Dual process. Bottom G, what's going on, man?
What up, bro? I was just watching the end of that video that I posted the link in your chat.
And which is?
Dude, it's dope. It's a pretty good video.
Dude. All right, dude. I'll entertain you.
25
Let's
minutes
see.
long.
27 minutes?
Well,
27 minutes and 55 seconds.
You can skip the first 2 minutes.
The first 2 minutes. Okay, 24 minutes.
But it is a good one, man, for real.
Brian O'Shea's cousin or what? Let's see.
He's way smarter.
Ouch.
No, I'm just kidding. No, it's pretty good. I figured I'd present something to you. 2 minutes.
Patrols with the California Patrol.
How's it going?
How you doing, sir?
You look familiar.
What's the problem today?
There's no problem. I don't have no problem.
Okay. Do you understand why you got pulled over?
No.
Okay, your plate doesn't come back to anything when we run it on our database.
That's not what he said. And he didn't run my plate.
What's that?
That's not what he said when he pulled me over.
No, what did he tell you?
He said he couldn't see my plate.
You couldn't see your plate? Okay.
And I just so you know, like I'm not just me answering questions. I'm not consenting to contract or no.
I totally understand it.
Like in that sense,
Yeah, you guys need to realize where we're at right now. This whole situation is like the people who want to see statute, policy, and code run our lives are so fucked. It's like more and more each day. I'm getting more and more videos and testimony and folks going to court and all the rest of it. We're literally part of a fucking movement, non-movement right now. So I love to see this. I love to get the notices of constant dismissals. I also love, as much as I don't like it, I have to love it because it may happen to me, and you got to love your fate. Amor fati, right? As they used to say. I love watching people also go to court and sometimes not win, in quotes, but they still won because they stood on what's true and correct, and then they had to go to jail. So if we got to go to jail for a month, 2 months, 6 months, whatever it is, to stand on what's true and correct, this is the best and / worst time to be alive, right? But at least we're in the game. At least we're active. So this is good. More and more each day, we're seeing an idea whose time has come. It doesn't matter what the rest of the demo crazy slaves who try to insult us and talk down to us and say we're all just dumb, Dunning-Kruger, sob-sit morons. Yeah, many of us are highly intelligent. We're not just making this up. We've done our research and due diligence, and now we're going to stand on what's true and correct, not only for ourselves, but for you pathetic, embarrassing cowards as well. So instead of you insulting us, you should thank us. But again, what did the founders say? In modern times, a patriot's cause is feared and scorned. But over time, when his cause succeeds, many will join him once it costs nothing to be a patriot. Isn't that right? So that's a good place to be when all the punk ass cowards are demeaning you and insulting you, because really subconsciously they're just too fucking scared to stand on a patriotic cause. Even the ones claiming to vote for Trump and saying they're about rights and putting flags up on their broadcast and buying second houses, you know, the patriotards with a Y. Yeah, even those fake phony frauds. So there's a few folks, a minority of folks, setting brush fires in the minds of men by standing on what's true and correct. We are the modern day founders, or refounders, if you will, of this nation, of this land. So you'll thank us later one day, right? Or if we do not succeed in this cause, which I don't think is even possible because it's driven by the Most High, that thing can't fail. It's just about who individually in between is going to have to give up the ultimate price, their life, maybe their freedom, in order to get there. This is the game, right? So we're on our way to that. I can feel that. It's palpable. You can see it ubiquitously at this point, either folks thrown in with the slavery and double down, or folks who say, you know what, I'm out. The last 4 years was enough for me. And also, I got the backing of the case law and the history. And as I said, God, right? If you want to call that as an experience, a spiritual experience, the backing of the Holy Spirit. So I don't see how we can go wrong here, even if it goes wrong here. Let me continue. I'm doing a lot of talking just because I'm fucking inspired. I like seeing this. Just yesterday, I should pull that up. I just remembered just now, forgot. I should pull up the video of the two kids who just turned 18, who the cops were trying to fuck with and harass, and told them they were going to put them in cuffs, told them they had ID, and they just sat there and kept talking like how I do, asking questions, saying, I don't have to identify. What crime did I commit? Right? I'm not subject to search and seizure. We got now younger and younger people being taught their rights and how to stand on them. This fucking game is over. If I were you policy enforcement tards, I'd go work at 7-Eleven at this point, go get another job, go work at the pool cleaning store, because it ain't going to go your way if you want to be dishonorable trash. If you want to uphold the law of the land and our rights and freedom and principles, because you're a fucking man or woman too, and whatever you do, you're going to have to create and live in, well, then we're all for it, right? None of us hate police. None of us even really, well, I'll speak for me. I don't hate police. I don't even necessarily hate what they do because I know that it's meant to happen, if that makes sense. I don't like it, My flesh gets uppity at times about it, but when I step back and see the cosmic picture, this is all on time. This is all meant to happen. And then we're going to see the other side of that dynamic. So now's the time. Step up to the plate. Do what's true and correct. Stand for rights and freedoms. Don't quit your job because policy enforcement's probably not going away. Oh, by the way, I got like a stack of cops who just got arrested this week. We're going to play that video. It's making mainline news. It's not that we want that, right? It's not that we want that or like that. We know that that's necessary. You folks are way out of fucking control at this point. Your ego is completely unbound. So now we got to sue you. Now we got to see, right? We were just busy going to work and like caring for ourselves and our families and doing the regular old man thing in and of the world. And now we finally woke up and we go, yeah, this has got to stop. We all feel criminalized, even the average man. If you interfere with our rights and property, we're fucking suing you. We're going to learn how. We're going to practice law with the courts. And we're going to file criminal charges as well if you don't want to fucking stop. Because many of you have hundreds of fucking complaints. And unfortunately, the counties and the states and the feds and others, I don't want to say it completely, but it seems like many folks are kind of lax. They're kind of kicking back. They're a bit derelict in their duty, some might say. So it's a different time now. You're on the clock. We got cameras on you. We're collecting and investigating, and we're going to hold you as men and women accountable to what's true and correct, including your own fucking policies and procedures, right? So I don't know what these guys are thinking. They really individually think that this is going to continue and it's not going to stop. It is going to stop, right? Because either historically, this place is going to civil war. 48% of Americans at this time took a poll. I don't know what the number was that they polled. 48% of Americans say they feel they're going to a greater depression or another civil war. This is not conspiracy theory in the back channels of YouTube. This is half the fucking nation is concerned with the law of this land, with the idea of safety over rights, while the folks claiming to keep everyone safe are causing loss, injury, and harm. So, yeah, best of times, worst of times. I wouldn't rather be incarnated at any other time because, quite frankly, it'd probably be boring. This is interesting. This is exciting. This is fearful. This is inspiring, right? This is all the things. And this is what it's going to take to get each and every individual man and woman back under the truth, back under God, back into faith and honorability at the court and in their own life. So I'm all for it. We need it now more than ever. I'm going to shut up and go back to the video.
Yeah, like I just, all I'm doing is protecting my rights, and I have all the paperwork that needed.
What's going on with the car? How come? What's the original place for the car?
Those are the plates I put on when I bought the car.
How long have you had this car for?
About since I bought it, like 3 years ago.
How long ago did you buy the vehicle?
Like 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Well, I didn't buy the vehicle. I bought an automobile. I don't buy a vehicle.
What was that?
I bought an automobile, not a vehicle.
Got it. Where did you buy it at?
Privately.
Privately?
Yeah.
Do you have a DMV registration by any chance? With you?
I don't contract with.
What's that?
I don't wish to contract with.
You don't contract. What do you mean you don't contract?
Like I don't. As my right is to free to contract. I don't contract with any government like DMVs.
I understand,
like,
but California law, you have to have registration that is valid for the vehicle. Okay?
That's a code.
What's that?
That's a code.
That's something that you have to take up with court.
I have already. I've done this. I've done this multiple times already. You guys paid me a lot of money actually. It's only highway patrol, to be honest. That like any other police department does not pull me over. Okay. It's only highway patrol. It's only highway patrol. I've done it with East LA. I've done it with
Like, we got a lot of.
And I don't.
We don't want to waste your time. We don't want to waste our time. We have plenty of officers right now that we could be doing something better.
I understand, and to be honest, like all honesty, like you will understand by my intellect and the way that I know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to disrespect you guys. I'm doing this. All I'm doing is protecting doing my duty to protect my rights. You know, right. And I understand you guys have codes and you guys have your contracts you have to do, but you guys also swore an oath to protect our constitutional right, which includes our free right to travel, and not feel assaulted by getting pulled over with men with guns. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, when you're not responding to officer questions, and then
I responded. I responded.
Okay.
Okay, we got a De Castro acolyte, it seems, It's very interesting because the first time he said something, my computer, right? I didn't do it consciously, but my computer, it kind of makes these discernment judgments, and then I witness that, and then I just hold on to it and I wait. Right. So once you say this, I want you to affirm this to me right now. This is my way of gambling how good my computer is, because I'm not doing it. This thing is doing it. It picks you and it says this person's probably this or this person's this. And then I go, it's a probably, it's not this. And then 99% of the time, whatever that thing does is true on some level. Could you go ahead and tell me, are you a DeCastro acolyte? Do you come from the camp of DeCastro? Because he's constantly yelling and screaming like a woman, we have to overturn Terry versus Ohio. You don't. Because case law doesn't apply to man and woman. It's part of the legal society. There's a law society and a legal society. I got to do this every fucking day with you people. And you still keep just fucking vomiting out nonsense. Stop listening to the fraudulent agent-seeming people who keep telling you they're constitutional law scholars when they're deeply entrenched in legal society, mind, and heart control. I don't need to overturn any other Supreme Court decision ruling by a man in a costume, because guess what? That was then, this is now. Some guy at some point can make any determination based on him interpreting the complicated facts of the matter of law. That doesn't make it objectively true and correct, and it doesn't make it applicable to me. The Supreme Court makes rulings for other corporate bodies and other trustees of the corporation. The Supreme Court and legislature does not make law for man and woman. And now you're going to force me. This is what I had to figure out last night, because it won't matter, because you people will still come back here day after day if I do 2 fucking hours and make a whole broadcast specifically on CFRs, rulings, House rulings, legislature, Supreme Court decisions. If I pull them all up and do the 2 hours, you're still not going to listen and get it, because you're so fucking deep in that mind control and that heart control. They don't make laws for man and woman. They set policy, procedures, statute, policy, and code for corporate entities. It is voluntary by consent, whether the people on the ground know that or not. And they do know it, because when he just invoked it, the cop said, oh, that's something you're going to have to deal with the courts. That means, let me translate, they know it and they don't care, because they're getting paid to go around every day, interfere with property and rights, and they use their discernment, their discretion to figure out in their mind on the fly, what's the odds this guy's right, and he knows his rights, and he's going to sue the shit out of us again for interfering with his rights. So immediately you saw right there in that interaction a juxtaposition. You saw him flip there energetically, conversationally. Because he knows the guy's not afraid. He knows the guy just said he sued them before and they paid him a bunch of money. They're going to get sued again.
Goosebumps, man.
And the worst part is they know what he's saying is true. They're only doing it now to people they think they can get away with it with. It's all been to court. It's all been settled over and over again. It's not some sob sit, whistling Dixie mumbo jumbo. This is ruled on state, federal, local, over and over again. I tell you guys here every day, I got a stack of folks who in local court get dismissals regularly, usually by saying very little and asking questions and not pleading and giving them jurisdiction. There's nowhere to go with it.
That paperwork is intimidating to him too. It seems like this guy's got in his lap there a bunch of paperwork just ready to go, and they're looking down at it, dude, and they're just, you can tell in their eyes and the way they're talking that they're intimidated by it. They
don't want to end up in court and get sued again.
Yeah, he's already in litigation with them, so they're like, fuck, where do we go from here? You can't, he's already
Stop
involved.
It. That's where we go from here. You fucking submit, just like you've been doing all of us for the last 5 decades. It's your turn now, Papa. Time to submit, cooperate, comply, all places, all times, not with our pride and ego, with the law of the land. That's what it's like to be a fucking servant and have a servant's heart. You wouldn't know it. The majority, you egotistical, arrogant, prideful scum, would know what service truly is and having a servant's heart. You're too busy pushing your fucking tyranny and mind and heart control and playing pimp games with a bunch of slaves. I gotta thank you for it though, because of your pimp games and your deception and us getting it on camera over and over again, you're gonna raise a whole generation to a conscious, aware state they never would have come to before.
Thank you for your indirect service in the negative capacity from the dark false light. Appreciate you. You guys are going to cause us all now to come out into the true light of a godly, faithful, honorable experience. We might actually get a prosperous fucking community and society and country back. Thank God.
I respond to you like.
We just want to make sure everything's good with your vehicle, your license valid, and then.
It is.
You have a license with you?
I don't answer questions, but.
Well, you have to have when you're driving a motor vehicle.
I'm not driving a motor vehicle. I'm traveling because if you look back, I have the definitions right here. I have the definitions because we can't come to an agreement if our definitions are off. You know what I mean? Like there's no way we could come to an understanding. And like I have the definitions for the Black's Law for the DMV, and I'm not participating in commerce. Like,
okay, I understand that, but what you're telling me, it conflicts our laws. Okay.
Yeah, but your laws conflict with my rights, which supersede your laws.
And that's what the court is for. If you don't agree with what we're doing,
that's fine. You could give me a ticket and
do you have license with you?
There you go. If you don't agree with what we're doing, you can go to court, right? But you know it's wrong, and you know we've gone before, and you won't stop. That's criminal. It's criminal when you've done something and been made aware that you should stop, and because you haven't had your ass, that guy, whoever that guy is, because they haven't come put his ass in a box yet, he's not going to stop. See, this is the next problem, is even after suing them, they don't stop a lot of times because all the county does is give the individual a bunch of tax money they got lying around. What do they care? Exactly. Hey, every so often we give a few $100,000 and we continue our tyranny for the rest of the year. Well, if you don't like it, go to court. It's been settled. Stop the fucking behavior. And that's why a police chief just got arrested yesterday. I can't wait to pull up the video. Haven't watched it yet, but that's the headline. She looked just like the chief of the jail who was mouthing off to me. Some Walmart greeter person, barely even awake or alive, could barely even talk. And she's going to talk down to me and treat me like human traffic trash. We're going to see, right? So now we're going from, we're going to sue yous, to now, we're going to start filing criminal charges, and we're going to have them come in and cut the vest off you and put you in a fucking box so you can learn how to be an honorable man and woman. Where we're at. It's a shame it has to come to this.
Any ID? Any form of ID?
You could give me. I'll give you my name.
Okay, that's fine.
But like I'm not contracting with you guys. I'm not signing no ticket. Well, I have 48 hours to resend it. I'm just gonna sign. I'm gonna sign it with a red mark. I'm gonna autograph it actually.
Just however you sign.
I'm gonna autograph it.
What happens if you don't sign it?
I'm gonna autograph it.
Okay, however you do it.
And then I'm gonna refuse it with a red marker. I'm gonna refuse it, and I'm gonna give it back to you.
That's fine.
So you know, that's like.
I'll try to come talk to you and get your information.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna give you my name and.
So what's your name?
Hold on, let me make this. First of all, I'm not wishing to contract with you guys. I'm just doing this solely.
You're not making a contract.
So I'm just I technically, if you guys give me a ticket, that's a contract.
No, that's just an admission to promise to appear in court without admitting guilt.
Yes, but
that's a contract, dumbass. It's called performance bond, dumbass. It's the same thing all judges and everyone else in the system are under, performance bond. You're signing and creating a bond in trust that you will show up and appear somewhere and perform for someone based on some code and policy. It is a fucking contract, asswipe. It's independent contracting. 1 second, sir. It's independent contracting, just like if you were to tell me sign to show up to drywall my bathroom. It's a form of fucking contract. We're saying you sign here, it's going to compel you to show up and perform your duties and obligations, which are not ours. He just told you he doesn't have a duty and obligation to follow statute, policy, and code. You guys need to go to Cornell Law School because they'll tell you consent to the governed means each and every man and woman has to consent to being governed by statute, policy, and code, or it is fascista. It is illegitimate. Go ahead, sir. You were saying?
Yeah, it's like they I don't know. He said he was going to sign it with a red pen or something, but like you touch it with your hand and that's probably consent right there. You know what I mean? Like what do you?
They can argue the games all they want at court. It's real simple. When you go to the administrator, if they're not dishonorable, they're going to say, "Hey,
what happened? And you're going to say, hey, look at what happened and look at what they think they're doing. And it's, I have a claim against them.
Yeah. What if they tow your shit and you don't accept their ticket and they give it to the person that was fucking giving you a ride, you know what I mean? Or something like that. You know, it's
they
like
can do whatever they want to do and play the games however they want. But when we get to court, it doesn't make it real and true. It doesn't make it proper and correct.
And just like that cop said, Paul, he goes at the end, oh, you can show up to court if you want. What the fuck does that mean? You're giving me consent that I don't have to show up?
Because more and more each time we're realizing these are private courts. Again, I can't prove that the feds didn't pick me up. They obviously were present at one of my arrests directly because he came in and told me, DHS. I can't tell you guys whether the feds picked me up behind the scenes at my paperwork, put everything aside, but I have 3 to 5 warrants that have just disappeared from the record with no presentment, with no court appearance presentment. So you got like one of two options. Either the feds took all my paperwork and consolidated it and just said, let Paulie do whatever he wants. We're going to try to get him on Fed charges, or they have no bond. They can't force performance. They can't compel me to perform because I never agree. I never sign anything. And I refute and rebut all their presumptions and assumptions.
Yeah. And like you say, appearance, we can't appear. We're not a fucking entity. You know what I mean? We can't just poof, appear and disappear.
Right. That's bondage. Isn't that what you called? Isn't that demonic language? Bondage, vice?
It's like
we got a bond for you. We want you to appear and be bonded. That's seancing. They're basically saying you're a bunch of demonic, disembodied, lost, broken souls. And we believe with this sorcery, we can summon you to appear. And then once you appear, we can use this sorcery and this spelling to put you in bondage and get you to perform for us. This is demonology 101, right down to every word being used.
Bro,
you don't summon anything but a demon to appear. So when you show up there, they say he's a demonic, godless scum. Unless you rebut the presumption. Like this next hearing, I got court in a few days. I don't have court. The person has court. I will make special presentment at that court to make it clear that I am not that legal entity and that I am not a surety for that legal entity and I am not a citizen in this capacity. I'm an honorable man. I'm here as a friend of the court to give testimony and to correct the record if necessary and to settle all debts with my fellow man. If we're not going to do any of those 2 to 3 activities, I'll see you later. Because I must be at the wrong court or that we don't have what we need to move forward here. We don't have the proper process and procedure and proper elements of court. So if no man or woman comes forward on that date and all we have is an impartial referee called an administrator magistrate and a sovereign in quotes, that's not my word, that's their word. Go look it up. Court of record definition. The man or woman is the sovereign and they have the run of the court. They have the movement of the court chiefly. By default. So you better bring someone else in of equal standing and status and interest and equity in the matter, or you're out of the box. I'm knocking you out. Your testimony's illegitimate. If you don't bring someone forth, I retain the power of the court. I require discharge, dismissal. I'll see you later. If you want to steamroll me and move this forward with no facts and no evidence and no proper well, there is evidence. Evidence is not proof. And we can argue about the word fact and all the rest of it. They know what the fuck I'm talking about, I suspect. And like I said, that woman would have kept me last time when I was arrested the other day with 5 no appearances and no warrants came up. They said, you got nothing from Colorado, nothing from nowhere. So clean slate, right? There's no other way to rationalize that other than this is all contracting. This is all banking. This is all voluntary. The Bill of Rights and the Declaration illuminate consent of the governed. Cornell, I'll say it 1,000 times, says each and every man and woman. So regardless of what they tell you, regardless of how they scare you, regardless of even how many corrupt, dishonorable magistrates will have you put in a box, it doesn't legitimize it, doesn't make it true and correct. It's just something maybe we have to go through at this time because we're riding the line here. We're riding the middle of losing the common law, universal law, the idea of objective logic, morals and ethics, natural rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. It's dimming. The light is dimming. So now we all have to become that light again and shine that light and show up for ourselves and each other and what's true and correct and get them to recognize this understanding again. And don't kid yourself. I've said it 1,000 more fucking times. I've been to Colorado State Court, municipal court, whatever it's considered, district court, and I got them on record, dual jurisdiction. This ain't sov sit mumbo jumbo. Privileged class, protected class. United States citizen, citizen of the United States, right? We got the District of Columbia. We got 2 states in each state. Colorado State, state of Colorado. You're either a state citizen or United States citizen. That's what American nationals do with their record correcting. They correct the record back to what it actually is. If you go look at your birth certificate, it will put on there, you are a state citizen, not a citizen of the United States. See how they try to double speak pimp game you? So technically, each and every state is its own nation state. If you were born there, then it's its own nation state. It's subject to its own laws, process, and procedure. You can't conflate the two. So they used a corporate takeover, foreign corporation, located District of Columbia, to do an AI overlay using a second state of and getting everybody to sign up to be a part of that corporate entity known as the state of New York, state of Colorado, state of Arizona, right? Not the same as Arizona State, Colorado State, New York State. So we are in their system, not even to me, because to me, religiously, spiritually, I am that am. I'm pure consciousness and awareness having a bodily experience. If you want to label my body a state citizen, which is a protected class as far as I'm concerned, that reserves its natural rights and has constitutionally protected rights by the system, has to uphold that, then, I can't really argue with that as long as you follow your proper process and procedure, right? So the problem is they're conflating the state citizen with United States citizen, which United States all cap, is that corporate body. So you're saying you are a citizen of the corporation and bound by the duties and obligations of that corporate society, right? So once we correct our status and standing in the record, I got the website up here if you want to go to it. He cites from his opinion, whether there's spelling mistakes or not, this is his perspective. I tend to believe him. It's anecdotal. He talks about the passport process, correcting your passport. He talks about the differences between the state of and blank state, right? The 2 states in each state. He talks about the difference between a United States of America and citizen of the United States. Very kind of confusing, and that's exactly what it's meant to be, because you got to go over this shit over and over again, to the point where I have thousands of hours into this and I still at times make mistakes and conflate it, because it's purposely written and done to confuse you and to conflate the jurisdictions, right? So again, when you do the passport, it'll tell you United States citizen, non-citizen national. And they'll say, well, non-citizen national is only people born on Samoa and here. No, it's people born on America, right? The nation state. And then you can argue there's a nation state within that, New York State, Colorado State, right? So the non-citizen national owes no allegiance, duty, and obligation to United States Corporation headed in DC 10 square mile block. How could you be a resident of or naturalized born in a United States when none of us were born in that 10 mile square Washington, DC? And why is it a District of Columbia? We got a lot of questions to answer. And when you go to the U.S. Code, it outlines it all objectively, generally outlining exactly what's going on there. And essentially, they're committing securities fraud, right? Because they've convinced everyone and tricked everyone into selecting certain things on these documents that denote we are part of that corporation and then have to pay taxes. We're called a withholding agent. How many times do I have to go over the fact that there's a president, a vice president, and a treasurer, on and on and on, of United States, defined in U.S. Code 1A as a federal corporation? It has to be a corporation, what we call United States, and the president, vice president, treasury. Those are the positions you need to have legally to form a corporation like that. You need a president, a vice president, a treasurer, and all the rest. So these folks are part of a body politic. They're all doing corporate activity, and they've all indirectly done fraud with us by convincing us and inserting us into that corporate system, and then projecting a whole bunch of duties and obligations and responsibilities onto us to continue that corporate endeavor, right? So man on the land is not subject to taxation by United States Corporation. The first page of the tax code will illuminate that for all of us. If you go and look at it, right? But when you want to sign your W-9 and all the rest of it as a United States citizen or citizen of the United States in all caps, which it shows there, rather than non-citizen national born on the land, and you want to call yourself, as defined in that document, a withholding agent, right? Then you have now, whether you know it or not, voluntarily put yourself on record with a status and standing that of a corporation and a corporate entity. Yep. So you're basically an out of uniform agent who says you're working for U.S. government, just like these cops and the rest of them do, and you're subject to the duties and obligations of that corporate capacity. It'd basically be like saying you were born on the land here, and then you sign papers saying you were born in a Walmart somewhere on Washington, D.C., and because you were born in that Walmart, you're a resident of that Walmart, and you're subject to Walmart statute, policy, and code.
And it's all in how you fill out the passport, because they give there's two passports, but it doesn't identify if you're a national on it, as far as I understand. They put
no. This person is not getting it. This person's not getting it. Well, what are you talking about? The District of Columbia refers to the Colombians they made a deal with who were living there. No, that's not what it is at all. The District of Columbia is, my perspective, can't prove it, is a wink and a nod to a secret society, some folks have called it, right? Which is headed out of and based at certain areas, right? And again, the word Columbia in and of itself, the root word is Colum. This has been gone over like 2 decades ago. So when we look into these words and terms, it kind of leads us all back to a certain hidden, non-hidden, kind of working out in the open, but a misunderstood sort of society, it would seem, of kind of centralized bankers, robber barons, merchant bankers, just from the beginning of time. I mean, again, it doesn't even matter with the words and terms and names now. When you go back to the dynamic, it's the same thing talked about in the scripture of the Christed being. You got folks who are merchant bankers, who are intergenerational herding families. They basically herd people like cattle. And they, create state farms and get you to do business with their big corporations and their banks. And then they project obligations, duties, and responsibilities onto you. So the story has not changed for thousands of years. We've just changed locations. So you go back 2,000 years ago, we start up in a different location, right? And we just come down to all these different locations, and the game has not changed. Centralized merchant bankers. Let me not get into the whole small-hatted thing, because that won't go well politically, but we could talk about the synagogue of Shaitan and the 6-pointed star of Shaitan back in the scripture, and we can talk about how a lot of the folks in the black robes are like part of a Saturnalian cult, right? They're all indirectly or directly worshiping Shaitan, even down to the black robes, So again, who are the folks who killed the Christed being in scripture and the Christed consciousness, or tried to obfuscate it and overlay it with their worldly man's rules and what they call law? Been the same thing from the beginning of time. No, I'm not making an objective, generalized claim on Jewish people as a religion, right? I'm talking about a certain sect of folks, I guess, a certain type of personality type that tends to correlate at times throughout history with certain groups, right? One of them, like this is the thing. I don't talk about this stuff a lot, because then people start running around going, the Jews did it. The Jews are doing it. And I go, no, it's an allegory, right? And there may be some smoke to that fire, but not all Jewish people here who are part of that religion are of the synagogue of Shaitan. Right. And furthermore, there are many folks of all religious and ethnic persuasions who are avatared by this state of consciousness in and of the world, who think that statute, policy, and code is their law, and that government is their God. And there is no living God or Holy Spirit or process of a religious experience where you can connect with the universe and be led, guided, protected, and revealed to. So
it's Timmy's fault and his people.
Yeah, I mean, again, dude, it's like we can do that, but you can't all the way. You go to court and maybe like half or 3/4 of the time you get somebody with a name that kind of alludes to something, but then the other half of the time you get black folks, Latinos, you get Italians, so this is not reserved for like one chosen group of people, I mean, again, we could argue that the idea of the chosen people and people who follow that are deceived by what we call the Luciferian beingness here, state of consciousness, entity. It might be an off-world, it might be a interdimensional or off-planet, off-world sort of entity and group of entities. I can't prove any of that. There's a lot of folks yelling that and saying that. I haven't had that experience. It does seem a little too organized to me to just be like, you know, one person here, one person there. It seems almost as if, like they tell the stories, that the planet Saturn has a bizarre sort of origin, and even the rings, they're not sure what it is, where it comes from. They say there's a 6-pointed star on the top of Saturn, what they call a storm, and they say that the rings expand as time goes on. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what that is. But if I had to, like, in my mind go, let's turn this into a great Hollywood movie. Okay, you know, some beings interdimensionally or off planet brought what looks like a planet into our orbit to affect. They tell the same story about the moon, the ancients, in their pictographs, right? So we've gone over this here before, that there seems to be something to this idea of certain planetary bodies not being what they seem and potentially being brought here in order to interfere with the consciousness and awareness of what we call mankind, right? There's stories from the ancients where they carve all the planets, and then some of them are not there. And then later they put them in there and say they brought them here, right? And they somehow know all the locations and the sizes and all the rest of it. You know, good luck trying to figure all that out. You know, this leads to more questions than it really does answers. But yeah, man, I pretty much take the on the ground, day-to-day habitual approach as far as cause and effect. And then I back that with the spiritual component of whoever, whatever is in this realm, regardless of how powerful they are, can't actually be all powerful, because there's something else operating here, going on here, right? I just have to concede that, in my mind, logically, as illogical as a lot of this is, irrational as a lot of it seems, logically, the shaitan that we talk about, whether it's a state of consciousness in each of us, I tend to believe it's more likely that for whatever reason, we're born with this thing in us, and it all syncs up together to a collective unconscious, and it starts to look like pretty much aliens have taken over the planet and are running us all on program. I tend to want to believe it's not them out there, it's us in here, and that we have to do self-development in order to change our consciousness to not be subject to that collectivized unconscious state of being that we call the shaitan, right? I always want to take personal responsibility and accountability, and try to find where my story overlays with other stories, rather than multiply hypothesis more than necessary. I just believe it to be a violation of logic. So since I've never seen aliens, and there's less reason to believe that there's aliens running this whole planet with some frequency or some version of statute, policy, and code, it's more likely to me that we all have this thing in us. We have evil, devilish, lowly, manipulative, deceptive thing as a part of us. And it seems it's our whole life journey in order to check that thing, to come out of that state of consciousness, to not create a kingdom of shaitan here. If you don't do the self-development work, you wind up expressing the collective unconscious along with everyone else, and it starts to look like one hive mind of disempowerment, lack of understanding, lack of consciousness, and co-creation. Pretty much Hell's Kingdom, or Hell's Kitchen, rather, is probably a better nod to what's his name there, Ramsey, right? So yeah, man, it seems that this realm, for whatever reason, everyone who comes in here is subject to this shaitan. And if you don't make a certain practice out of this life, it will get you, it will take you down, and it will bond you and link you with a whole bunch of other disempowered, uninspired slaves who can't see, feel, hear, and talk what the actual reality and truth is. They're just completely deceived and overlaid. Your thoughts, Emmanuel?
No, I was just thinking about how I just got to work past my own inner, I guess, insecurities when it comes to voicing these things, like in the live voice. My thing is with the pen, you know. I've learned to resolve a lot of this shit with the pen, but it seems to be recently, you know, it's serendipitous. The topic is we all got to go to court, and recently I got a ticket, so now I got to put my money where my mouth is, and I think I want to exercise this in viva voce. You know, I want them to know on the record who I am, what I'm trying to do, what I was doing, and if there is any presumption, I'm here to rebuttal it, and if there is injury, loss, or harm, I'm here to settle it. But I won't be entering any pleadings because a grown man does not plead. So that's the I work on that same fundamental principle in my writing, but I just got to get it down packed in voice, because it's like you say, there's a lot of trickery involved. There's a lot of pimping, you know, and it's easy to get macked on. So
right. I mean, what do you do when you've watched me and Brian O'Shea and many others catch charges and then just leave and go to wherever we were going anyway? We're not leaving to avoid prosecution, but many of us have other places we'd rather be. Yep. You know, and again, one person's sort of escaping or eluding prosecution is another person's refuge, right? I mean, do we not see this in every dynamic? You got folks calling Palestinians terrorists while they're killing them and taking their land, and you got other folks saying the Palestinians need refuge and to be harbored away from the tyranny and the treason. So I'm sure a lot of folks out there who will try to spin. Paulie and others are leaving a state to go to another state to avoid prosecution. Why are you persecuting and prosecuting us anyway?
Yeah,
we're pretty much the same people in the scripture who have to go to another fucking land and part oceans and seas in order to stop you from chasing us and projecting your garbage onto us and trying to put us in bondage and human traffic us. We shouldn't have to move locations to be secured in our rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. That was your fucking job, I thought. What a joke that is.
It shouldn't even be an argument because we have the right to travel between states. That's the exact language they use. We have the right to travel between states, whatever the state may be, big S, little s. We have the right to travel between the state of happiness and sadness, between the state of poor and rich, between the state of freedom and enslavery. We have the right to travel between that, and nobody can fetter that right. However,
we're in whatever state we fucking say it is. I'm in the state of peace, freedom, and just trying to travel freely. Fucking leave people alone unless they're causing loss, injury, or harm to somebody. Stop chasing.
I got pulled over recently by a cop, and he kind of he was moving into I was in my right lane, traveling at a decent speed of rate of travel. I wasn't speeding. There was nobody around me that I could injure. And this guy just juts into my lane. So naturally, so that I don't careen into him, I move into the left lane and go around him. And then he flags me to pull over. So as a gentleman, I pull over and I want to know what his situation is. And he asks me, runs the script. Do you know why I pulled you over? No, I don't know why you pulled me over. Oh, because I got you going 69 and 55 mile an hour. And I said, well, where's the injured party? And that's when he gave me the weird look in his face, like, what's going on here? No, that's not how it works. The reason we pull you over is to remind you that for public safety, and he went on his whole public safety speech, and I said, yeah, but
right. Do I have to pull up the Supreme Court decision where it says not following traffic laws or speeding is not a direct threat to the public? It's all been ruled on. Not that I cite that for where I get my law. I have common sense. I can take my property however fast I want to take it from point A to point B. If I've not breached the peace and I've not become a direct threat to the public, simply going faster is not an indication of less safety. If it was, the Autobahn would be the number one place where car accidents happen, and it's not. Quite the opposite. So increased speed does not indicate a lack of safety or a direct threat to the public. But I know most folks can't logic anymore. They don't need to.
Common sense.
Because someone else in the world's telling them what to do and how to live. Why would you need to develop logic and common sense? Seems like a waste of time. Just do what we say, right?
Exactly. So, I saw that he was getting belligerent, so I didn't want him to, You
should ask him, hey, officer, I love that one. Hey, man in a costume, Joe, when I'm in my bedroom fucking, if I start thrusting faster, does that include less safety? Like, does that indicate less safety? Do I have to fuck at a certain speed in order for everyone in the room, including the dog, to not feel unsafe? Give me a fucking break. You guys act like because I step out of my house and I move on the quote-unquote public roadway, you have a right to take my rights and tell me what I'm going to do with my body and property. It's ludicrous. Yet it's the norm at this point.
like 30% taxes and all this bullshit isn't fucking enough. You know what I mean? There's, you know,
it's consensual. It's consensual. Yep. Nobody's telling you all you have to pay taxes except the other tards around you.
Yep.
Just like this tard in the chat, full of fear, keeps muttering down there instead of shutting up and listening and changing his mind and heart. Keeps muttering, render unto Caesar or else. You realize the book that they gave you there also says, treat your worldly masters as if you would God. It specifically says, slaves everywhere, treat your earthly masters as if they were God. You buy that bullshit? You really think God wants us to be taken as property by some filth and then treat that filth like he's our God and master? Maybe someone who wrote the Bible remixed it a little bit to make it convenient for the statists and the state of and all the controllers and the pimpers. Do you think? Just like it said in there, it's okay to take slaves as long as you don't do it in your own village? Come on, man. You got deviant, evil, corrupt scum from the beginning of time using the word of truth with a little twist on it to get you all to keep believing and repeating shit that is repugnant. I got to give, first of all, the CFR regulation is there. Go look it up. I'm going to have to sit here and pull up 50,000 fucking codes and regulations for these worldly tards to realize what I'm saying is true and should be self-evident, obvious on the face of it. The legal debt note, what we call the US dollar, is a security. It's an obligation. It's a debt note. However you want to put it, it's backed by nothing. The state citizen can only be taxed in gold and silver because gold and silver has been lawful money since the inception of this fucking country.
You know,
okay, legal tender is not lawful money. So you can't tax anyone other than a United States citizen for holding and dealing in those securities and debt notes and obligations. Even if a state citizen moves with U.S. currency, you can't tax them. It's all been put there. All in the U.S. code, all in the CFR regulations and rulings and legislature, because they got to keep writing codes down to tell the slaves on the ground what they can and can't do till they finally figure out how this all works. You were saying?
Everything. I was looking at the presentment that they gave me the other day, and I was like, what style were they using to construct this? Everything is in a box. The box that says the amount is just a number, but it doesn't specify.
It's not on the page. Four-corner rule. It's not on the page. It's just like every speeding sign you go look at. I pointed out to the guy at the court. I go, asshole, look at the sign you just told me I got to follow a policy on it. There's a box around it. You think that's on accident? They put extra ink on the sign by accident? No, it means something. Do you care to know what it means? It means there's nothing actually there.
It means it exists only in a fictitious imaginary world.
Right. Right. You look at it and you manifested it and believed it. It's nothing there. Just like when they write 3/4 of a summons in all caps letters and put strategic things in upper and lowercase. You think that's by accident? Everything you're reading in uppercase is not there unless you think it is. Unless you say it is.
There's no joinder. According to their styles and the way they construct their writing and all of that, according to those rules, it says there is no joinder between all capital uppercase letter and lowercase normal English script.
If I wrote you a summons in Chinese, half of it. If I wrote you a summons, half in upper lowercase English and half in Chinese, would you come back to me and go, I understand this Chinese and I'm going to follow right along? You go, I don't know what the fuck this says. It's a foreign language. That's what they're doing. They're pimping on you because they're using English in all caps, which is not English. It's technically Styles Manual, a secondary language. Wow. So when they all caps the English and they put it on there with regular lingo, you're reading two languages and you're claiming you understand and comprehend. If it was written in Japanese, legalese, would you say you understand it? Would you even show up? No, because you'd look at it, go, I don't know what the fuck is on here, and you'd throw it the fuck out and go on with your day.
Exactly.
They're too scared to do that, and they're too retarded to go and look up what's being done to them and change their approach, the majority of them. There's more and more each day. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but the majority of the slaves are cowardly. They're fucking stupid, quite frankly. I got Jennifer's mother here who just lived the last 4 years, conceded she took a jab for no reason because she was lied to, and is still saying cops and government and all the rest are risking their lives for us. We should thank them. You're sick.
You're twisted. You're Stockholmed out. You need to like be moved out of this realm at this point. That's where I'm at. I go, you got a lot of folks here who are a waste of time, energy, attention in life. They're probably going to choose to never get it. They get it, but they're going to choose not to get it to make their life in and of the world easier. Let's go. Bring the wave and the fire. I don't even care if I die. Fuck it. I'm out of here anyway. That's the thing. Once you fucking die a couple times, or you're supposed to die and you come back, I'm already on house's money. Think I give a fuck? You got all these cowards running around in fear of their life, their bodily life form, and having to lose their bodily life form. So they're giving up their rights, freedom, and principles to keep their body safe. How fucking retarded are you people? Everyone's got to die. Everyone's got to go. You can't keep yourself safe in a universe of radical freedom and danger present at all times. The only way to keep yourself safe is with faith and discernment. That's a personal choice. That's a personal relationship. Doesn't require anyone else in the mix. If you're dumb enough and cowardly enough to bring a whole group of other corrupt, dumb motherfuckers into your life to keep your body safe, they're going to kill you. You're not only going to not have your faith and trust and equity, they're taking your bodily life and property, you fuck slave. What don't you get?
I mean, I'm supposed to love these people and forgive them and care for them. I do. But on the other side, I go, what are the odds God's not going to bring in another fucking tragedy and tyranny and fucking genocide campaign to really wake you motherfuckers up to choose faith and truth? What are the odds? Paulie, you're not being like the loving God. Loving God just genocided millions of people or allowed it to happen to teach you motherfuckers about what's true and correct. Many of them are your own friends and family. Gone. And you want to sit here and tell me about loving them and forgiving them? I love them and forgive them, but I don't forget. And neither does the force of creation. And you want to say you're going to rebuke that and the truth and people like Paulie Boy to live in and of this world and what it's already shown you? Yeah, they're going to put fire to your fucking ass. And I'm going to laugh and giggle about it on the spiritual level. Because spiritually, the physicality, the atoms, the matter doesn't matter. We'll kill 10 billion of you motherfuckers to reincarnate and cycle the energy to teach you a fucking lesson. Don't care. Been doing it for thousands of years. We're going to do it for thousands more if we have to. Looping insanity, light age, dark age, central. It's a great bit. It's a great simulation. It's the greatest teacher ever, greater than your own mother and father and every other fake ass guru here. Firsthand experience and spirituality. Best fucking teacher ever. I haven't seen so many people finally wake up and get off their ass and start to become honorable, good faith, and presentable since the shaitan woke up and started putting fire to everybody's ass this last 4 to 10 years. I fucking love it. You motherfuckers ain't going to come under God without tests and challenges. You're too fucking self-interested. You're too self-centered. You're too worldly. So now you got to lose something to gain something. I love it. It's exactly how I had to come to conscious awareness and faith, by having everything fucking taken from me or put onto me to bear as a cross. It's exactly how it's going to happen for every other being here. I'm not special. Let's move on. Let's go to the docket.
You go back to the video?
Oh, yeah. I got to go back to your buddy here. This always happens.
No worries, man. Dude, you're on fucking fire.
Is basically saying that I promise to appear, right. Which as a man, I can't appear just like I can't disappear. The only thing that could appear is an entity. Right. And so that's why I don't wish to contract. That's why what you need is you want my ID, which at the end of the day, like as a man, I know who I am. Right. And I don't need to ID as something else because I'm not that. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm very understanding of who I am and I'm very righteous. I'm very honest. I'm very. I want this to go smooth for you, smooth for us, but for him. That way, you go your way, we're going our way. Like I said, obviously, we're gonna have a disagreement. So let's agree to disagree. How about that? But you're still gonna contract with me, yeah? No, our ticket is just saying that you're gonna show up to court. You're gonna challenge whatever he's gonna write. Are you gonna write him a ticket?
Right now, as far as IDing you, I do need to ID you. So I haven't decided anything.
So he might not even give you a ticket. So what is ID? Then why do you need ID me if you don't?
So I need to ID you because I do not know who you are and you're driving a vehicle in violation of the California law.
But like I said, California code, which is way different, and it's a bylaw. It's a bylaw. So it's you guys are making
rules are going to be a lot different than ours, and that's what court's for. I understand that.
Well, not views. These are facts. Like you guys are giving me your views, and I have all the facts to back it up. So at the end of the day, like you guys pulled you pulled me over, and I'm prepared, and it's your job, and right. you're not showing me anything that disapproving what I'm saying.
We're gonna agree to disagree. I understand what you're telling us, but we don't agree with it. Okay, because we're trained a certain way, and our training is for us to identify who you are.
Can you fill out that paper I gave you first, and then that way I could. You guys fill out that paper, and then I'll do my.
Don't go that way, sir. We're not gonna fill out no papers.
Well, why do I have to fill out? Why is
this is a legal stop right here? You've been.
It's not a lawful stop, though.
Yes, it is.
It's not a lawful.
Yes.
It's not lawful.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you don't agree with
it,
it,
you know the difference between legal and lawful.
He had probable cause to pull you over, which was the plates.
Legally, but not lawfully.
What's your definition of lawfully?
Call sheriff over here and you'll see. Like at the end of the day, like a sheriff will tell you what legal and lawful is. The definition for legal is an entity. Is basically it's common. It's a maritime law basically, and it's codes and regulations. Lawful is common law. If I did not harm anybody and I commit any harm to anybody's person or property, I did not commit a crime. There's no crime has been committed.
It's an infraction.
Yes, exactly.
Infraction, but there's 3 different kinds of California: infraction, misdemeanor, felony.
But infraction, those are contract laws. Those are just money making. Those are just for making money.
We make no money off this ticket.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't.
I know you do. I've done the research. You might not personally, but you're.
I don't make. He doesn't make no money.
I know, because you guys get paid. You guys get paid by. But all you guys do is make money, though. At the end of the day, like all you guys do, it's not like you guys are like you guys are just making money, like doing infractions that are not really hurting anybody. So I understand. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just. You're
not being rude.
You got to give it to this guy for breaking it down to the officer.
A crime has to be committed for me to identify myself.
The thing is, in our eyes, in our law, how we're trained, an infraction's a crime.
Okay, but the definition of what let me get your
right in your world, part of the corporation, infraction is essentially a law. Just like if you have the blue vest on and your manager says you're doing an infraction of Walmart policy. Oh, you got to shake and be scared now. We're not in it and of it with you. Infraction doesn't mean anything to a man who hasn't broken the law, or has caused loss, injury, and harm. We're not part of your corporation. Infractions are for military scum who didn't make their bed just the right way. So daddy comes in and says, bounce the quarter. Oh, didn't make it the right way. Misdemeanor infraction. Is it a crime? No. Is there a victim? No. Will you sit in the brig? Yes. We're not part of your military. We're not agents. We're not part of the corporate body. Leave us the fuck alone. You're not going to do it, though, so we're going to have to keep suing you and put your ass in jail the same way you keep trying to do to us.
Give me your definition of a crime, then. Let me see your definitions, because, like, at the end of the day, I'm going to call the sheriffs then and have them come over here, because I feel threatened right now, because there's people surrounding me with weapons, saying
nobody has their weapons out. Nothing like that.
No, but at the end of the day, you guys are. I'm enclosed. It's only me in the car, and you guys are trying to get my. You guys are trying to get my name running in the system. Like I don't even want it in the system any more than you guys already put it in there. You know what I mean?
Well, it's in the system. It doesn't matter how many times you put in the system. It's already there.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be there. Not for when I was just like he was put over to the side. I wasn't speeding. I was just driving back. I was traveling back to see how it goes, and then he just pulls right behind me. Pulls me over. He says he couldn't see my plate, which it's perfectly shown right there.
He didn't express himself correctly. The plate, when he ran it through our DMV system, it comes back to nothing.
He pulled me over right. He didn't try to run it.
I couldn't see the plate, and then when we ran it on the MDC, it didn't come back to anything.
So he pulled me over first before he ran it. He pulled me over.
I'll tell you what. Officer here won't write your ticket. Okay, but we do need to identify ourselves because we have to know who you are.
Why do you have to know who I am if I didn't commit a crime?
You're driving a motor vehicle.
I'm not driving.
You cannot demand. This is fascism 101 again for the cops. Paulie's going to retrain you. You can't demand any property, including a proper name, from someone, especially if they've not committed a crime. You don't need to know who everyone is. You don't get to decide that you need to know who everyone is and get everyone's given and family name and address. We don't have to give that to you. It's subject to retaliation. We don't know who you are and what you're about. We're not giving you anything, especially if we haven't committed a crime. Are you guys really this fucked up and sick? Wanting to know who everyone is? You think this guy's a serial killer? He's a murderer? He's on the run? It's a regular fucking guy not harming anybody, but you need to know who he is because everyone's a potential criminal. Everyone's been criminalized. Everyone's guilty till proven innocent. Then these are the same people who won't tell you who and what they are. Well, give me your first and last name. Give me your address. No, they won't do that for officer safety, right?
Yep.
But if
Go
they're
ahead, Tim.
Yo. Yeah, no, I was getting this weird feeling when I was listening to this. It's like the policy enforcer, it really feels like I'm sitting in a bar. It really feels like I'm sitting in a bar and next to me is some broad, twirling her hair. And like the cop is like the dude, like some like
come on. Just let me just come on. Just let me get a finger in, like just one finger, right? Come on. I mean, you know what goes on in here. You know what kind of time this is around here.
Exactly.
Let me smell your pussy.
You hear that? That's what I feel.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. You got a narcissistic freak, a set of narcissistic freaks who are just trying to get something up off you. It's all the vibe is. Every time you get stopped or come in contact with one of these narcissistic freaks in costume, they're always trying to get something up off you. Let me just get a little finger in. Let me get a little action. Come on, babe. What's the deal?
Stand there holding their vest and with their sunglasses on and look down on you with their nose up in the air.
And then when you're like, no, thanks, I don't want to fuck you, you're grotesque, they get angry, right? Just like every egotistical, prideful, arrogant male scum gets when they don't get what they want, right? Then they're going to get angry and mad. Well, just give it to me or I'm going to take it, right? This is what you have, metaphorical, metaphysical rapists.
In a motor vehicle.
Traveling, okay.
I'm traveling in my automobile.
Right.
So why don't I identify if I'm traveling? If you admit that I'm traveling and I have a free right to do that, then why are you guys pulling me over then? Because I'm in my right. I'm doing everything that I'm rightfully here allowed to do. So, and you just said it. So.
He could just go straight to Miranda and then plead the fifth.
That doesn't commute to me.
The officer conducted an informant stop on your person, your vehicle. So right now you're being detained.
I'm not a person though. I'm not a person.
For us to let you free, be on your way, we have to know who you are. If we don't know, if you don't give us your name or anything like that, then
what you're gonna do? I didn't do anything wrong. So then what? Like you're gonna arrest me for not giving you? That's a secondary charge. What are you arresting me for? To give me a secondary charge.
See, we don't need to go that route.
Well, I don't mind going for defending my stuff. Like I will take it. I will take it as far just like I take it with them. I'm sure you got better things to do. We absolutely have better things to do as well. But I would think so. So I don't know why we're still talking. I don't know why you're just like okay, go ahead. I have a right to privacy though. I have a right to my privacy. That's a given right that I have. And to feel like I have to give it out, like so you get my address. Let me get all your driver's licenses. Then you know what I mean. Like let's.
If you get them to read their Miranda rights, it'll remind them what they can and can't do in their investigation.
Right now. Why can't I get your driver's license?
This is what's gonna happen.
It doesn't matter what's gonna happen. I'm gonna call the sheriff's right now. That's what's gonna happen.
The sheriffs. It doesn't matter if they come or not.
Okay? It does matter because they're gonna.
We don't want to tow your car because technically we could tow the car if you get arrested. Okay. When you go to jail.
You can't. Well, you could. I wouldn't do that.
What's that?
I wouldn't do that because you have no jurisdiction over my car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can prove it.
What's that?
I could prove that too, but I don't want. We don't have to go that route.
We don't have to go that route.
I just don't feel comfortable. I'm already giving you guys more than I normally do. I normally don't give nothing. I normally don't even talk to you guys.
Well, see, that's the point. Like, it doesn't have to be that way. Like I said, if you give us information that we need, then you'll be
Come on,
away.
baby, just come back to my place.
Your name,
Come
your
on.
date of birth.
Why? Why?
Because we got to know who you are.
My name is Chris.
Okay.
My
Chris?
date of birth
Is
is
it Christopher or Chris?
It's Chris. I just go by Chris. I don't know. That's my lawful name. That's what I go by. Is Chris. And
He almost slipped
What's
up.
your last name, Chris?
Date of
I'm not.
birth.
I don't want to answer that question. I'll identify me. That I'm giving you my name.
Right.
I'm giving you more identification than you guys have given me, to be honest. Like straight up. Like you guys haven't given me nothing. Like you guys actually are supposed to give me 3 forms of ID. And none of you guys have identified you guys self. None of you guys told me.
I was Sergeant Contreras with the CHV.
What's your badge number?
19604.
And who's everybody else here?
Officer Perrin, Officer Eason, Officer Gentle.
Oh, there's more.
Officer Quintero.
You really need that many people to?
That's what I'm saying. Like we're wasting a lot of resources right now for nothing.
It happens all the time with that, but that's for nothing. Exactly. Like I'm not a criminal. If I was, like, why would I be doing? Like it's just I'm just protecting my rights as I am. It's my duty. This is my duty. Like this is my duty to protect my rights. And I understand you have a job, but you also have a job to protect the Constitution. That's your oath. And then you swore the oath. So that supersedes your codes and your statutes, actually. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm saying that at the end of the day, I'm protecting those. I'm protecting my rights. They're my rights. I'm protecting them. As simple as that.
That's exactly why you get them to go straight to Miranda. Once they read their Mirandas, it's like, yeah, I have the right to not go any further with this investigation. And I have the right to remain silent. And I have the right to ask for an attorney.
I have 48 hours to.
I don't want to give you nothing that would incriminate me. And that's about it.
Refuse it because you guys are a corporation at the end of the day. So
like the officer said, he might never give you a ticket.
Then why don't you just let me go?
Because we have to have your full name.
Why do you have to have my full name if I didn't commit a crime?
Your infractions is considered a crime with us. Like I said, in the court system, there's 3: infraction, misdemeanor, and felony. Yes, you have not committed a felony or misdemeanor, but you're
what court system are you talking about? Article 1 court system? That kangaroo court?
California.
No, it's not the Superior Court. I have the Superior Court documents right here that says that. That's Article 1 court. There's 3 courts. And then I don't even show up to those courts because they're kangaroo.
That's your right. If you don't want to show up, it's up to you. But
I'm not going to show up. But
we have to get the information that we're requesting.
You don't have to do it because it's against my rights, and
I understand.
You're violating my rights.
We're going to agree to disagree.
Well, so you're agreeing that you're violating my rights, but you disagree because you're doing your job?
I'm saying that you have a whole different views than what we have. Your views and my views are totally different.
But it's not about views, though. You have a duty to. Okay. Yeah, but your job is not to understand the law; it's to enforce it, not to have your own perspective of it.
In California, it's illegal.
But your bylaws in California or the state of California.
State of California.
Yes, but not California because California is way different.
What the fuck?
Seem to have some technical difficulties, folks. I was wondering, what do you guys think about, like, do they just need, what if I just say, yeah, you can just put John Smith or John Doe, right? Because aren't they just looking for any name? Like,
I mean, yeah, you could just verbally identify, they could go based off of what you tell them. Yeah, I told you my name is Chris, go do your investigation, conduct your investigation. I have the right to remain silent. I don't have the right to not give you anything. If you're detaining me lawfully, right? So read me my Miranda so you remember what it is, what time it is.
Yeah, I think he said he's in the process of getting his passport. So I mean,
but wait. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if we're going all the way, and if I'm gonna stay private, I mean, for example, like, my son is not in their bullshit system, right? So why would my son, if that's my son getting pulled over with a car and no plates, why the fuck would my son have to give his given name or family name? That shit is private. He don't gotta identify, like, you know what I mean? So it's like,
I agree.
I'm saying, like, they're like, bring me your names. Like, motherfucker, no. Like, fuck you. That's my name. How about that? Put that on the paper. Fuck you. Right? I mean, I'm not like they're looking for the legal. It seems like they're looking for the trust entity that's connected to some, so it's just like, yeah, my name's fuck you. How about that?
Yeah, it's like the key to them, slaving you up, and like you say, you shouldn't give a name anyway. What the hell would you give a name for if there's no 911 call, no, suspicious activity, any of that? What's the reason for, even interacting with people? That's why we have, like Paul says, killings on the side of the road, and things go bad when you get behind them and turn on your emergency lights for a non-emergency. It's insanity.
Yeah, and the thing is, the name doesn't even really matter. Like folks get real uppity about getting this is another level. They're like, oh, I need to get that cop's name and ID. It's like, if you have them on video, it's like, we know who that is now. Like, they're on video, like nobody could argue. Your picture is somewhere. You're on Slave Book. You're on the, the police, website. You went to the gala, right? Like, so that doesn't even matter, right? So if I actually did a crime, I don't need to have a name. My name could be Matumbo. It doesn't matter. If somebody claimed that I did a crime, right? Then you don't need my name. You're gonna take me to a cage and then try to see if I did the thing, right? Like, and then if
it almost seems like they're trying to make you help them build a case against you, which
would be a big game.
It's no. Do what you got to do, investigate what you got to investigate, but I don't have to give you nothing because you can't even articulate a crime. What is the crime? Oh, you said I was speeding? Okay, figure the rest out. Do I have an agreement with you, officer? I don't have do I have a personal agreement that says you could pull me over anytime on the side of the road? Then it's your word over mine as soon as I give you the dead guy in my pocket. It doesn't work that way. I'm not going to, no. But oftentimes we submit.
And that's why they come behind you with two other guys, or whatever you want to call them, entities and badges, and they stand there and intimidate you because it makes it that much harder. And you're already frustrated and kind of, adrenaline up just being pulled over because you don't know what the fuck's going to happen.
100%.
So
that's why I got to give it to a lot of these people that have, these encounters with police and law enforcement, and they have these conversations on the side of the road. Me, I like to take it more into a more private venue. Like, I don't, first of all, if you're really behind public safety, we shouldn't be having this conversation on the side of the road with cars going past at 70 to 60 miles an hour. So, do what you got to do. You don't want to talk to me. Obviously, you're a trained professional to talk with the dead guy that I carry in my pocket. Here you go. Talk with the dead guy. Deal with that, and then I'll present myself as fiduciary for the dead guy and discharge that matter if I have to. But
exactly.
And that's the position I'm going to stand in. I'm going to stand in the position as I'm simply the authorized representative for that name, for that charging instrument. But I'm the living guy, and I'm going to stand on the right that I have to meet and greet my accuser, and I have the right to settle this privately with the accuser before a neutral party, and that neutral party should not be forcing me into any pleas without seeing anything that's been, I have the right to know the nature and cause of what's going on. And that's the venue where I argue all of that, not on the side of the road.
Timmy, they're fucking with my service, it seems. It's like an hour and a half, absolutely no problems. And then they start with the fucking interfering with other people's voices. It sounds like as if you were shooting signals at whatever the receiver is over here. It just starts chopping into the voice of other folks. So I reset it. I guess we'll see how it goes. Did you let Jack Talcott in? I saw that he was in the back. I know you got keys.
He was here for a minute or two, and then I saw him. He just left. So Jack, come back if you're still there.
We kicked his ass out.
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, let's finish off this interaction.
You say in California. You're saying California, but do you mean like you're talking about the state of California, right? The entity. So I'm not affiliated with the state of California. I don't contract with them. There's no reason why I want to contract with them, and I choose not to contract with them. So like at the end of the day, you're trying to contract with me, and I'm refusing to contract with you. So that's why you want my entity, because you need my entity to contract. I don't want to give it to you because I don't want to contract. I refuse to contract with you guys. I have no contract with you guys, and
I have plates on.
that's just what it is.
I want this to end on a peaceful,
I think
positive
so.
encounter. Okay.
No
I think-
license, no registration, no insurance, private license plates.
Oh, okay.
I really feel like you guys are.
Could you just give us your last name, your birthday?
I don't want to contract with you guys.
We're not contracting.
That's contracting. Do you understand? I understand you. Maybe it's agreeing to disagree. That you're with all due respect, that your ignorance of what you're saying, because at the end of the day, like if I give you my entity and you write a ticket, that's contracting. Anything you write, that's a contract. Anything that I have to sign, that's a contract. If I give you an ID, that's a contract. If there's a little contract that has my name, it's contract. Everything, all that's contract. So I understand that. I've been through this many of times, and I'm trying to protect, as I always do, as I've done the work, as I've done I'm getting my passport. That way you guys, my state national. There you go. And then I'm not a U.S. citizen. I'm not a state citizen. I'm a state national at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I go by the laws of the land, and the laws that you're going by, you're trying to contract with me into them, and I don't want to contract into them. I don't want to play by them. They're commercial code laws, and I'm not doing anything in commercial right now. So where is the disconnect here? Like I don't understand. Like why are you trying to
Well, I told you, we have to in California, state of California, like I said, you're
I'm not in the
required to
state of
have a
California.
valid registration for the vehicle that was lawfully driven on the
Not
roads,
lawfully, legally
driven on the roads, however you want to say it.
Well, not however. These words mean a lot. That's why you guys say like it does, but those words are very specific for a reason.
Yeah.
They're very specific, and as you know, like they are, because you go to court, and lawfully and legally mean two different definitions.
You say you've been to court before. You won every time, right? So they pay you a lot of money.
They have when they violate my rights, then you're free to do it if that's what you're gonna do. Like I'm not.
Trust me.
Like I'm not. At the end of the day, I'm not worried, but like I'm not gonna voluntary contract just so I could go fight. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do. Like I don't need money. I don't do this for money. I do this for me, for my rights. There's the money is irrelevant, you know. Like I don't value money at the end of the day. Like I value my peace, my privacy, my morals, and what the God-given fucking things that I know at the end of the day. So I'm not trying to be difficult with you. I'm not trying to waste your time, but you guys are wasting your own time. Don't blame me for wasting your time, because at the end of the day, there's no reason to have all these people. Me and you could have the conversation, but you guys brought the whole.
Okay. If you're okay with this, okay. I'll just talk to him. I'll talk to him. We're just gonna talk. Just so you know, speak to him. See, hold him over. I can see the plate. I got it close. Then I got it close up. Like, sorry to tell you that. When I got up, I told you guys can't see the vehicle. So, I'll leave it. Okay. I'll find clear it. Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Do you understand the original reason I pulled you over? Because I couldn't see the plate when I ran it.
So with all due respect, like I do, and the reason I do this now, I'll be completely honest. The reason I know so much about this, the reason is solely because of Highway Patrol.
Okay.
Because East LA, what they did was totally pulled me on my car, and that's before I even did any of this.
Okay.
When I was, so whenever Highway Patrol pulls me over, I feel I get like I get it's traumatizing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like when they forcefully pull me out and then do things like that. Like and then I went to court and nothing went through, and now it's like I paid all this money and I had to I'm just still going through it, you know.
I understand.
So I want you to understand that that's why I'm protective.
So Chris, the issue we have is, so from my standpoint, like I don't know who you are or anything. That's all I see is I can't see the plate when I get up to it. Then I run it and it doesn't come back to anything. And then coming up to the car, I don't know who you are. I'm not judgment. I just need to be able to ID you when I come up. From my standpoint, because I don't know who you are, and then trying to see when I just ask for an ID.
With all due respect, I don't know who anybody is ever. Like what gives someone the authority besides the perception of hey, you have a right to know who I am because I'm honoring my right. You know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying. I totally am understandable of your understanding of it, but I hope you could. Like I know there's not many people like me. I get it, and I respect that, but
it's just from our standpoint, I have to be able to identify.
Yeah, there ain't a lot of Americans out there left standing on business and freedom and shit.
When I come up to a vehicle and I see all that, I'm not able to identify. You know what I mean? And so when I come up here and then I can't see, you hand me a paper, I can't see anything from an officer safety issue. Like the tint, I can't even see in the vehicle. You know what I mean? So I can't. You have the advantage. I can't see. All I need is to be able to ID you. I haven't made a choice to give you a ticket or anything. I'm not going to give you a ticket, but just hear me out. Do you understand from my that I can't? I'm not able to see.
You don't have your Star of David on. I don't feel safe.
But you
according to my.
But you pulled. Could you make it sound? You make it sound like you. I care for your safety. That's why I didn't pull over on the side of the freeway. Because so when you're like pull over on the side, I'm like no, I'm going off the. Because every time that happens, what happens is, well, we're on the freeway. It's like, well, you told me to pull over here, So now I know better.
Did you hear me on the loudspeaker? Just take the exit.
Yeah. Oh, at the end I heard you take the exit, and that's what I was gonna do. Regardless, that was what I was doing anyways. Because I learned I want to be in a safe area for you, for me, and then at the end of the day, so that way you understand like. I understand your safety.
We're all really safe here right now. I think we've come to that conclusion that everyone feels really safe right now. Everyone's safe.
And at the end of the day, like I'm protecting my safety because I think from my perspective, cops pulling me over. I had prior issues. Well, I'm not. There's my record is clean. There's nothing on my record. So like I'm not worried about that. There's nothing. But at the end of the day, like after that happened. After gaining the knowledge and the truth and so it's hard for me to go against the truth, you know what I mean? Or what I know is the truth, I understand you guys you're subjected to your thoughts and I completely that's why I try to like articulate it and not be like a dick and just be like, no, I don't want to talk to you.
I appreciate it. Do you so you don't have any ID or anything on?
I don't care. I don't even carry any of that.
First name's Chris, last name.
I don't wish to share that, to be honest. I don't wish to share it. Like at the end of the day.
All right, Chris. So here's how we're gonna do it. I appreciate your complaints so far. The problem is I'm not able to ID you. I'm not gonna write you a ticket. Just understand going forward, you have to carry some kind of ID on you when you do get detained. If you're on a public road, which you were on the freeway. Understand?
Wow.
No, I comprehend it. I'll comprehend it. But I don't understand.
No, that's not true. There's no law requiring you to carry identification around. We're not in Nazi Germany completely yet. We don't have to walk around with fucking ID cards and papers so you guys feel safe while you take everybody's rights and genocide everyone. This is beyond insanity. Hey, what can I do for you, Mr. Talcott? Another day at the office, huh? I can't hear you. Unmute. That fucking love sign's making its way all across that mantle. It started in the middle. It went to the right side. It's now on the left. That thing's getting its fucking exercise.
It was blocking the logo. And whatever. Yeah, and here I am, amateur too. Fucking come in muted. Talking.
It happens to the best of us.
Well, it is. It's another day in the office, and I'm feeling inspired. I had time to kill and not to kill. I had time to do what I want. And I saw you were going, man. That guy is
Jack, you actually don't have time to do what you want. You got to get a job and pay for that house or they're going to take it from you at some point. Or you got to get with Wizard to figure out how to use paperwork to say that it's the same thing as dollars. Like just give them 250,000 pieces of paperwork that say, this is love, man. Like it's literally the same thing. They cut out a bunch of pieces of paper and wrote on it, God and other stuff and Anuit Coeptus and you know the thing, Novus Ordo Seclorum, and they go, this is money now. Or it's not money, it's legal tender. You just cut up 300,000 pieces of paper, write love on it, sign it, and say this is Talcottian tender. They actually can't do anything. I'm telling you, man, you want to break ground here and go viral, you pay that house off with love notes, and I guarantee you'll go viral and people will be clamoring to know more about your story and how to effectuate that.
Dude,
Yeah, Jack, why don't you make the micronation of Talcadia and just do the 4 steps of making
just about to say that.
Yeah, just go all the
like the
fucking way.
Osho. Like the Osho community, they bought some land. They got a bunch of bums from
Dude,
DC
seriously,
to
make your own
populate
country.
it.
Even the word tender is like, it means love. This is tender. It's Talcottian, right? It's just a big face of Jack, like George Washington on the front, says this note, this piece of paper is payable, is payable for all debts, public and private. It's how can they can't actually say if you believe it has value. Like if we get 1,000 people here to say we all believe that the tender has value because it says love on the back and it has Talcott's picture on it, you can't say that it's not a security. You can't say we don't believe it has value. You just don't believe that. Well, I don't believe your dollar is more valuable than tender. It's loving. Fuckface. How are they going to argue with that at court? They can't.
It's totally negotiable.
Paul, you are oh my God, you've got a gift. You are a storyteller.
I'm a fucking genius, Talcott.
You are.
I'm like one of the people who they use to wrap up everyone in Pimp Game and Matt Game, and I just went to the good side, right? Like imagine if I really stayed evil and they got a hold of me. I'd just be writing up codes and legislations and sitting on a bench somewhere telling the slaves, what are you talking about? You guys are retarded. You got to follow this. It's code.
We were too smart to pay to go to school and become those attorneys, but
no, we were too lazy is the right word. I think you were looking for, you and I. Too lazy, and it turned out it was for our own good. We had other things we're being used for here.
That's one of the things I had to overcome. I used to judge myself for my laziness, but you replace lazy with resting and thought, and it's better. Meditation, that's what I call it.
Right. Is this true, Jack? They're right away. They're off and running down there. Paul rules Jack's consciousness. He hates that he can't get more of Paul's time, energy, and attention in private. Is that true?
I used to. I learned to accept it.
As of yesterday, that was true. Today, not so much. He's given up. Many folks have given up hope of getting more time, energy, attention from me. I only have so much to give, right? I'm not even giving it to myself as much as I should. I don't know if I have any more to give.
Well, Paul, here, let me share some of these inspirations, please. Because it had to do with you and what you were just saying. You are a fucking genius, man. And I keep learning different things. And what I've learned more and more is to accept myself for who I am today. And I've saw some comments in my chat and seen some reasons to think this is worthy of. Let's find a way. You and Mark Passio and me working together. You two are
fucking great.
You two are angry as fuck. He's so uptight. He's such a perfectionist, and you flow. He could learn how to flow from you. You could maybe learn more different things. I don't know. And I can
kind of like beg for laptops better. I'm good. Everything's good. I don't have to scream and yell at the audience. I'm blessed.
I want to get the three of us around the world through the
world. I'm not going anywhere. This is the thing. I'm not going anywhere. I don't even feel comfortable in my own homeland. You want me to wait? You want to go Philippines with Timmy?
Paul, we can do it from the comforts of our home using the technology of today. It's going to be this easy. This is a possibility, right?
He's like, Paul, you don't got to move anywhere, right? You don't got to move.
Yeah, as long as I can stay seated in this spot and make the trip, I'm down for it.
Right? Well, It took me a while to accept this. It is a fact, and it would be the easiest way to get in front of the citizens of Congress. And they're the ones who are writing the rules that all these other people are following. They're all confused.
Calcott, the trick is there's a 14th Amendment citizen that Congress created in order to have control over. The Congress doesn't actually write laws for the rest of us as long as we understand that. So if you go into the Constitution, you'll find that they like tricked everyone, created the idea of the person, the separate state citizen versus United States citizen, and then they basically convinced everybody to identify with that 14th Amendment citizenry in order to be regulated by Congress and the president and its corporate titles and positions.
And behind all that, it's to protect the lies of the banking system.
But don't you get that the Congress and the slaves are supposed to pimp and hoe? Like Congress is pimping and the slaves are hoeing, and we can't disrupt the delicate balance of that biorhythm. It's meant to be.
It's changing. It is changing. We are a part of it.
Right. So you can come over whenever you want. People can come over. But if they can't see and feel and hear and make the journey, then they're better off getting pimped on because they're disconnected, right? They're disintegrated. We're not equally yoked. They can't actually govern themselves and make choices with free will. They're not fit to. They're not worthy of that.
It's happening. Through grace, they'll find the courage to wake up from their delusions and they'll accept what is real. This is literally from a video I just watched too about how we find the courage within ourselves to really accept what is real. And what is real is this world is corrupt. The whole systems, all of them. It's all corrupt. It's all deception.
That's you, he said. He said he's giving you the that's you routine. I knew it was going to happen. They love using all your shit, all your genius phrases. And that's the thing. Like, they're so unthankful and ungrateful. You've given these people so much. They're still using you and sucking off you, and they give little to nothing back. I know. I can relate.
That's you.
We'll figure it out, motherfucker.
Hey, did you add that one on the end, Timmy? Timmy, I hit the button and he hit it at the same time for a different clip.
This life, man. I'm really learning how to just flow.
What's with this? What's with these? Why are these people down there so fucking like have so much animosity toward you? What is that?
Triggered.
They're fucking triggered. You're tweaking down there.
Wherever I go, it seems to happen. But it's what I've realized. Every one of us, we've confused ourselves because the world we were born in, it's super confusing. All of this that is happening, there's one happening. We're just little parts of it. So we don't have to worry so much, but we do need to improve on how we got to wake people up, man. But actually, there I go again. See, I know that it's all happening, but we have the opportunity to reach global stage. Sincerely, we could solve the world's problem by waking up the citizens in Congress. Because they don't know.
Right. You realize that I and others are already doing that by getting arrested over and over again, having to go to court, being dismissed, or just not coming back, them having to push the shit to the side, and then giving the feds and everyone notice that they're doing corruption and they're pushing code and policy on the man and woman. So we have to be that. We have to live that. We have to potentially sacrifice and deal with the consequences. Nobody's going to just listen to you or I or anybody come up on stage and tell them how to be and live. Right? It's going to happen one day, one moment, one little win at a time, or one little loss at a time, right? Till we start to get on the radar, part of the conversation. They start to recognize us and they start to say, you know what? You're onto it. And now you guys get the power back that you've been giving away for so long in your lack of understanding, application, discipline, co-creation, and the rest of it, all the able words that we talk about. So I just believe that this is a perpetuating or generating process that we have to live into. And we really don't get any assurance at the end of the day, other than that somehow, some way God is with us.
That's what I trust. I trust that God wants humanity to end the wars and to get beyond this corruption, the selfishness and the chase for money. It's got everyone fucked, right? The world has become cruel and heartless, I believe, so that humanity would learn some lessons, right? To know God, you got to know evil, and history's shown evil has been welcomed, I guess, through humanity. It's in the government systems, it's in the corporate systems that are controlling governments, overthrowing the system. It's all it's all the banks, and it's all selfishness and lies. So, Paul, sincerely, we've got the evidence, we've got the explanations that prove that what the citizens in Congress are doing by enabling this guy, Joe Biden, right now, and it's not just the citizens of Congress, it's the entire American nation that's enabling Joe Biden. And the fact that they're even entertaining this nonsense of Trump and Biden are the best choices again, there's more we can do.
Hey, Jack, have you heard of the phrase when you do the same thing over and over, like that's the definition of insanity?
That's the American way, is it not?
It seems like that's the Talcott way. Do you realize that the way that you go about trying to get other people to see your position has failed like 100% of the time? You want to go to Congress, but it hasn't even worked with like your cat.
Timmy,
like you can't even convince your cat, like, hey man, look at these are the facts, Jack. Like you can't even convince your cat or your neighbor to see what the truth is.
Hey, dumbass.
Or your ex-wife or your
Hey, dumbass.
Your ex-son, like, bro, your method is not working. It doesn't work to go and brute force your way like I'm doing with you right now. This doesn't really work, but I'm doing it for fun. Honestly, this is just this doesn't work. Like, look at you.
It doesn't work. It's for a fact, but it doesn't work.
Right? It doesn't work, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, like how many times do we have to show up here and give the same verbal loop and then forget that there's an action component that has to go with that? Like, nobody's just going to invite Paulie Boy, Jack, Timmy, or anybody to the UN stage to speak. And if they are, well, fuck it. Show me how it's going to be done. I'm open-minded and open-hearted, but I don't see any path to that goal. So we have to adjust the action steps, right? So my action steps are I'm going to be the change, and I'm going to exemplify rights, freedom, and principles, and self-governance, and law and order, and the common law in order to be recognized on the world stage again. The way I'm going to do that is potentially by being jailed or killed, quite frankly. That's all good activism happens that way from the beginning of time. I know everybody checks out at that part of the conversation, but all great activists and activism happens from people getting jailed or killed. Doesn't happen from sitting in the fucking house and talking online.
It's happening now. There's thousands and thousands of people getting jailed and killed. And especially if you look into other nations, it's fucking ugly out there. It's happening. We're not alone in standing up for what is right. And I'm sure not alone. I mean,
Jack, but you want to go to fucking Haiti and like solve their civil war when you and your neighbors are in civil war 10 feet down the fucking road, dude.
And you want to blame me for the choices of others again.
Everyone in the whole world has false opinions of you, but the people in Haiti don't know you yet, right? So you're gonna go there and tell them what to stop the civil war, or fucking Ethiopia or Sudan or fucking Libya or Yemen. You're gonna go to any of these fucking places and go, hey guys, you don't know God's love, bro. Dude, your own neighbors don't believe you.
We got to get back to the dirt first, man, to the land. And then go from there.
Grow a fucking tomato, Jack.
Something. we gotta get back to the land first, man. Jack, I love you, man.
Jack, picture this. Imagine this. What if everyone in the world suddenly just ignored that there was a UN and ignored that there was a global state, and we just all carried on our lives as free individual men and women instead of played into that whole malarkey of global dominance? What if?
Yeah, the world is in denial. That's what I've been saying. And you guys can think and say whatever the fuck you want. I don't really give a shit. I really don't care about what you think.
Right. You don't care what we say. You only care getting Paul to get you to the UN, right?
You keep painting these false narratives. That's why you're so confused, Timmy.
How am I confused? About what?
Hey, Jack, I got a question. What's going to happen if you get him and Passio and you together? What's the goal for that?
A threesome?
No,
We're going to have exciting gay sex.
Passio yells at everyone to make content, and Paul goes, everyone stop making content and be.
Yeah. And I think both of them should stop focusing on content and maybe look at what we can fucking do.
Jack, do you find that at all to be a little bit ridiculous when I'm like the only one of these content creators actually doing something different and dealing with consequences, sacrifice, and coming up with remedy and resolution at the courts?
I know that's what you tell yourself and everyone.
No, that's what the record shows. You're denying the record and the facts and the videos over and over again.
No, I'm not denying anything. I'm just asking.
So how am I going to come together with you, Passio, or anybody else who's not doing what I'm doing, but then wants to talk about us having personal choice and freedom? You're not living it. You're not willing to sit in the box with me. You're not willing to go to the grave with me. We can't be in honor, bonded in honor and truth, and be loyal to each other. We're not living the same cause.
Right. You're denying the peace between us.
I'm not denying the peace between us.
Hey, Paul.
Jack, I'm not denying the.
I see. I'm not really as welcome here as I thought. I'm gonna bounce out. You guys.
Okay, so you're running again. So why come back then? If you're gonna run every time.
Paul,
if you're going to run every time, you're
off my face there.
That was Timmy. Timmy did that, and then I made you the devil because I thought it was funny. But I will take it off if you're not enjoying it, just to keep the peace, I guess. So yeah, I'm not denying the peace between us. I'm not denying the peace in me or in you at the sort of balanced, centered state. What I am not even denying, I just don't see it, is a path to whatever it is your goals are, other than what I'm living that you and others are not.
Look beyond yourself.
If that makes sense.
Well, Paul, if you look beyond yourself, you can find plenty of examples of others who are doing more. So there's a lot of
I don't see that. Who is doing more than I am on the ground? Who's doing it? Who is standing for rights, freedom, and principles, doing whatever they want based on the law of the land and natural rights and dealing with the consequences over and over again?
Many. I am, Paul. The difference is, Paul, right. The difference is I haven't.
Do you have the license? Do you have the plates? Are you paying the slave tax? Do you follow the codes?
Is there peace? I mean, you want to continue interrogating and compare.
It's not interrogating. I'm telling you who and what I am, how I live, what my goals are and mission statement is. You're telling me what yours is, and I don't see how they mesh. I don't see how they crossed over.
Are you willing to look? Are you willing to explore?
Absolutely.
This happens every time you mention legal secrets, Jack. You know that, right? Shit. And we get into this loop. I'm just saying.
I don't really care. You interrupted me for a deflection, a distraction, bringing nothing to really help anything. Thanks for your opinions, G. I'm losing my peace. I really am.
You lose your peace real quick for a motherfucker that has love behind him on a sign.
We're just questioning, Jack.
Yeah, why do you?
It's not that he's losing his peace. It's that the false veneer. Why the veneer of false peace breaks down very quickly under questioning. Is what it is. It's a false peace that breaks down quickly under questioning and accountability. I'm not losing my inner peace right now, no matter how much is questioned of me or being said about me.
I know, Paul, but here's the thing. You don't really listen. You're talking all the time, and then you're agents of chaos. You're enablers who are convincing you that you're the best around, Paul.
They're not doing that. They're not doing that at all. That's your jealous, envious perspective.
You're right.
That's your ego and pride. That's your jealousy. No one here is saying anything about how great I am. If anything, I'm saying that. If anything, please shut up. If anything, I'm saying that the other three people on panel here now, to some degree, live the same way I do. That's why we're bonded and loyal to each other. G travels without the crap, I'm told. Timmy does similar things. Emmanuel's going to court on his own, and we've had conversations about you're not listening. You're enabling your own ignorance right now. You're talking over me, explaining the reality of what's happening because you're not interested in taking in the information and making a change. You want me to change for you, and then when I don't, you give me threats and consequences.
Paul, why are you arguing? I'm just trying to have a conversation, dude.
We're having a conversation. We've had it over and over again for 2 years.
Don't fucking call me a liar. You are arguing against me, Paul.
I'm not arguing against you. I'm arguing for what I'm doing. If that seems like against what you're doing, then that's your resistance.
You're still arguing and not really showing any.
Okay, so what should I do then? Give me the shortcut to this.
Is Passio better than Jack?
Hold on, man. Just hold on, please. Just give me the shortcut, boil down of what I need to do and be and change for this to work with us. Just tell me what I have to do other than what I suspect you're going to say, which is talk to you privately more. I don't see how that's going to change what we're doing here and what the result is. So what do I need to do and be in congruence with you?
A conversation with me would not be productive. That's fucking ignorant.
So what's going to happen? I've had conversations with you private in the past. What's going to happen this time after we have a private conversation? What does
You do whatever you want. If you can't see value in having a conversation with me for the purposes of brainstorming ideas, you're fucking foolish, dude.
Brainstorming ideas for what?
Bringing peace to the world.
I don't believe that you can bring peace to the world. You do. I don't.
You haven't listened. I'm going to bounce out. I love you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're going to run because you know that it's impossible to bring peace to the world without being that.
Away from you, Paul.
Again, you ran again because you were held accountable. That's why your wife and child and everyone won't speak to you anymore because they did have a relationship with you. They did attach to you. They did bond with you and you disappointed them and you became disintegrated and disconnected and you're not of service. You're of disservice to pretty much yourself and everyone in your life in your delusions of grandeur to avoid the actual reality you live in. You're living in a giant coping mechanism that's not working for you or anyone around you. What would I want to come together with someone to brainstorm over ideas who's not doing or being anything in their life that I resonate with? Doesn't make any sense. If I'm going to spend my extra time, energy, attention, it's going to be coming together with Timmy and Emmanuel and G and other people to actually do and be more as a community based on values and principles that we're living. What you're saying doesn't make any sense, and because it's not meant to. It's founded in some emotional desire of yours where you believe if we spend more time together, you're going to get your family back and get more money and become a professional or have a career in life coaching. It's probably not going to happen that way. So you are the one not listening. You're the one not adhering to common sense and reasonability and any kind of objective rationale. You're the one chasing everyone in your life away because they cannot seem to come to a centered, balanced, logical, rational conclusion and solution with you. And we're all begging you and dying for you to cut the fucking games and the cowardice and the projections and rejections and the grandiose delusions that lead to you running every time you're questioned and held accountable. Just cut the bullshit, drop it all, actualize and realize with who you are now and what the problems are and create solutions to become, do, and be and have better. Or quite frankly, just go back on the bottle. Because that's all this has become. You being a dry drunk with delusions of grandeur, not taking care of your responsibilities and accountabilities, not taking care of yourself, not living into any kind of career or taking action steps to hit goals, and then telling me if you could just find somebody of prominence and credibility who has an audience and is somewhat successful, that all of a sudden your life's going to change. That's called being a parasitic using fuck. And stop making it about bringing peace to the world or love. That's not what it's about. That's your grift to try to relate to people who are lost, confused, broken, or lacking in love in their life. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing. It's deceptive and manipulative. It's narcissistic, power hungry, and it's an insult to everyone's intelligence who sees right the fuck through what you're doing. Whether you see it or not, maybe you don't see it. Maybe you really believe on some level what you're doing and saying. The rest of us are not resonating with it. We think it's one big act and one big walking joke, and it's not going anywhere. Don't know how many more times we've done this over 2 years. Don't know how many more times I have to say this to you, just give you the conclusion for you to either move on and find some other F-list YouTube celebrity to suck off of and use, or for you to come in here and actually be accountable and responsible and authentic and create action steps to hit the goals that you want in some kind of logical, rational, reasonable fashion and sense. Don't know when you're going to make the choice. I presume you're not going to make either choice. You're going to continue with your ignorance and arrogance and delusions like you have for the past 5 to 10 years and chase everyone around you who loves and cares about you and sees potential in you the fuck away. Your thoughts, expert panel, once again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you plan to bring peace to the world when you can't bring peace to your own life. It's like putting the cart before the horse. You can't. First, you got to create a world of peace around you before you could share that peace with the world, right? I don't know how. It doesn't make any sense to me. All I hear is
you can't even come to a state of somewhat peace momentarily or throughout the days till you live in purpose. He's not living that. How could you be peaceful? You're losing your house. No one will talk to you and your family. You can't make fucking sense or make connections with anyone. You're broken, poor, and have no career, but claim to be a life coach. How the fuck could you be peaceful in that scenario until you found your actual true calling and purpose and were able to generate confident, faithful results over and over again? How could you be at peace alone or in the room with the rest of us? Absolutely distorted and delusional. You shouldn't be at peace if you're in that position.
Dude, we were watching that video and we were doing good. And then he comes in talking about that shit. The same shit.
It's like a lame external reach to bring peace to his life externally instead of working on his own, like I said, back on him. He needs to work on his own. Paul put it, he did a good job at reiterating as to what I'm trying to say. You can't share that with the world until you're ready within yourself and you have that realized within yourself. You're not a self-realized person. You have no qualification to preach, to share, you gotta, and the people will see it. It's just what it is, you know?
Right, unless you're going to do the sort of, unless you're going to be that all about love, sort of bringing peace and love to the room in all situations, you're not that guy. Because as soon as you're questioned or asked something you can't answer, you go into furrow eyebrows and you go into anger. So even the one meaningful, meaningless kind of presentment you claim to embody, you're not completely translating with it. You're not owning it. It's not really you, and it's not translating. So it's like, cut the crap. You're not a love guru. Folks don't get put at ease and feel loving and at peace when they're around you. They feel off-put. It's off-putting. It's disconcerting. You're the opposite of what your fake persona alludes to. So just cut the garbage. It's a horrible grift. It's not going to work. It's only working on the most broken, confused, codependent people, quite frankly, like you. That's why your chat is full of middle-aged, broken, single women who can't figure out how the world works. And they're willing to give you $100 a month here and there because they feel bad for you in your life. Is that where you want to be at? Is that what you think has power and value? Your thoughts, Brandon Brown? You're on mute.
Oh.
Well, hello. Man, I'll say you're passionate, bro. There's an aspect of me that's always guilty at certain times. Now you can hit me on a day like today where
I can't hear you, kids.
You got your hand on the mic or something. Now you're muted. Can't hear you.
It's looking like he has connection issues.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You're not coming through now.
He's gonna pop in and out or something.
All right, reset. Whatever you got to do. Try to get it together. What's going on, Lantow?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You always come to me when like I'm in the middle of restreaming. You know that?
What does that mean?
It just means I have to click a few buttons on my phone, and then I'm not prepared when you come to me. But it's just a timing thing. It's not that big of a deal.
It sounds like a you issue, Mr. Lantow. We're not going to make a mockery of this court here today.
Yes.
Did I remind you that I'm an honorable judge? Did I mention that?
My apologies. My apologies to the court.
All right, where do you want to go with this, man? You got videos for me to watch or what?
Yeah, I put a couple back there. One that's if you want to do your cops shooting citizen slaves, there's one of those back there that's fairly interesting. I wasn't gonna watch the whole thing, but then I did, and I was glad that I did. And then
Yeah, but what
the
about
other one
you, man?
Oh, and then there's a video. The first time I went to court over driving with an expired piece of plastic is in there. It's really, really great. I think you'll love it. I think you'll find it great. How about that?
Yeah, I only see the cop shooting citizen slave video. I don't see the other one.
Oh shit. All right, give me a minute. I'll exit out and then I'll come back.
All right. Brandon Brown, are you back to service? Are you serviceable? Nothing. Can't hear you. All right, leave and come back. See if we'll get it to work. Do we finish the? Yeah, we finished with the other guy, G's friend. He got out of it. No tickets, no nothing. Guess the cop thought he was going to get sued, and maybe he wasn't confident in his position as much as he'd like us to believe he is.
That was the end. You let him go without giving nothing.
Yeah, I think we were at the end of that video, weren't we, Paul?
And like he said, I'll agree to disagree. Because at the end of the day, from my understanding of the Supreme Court ruling, is that the public highways are free to travel. And there's several. I have several. I guess I can read you all several of these little Supreme Court rulings. So, but I do comprehend what you're saying, and I have great due respect, and I'll process it, and then like I always do with everything.
Got it.
I'm working, and just so you know, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay.
So I'm working on getting my passport.
Okay.
Once I get when's the passport? But I filed all the paperwork.
Got it.
So once I get the proper passport coming in, then I don't mind giving it to you, because then you guys can just scan it and you pull it up on your thing. So
Gotcha.
I'm in the works. I'm in the works. I'm not contracting with them anymore. So I don't have it. So but I'm in the works again.
Got it.
I'm in the process of it right now.
Okay. I appreciate it, Chris. Just one moment, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
And if we are going to come together, we should be coming together to do workshops as to how to get the proper passports and the proper ID, so that we do have to interact with these people, they get the right information they need so that they could be on their merry way, and they don't have to ask you what color underwear you're wearing. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
yeah, there needs to be education for all of this, for real.
Well, I had that site up here now, but again, it's Copper Moonshine Stills is one place where they have one of these processes. There's other places.
I use that.
They're going to tell you it's fake, and it has misspellings and all the rest. It seems to be some guy's anecdotal, journey through correcting the status on the passport, receiving the new passport, and then seeing what comes with that. Yeah, I mean, I've done the state national process, and in his experience, he said he's seen warrants go away and other things go away. Well, that's been my experience as well. I just don't know if there's more to come with it. But as I've told you guys here, correcting the status on record and then rebutting the presumptions and assumptions can lead to, at times, them throwing out these charges and this paperwork, whether you present or not. It could be argued the more that you show up and the more you present, the more you're subject to it.
Yep,
so you're best off just rebutting the presumption, sending it back, giving them notice of who you are, and then going on with your life. If they come and get you, they come and get you. But
I called the sheriff and had a conversation with him. I legit, I had the number on the towing bill of my Harley, and I legit called the sheriff, and I had a long conversation with him. And yeah, I should probably call him again and have another one and record it. I didn't record that conversation. I kind of fucked up there, but I mean, it's not recorded on his end, so I don't know. It's kind of tough, but yeah.
People forget too that you can return sender. Like I've gotten so-called fines in the mail that weren't sent through certified mail, didn't have a witness or anything. Instead of opening it and being curious and wanting to see what is on the other side of the world of the dead, I just kept it sealed and I said, hey, sir, can you take this back to the return sender? When I saw the postman, I just said, I don't want it. I don't have any business with this entity. I don't want to engage with it. It's your right to not accept something. But if someone comes knocking on your door and they need you to sign for something, the honorable thing to do would be accept it and sign it as a fiduciary. But
fuck, there's always the option of the fire pit out back too. You know what I mean?
All right, Brandon, what do you got, man?
Can y'all hear me now or no?
Yeah.
You know, on that note, it's always fascinating for me because I haven't been tested to the point where I'm getting pulled over and asking for documentation in the last couple of years. But I wonder, it seems that it all comes back to a contract. So it's like, what contract do we want to talk about?
Have you been riding without the plates and the license and everything else?
Nah, man, I ain't got to that. But I was actually, last time I hung out with you guys, I was in Colorado helping out on a homestead with those who made their own plates. And, you know, seeing the process that they were going through, it seems honorable, like you were just speaking to. And it, again, like that's what I was just saying, like at the end of the day, it seems like no matter what type of interaction, whether you're just getting pulled over on the side of the street or you're having some type of confrontation and a cop thinks that they have the right to slow you down and interrogate you and determine whether or not that you owe them something, it seems that it's just like understanding what type of contract in that moment they're trying to place you in and determining how to move from there. But I mean, fundamentally, my goal is to retract a lot of the initial contracts, the Social Security, the birth certificate, all of that, you know, prior to my acknowledgement and my contribution to that contract. But I don't know, man. I'm just speaking to a general thing at the moment, I guess, where it's just I'm listening to you guys talk about all these different ways you can engage, and yeah, the goal is clear, but it seems that you can do a lot before you get to that goal mark.
Listen, one time I got pulled over traveling from the north to the south in, I think it was North Carolina.
I love it.
And you know, the cop pulled me over and he said, listen, this is the deal. I can either give you a citation on your license or you can take a municipality fine. It's going to be a little bit more. And I said, once I realized he was making offers on the side of the road, I exercised the right to decline any offers on the side of the road. Just like that, I said, I'm sorry, officer, but I'm not going to be able to take either of those offers. And I'm going to explain to you why. Because if I take the first offer that you gave me, it's going to injure me beyond what it is you're already trying to injure me out of. And second, the other one, I just don't want to because it's too expensive. Why? And he's like, oh, all right. What I suggest you do is you take the municipality. That way it doesn't go on your license. And I said, you know what? All right. I took the municipality fine. Once I got it in the mail many months later, after I forgot it, I had the interaction. I didn't open it. I sent it right back to them, and nothing ever happened after that. It totally disappeared and never affected me in any way. I was able to renew all of my slave documents, no penalties, no fines. It's just I declined their offer. And when he stepped away from me, oh, by the way, I smell marijuana in your vehicle. You might, be careful out there.
When it's a by the way, you know it's not serious business.
What was that?
when it's a by the way, you know it's not serious business. You're in the clear.
Yeah, I mean, I I don't know. I've exercised certain ways where I've, so-called gotten away, because I don't believe you get away with anything. If you're standing on your business and you're innocent and you haven't caused any loss, injury, or harm, then why do you have to uh be subject or submit yourself to some kind of roadside game?
Yeah. And
It's
it's like, so I'm passionate about health and fitness, and early on the focus gets towards PubMeds, right? Just seeing clinical trials of what's going on. And you quickly realize that placebo is a 33% thing in the conversation. No matter what test, no matter what, they have all these subjects, all these isolated variables, but placebo's always a part of it, and it's always significant. So, man, I think it just really comes back to the mental to a large degree, the spiritual. You can't put a number on it. You can't like see it, but it's like a sensation, or a notion rather, of just knowing truth, and you're aligned with something that's true. And whether it's coaching or whether it's spiritual faculties, philosophy, it all comes back to that notion,
but having these interactions is how you come to this knowing. I didn't come to the inkling that, hey, if we're doing interstate travel, there seems to be like, they can't really, if you have tags from another state, whatever state that may be, they can't really interact with you much. I've noticed that if you're from out of jurisdiction, they can't, there's minimal options for them to force a contract upon you, is what I've encountered.
Yeah, that's so interesting, because I've spent a lot of time in states that's not, because I travel a lot, right? I'm kind of nomadic, and I typically don't have the same state in there. And I've had that experience. I can't say that I've researched on that, but there is something there for sure. It's that jurisdiction notion,
See, if it's when you ride around without the tags that gets you stopped and but if you have something there that says private or something funny said or whatever that looks like some kind of state tag out of state, they really can't pull you over for that reason and say, oh, why? Where's your ID?
Yeah.
So
it's either that, or you're in the state of, and therefore you're whatever. If it's tags in that state, if it's something on the windshield or the license plate, if that isn't up to date, then that's a conversation. But like you said, if you're out of the state, quote unquote, then there's not specific protocols that you need to not get fucked with.
I'll just throw my hat in the ring. I would respectfully disagree that on the idea that one has to go through constant issues to then learn. And one example I can give is I didn't have to go to tax court to know that I ain't paying income tax because I don't get income. That just comes from within. That comes from my heart. So I didn't have to. I never talked to an IRS agent before. I don't need to go through that to know that what I'm doing is right.
Yeah,
Timmy,
like you don't need permission. Sorry.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, it's like, I know what you mean, man. It's like a sense of, you don't need to ask somebody else, like, hey, man, it doesn't feel right that you're taking a third of my money. Like, I worked really hard for this. Do you really think you deserve this? Like, most of us have that feeling as well. I agree with that 100%. And I guess, as far as driving or traveling, whatever you want to go with, that's one of the easiest things to move through without getting fucked with. And I'm not in a position where I can act like I know enough to just walk the land and have a conversation with any given quote unquote professional, or, oh, I'm a sheriff, oh, I'm a judge, oh, I'm whatever. It's like, they're all their own corporate entities that have their own policies and codes you have to understand in order to have a conversation with them. But it's just, for me, driving has been the least important thing. But as far as registration goes and keeping that up to date, just transparency. I've had Texas plates forever. I've been in fucking North Carolina, Tennessee, New Mexico, Colorado, California. I've been all over the place. But like Homeboy was saying a minute ago, it's not literally about the license plate itself and being up to date with registration. When you're out of that given state that you have the plate on, it's just, you don't even have any battles, really, from my experience.
Yo, what's the matter you? Come on up, you old fucking boomer slave. I'm so tired of seeing your bullshit in the chat. Your typical boomer bullshit. Come on up and let's have this conversation. They don't fucking steal anything, okay? I don't even know who's they. The IRS, they don't fucking steal from anyone. When the fuck did anybody put a gun to your head and say, put your fucking legal fiction trust onto this contract and then give us 30% of what the fuck you make? I bet it never fucking happened. You old fuck. Come on up and let's fucking do it. I'm tired of you guys are so disillusioned. Statements. You guys
They know not what they do. They know not what they do.
They do know. They do. It's out of fear. He just operating on fear. He thinks he knows what he's talking about. You say they don't know what they do. Okay, well then let's get educated then. You old fuck, come on up. You're 80 or something, right? Come on up and get schooled. You want to school everybody in the fucking chat? Where are you at up here?
I fucking love this place.
Hour and a half. I just see what's the matter with this fucking
It's just the way that it is, Timmy.
Let's discuss. You fucking boomers will never have the fucking conversation. It's incredible. You will never have an honest conversation back and forth. You bubble fucking boomer. Have the conversation. State your position. I'll state mine. I'm not going to overtalk you. You're a fucking joke. All you boomers, you can never fucking. You're 48. You look like a fucking boomer. Holy shit, man, dude. They don't steal shit. You guys go in and get jobs and call them jobs, JOBs, just over broke. You go and make contracts with fucking legal entities that tell you you're gonna suck the dick of the corporate US and then they're gonna tax it and then take it out of your check. And you guys you keep perjuring yourselves. If you really don't agree with the contract, you show up for work every day. I'm a spectator tribe. Show us your fucking IRS tax. I'm sure you're a fucking tax slave tribe. You always got a fucking comment to make. You are either a fucking agent or a piece of garbage. I'm tired of both opinions, tribe. You fucking loser. You too come up and have the fucking conversation. Such a fucking joke.
I don't understand that. Tribe's like, he always does that. He's got plenty to type in chat. He can never just come up and address people. What is that?
He's a fucking bitch. He's emotional.
You guys constantly got stuff to say in the chat, but you can never make it up here to interact with the people directly. What is that about? And we're supposed to believe that you guys carry yourself in the world or at court with some kind of prominence or some kind of standing? I mean, it's kind of silly.
He's another wizard tard. He's going to make fucking constant conversations about what the fucking, what all the Romans said.
And that's the thing, Timmy. I don't mean to cut you off, but now that I think of it, Tribe has had videos here and interactions with the court. He's practiced at least at some time speaking his truth or his understanding and being questioned. I don't get that. Knowing that it'd be good content, knowing that you have something to say and potentially could bring a different perspective, why not just come up here and have at it?
Well, I get it. It's because he's the same thing like Wizard. These folks, their entire perspective, the prism they look through is like it's them against the corporate state, and it's like so evil, and that's all they look at. These motherfuckers seemingly have no private interactions where they act as a man and they operate with other men in harmony, in trust, in faith. They don't know how to do it. That's why they can't just sit here and look into a fucking pixelated screen and have a conversation. I get childish attacked. You're the child sitting down in the chat making little snip comments at me every time I say fucking anything, just like a fucking agent would do to attempt to constantly disparage when a motherfucker is saying the truth. You're either a fucking agent or you're naive, you piece of fucking garbage. You've always been a bitch. I'm fucking tired. Listen to yourself now. Yes, I'm fucking animated. This is a man saying the truth. You fucking baby. Can you have a conversation, Tribe? No, you just run every time.
Yeah, that's a deflection. You're down there sniping at people from the chat, making fucking comments, and then when they address you, you go, "I'm not going to come up and comment because you're being childish." That's you're gaslighting and deflecting. You're projecting and rejecting, like happens here way too often. So you can't initiate interactions, and then when people address you, go, "Stop addressing me. You're being childish." You're like your boy Bushwhacker the other day. Everyone else is a little boy and a child while he's acting like a child and a little boy. Instead of doing remedy and resolution, he's regressing. And that's what you folks are doing in the chat. You're regressing. We've moved beyond this. We've all come here. We've been here for years. We can come up here and talk and have back and forth. And you guys want to regress back to day one where we snipe in the chat, play little bitch-ass games, and not come up and do fellowship and share as a group or as individuals. I don't fucking get it. Don't get where it goes for you or this broadcast or anyone else witnessing.
quick. What's the matter? You know, I was not specifically talking to you when I said the word disparage. I was talking to the tribe slave, and I was talking to you before when you said they steal money. I don't think they do steal anything.
Okay, Timmy, I got to stop you because this is where we let them know for the 1,000th time. YouTube.com/@PimpUnslaved. Paul Unslaved channel is shadow banned. Yes, there's a second channel. I've put up the banner over and over again. I put it in the top of the first channel. There's still tards coming into Paul Unslaved channel going, man, Paul Unslaved is ruined. He's only got 10 live viewers. There's 160 here right now. That means 150 on the other channel. Please get with the program. I can't believe I have to do this day after day for hundreds and thousands of days. I have to remind these people where I am when it's on every fucking piece of billboard information. This is why Mark Passia, we're going to go to him at some point. We're coming up on the third hour. We're going to do another 20, 30 minutes of him today where he screams and yells and freaks out on the audience because this is 3/4 of the communications I get every day. What do you mean? He goes, what is there? Another channel somewhere? Yes. You'll notice on Paul Unslaved in the description right now, it says that. You'll notice in the headings of the titles of the videos, it says that. You'll notice on the channel description, it says that. And you'll notice on the banners that it says that. You'll also notice if you at this point search Paul Unslaved, the first channel doesn't even come up. Pimp Unslaved does, and it says Paul Unslaved. Don't know what else to do at this point.
Real quick, I've never I can't name one being that when I tell them that I don't get income and don't pay income tax, and I fucking admit it publicly on global internet while I'm wherever, no man has ever looked at me and go, you're a fucking bitch. Not one. No man would ever admit that. So like it's you're revealing yourself. Like if you tell them, you're gonna say that that's not results on the ground. Like, okay, find an IRS form that I filed. Go ahead, I've never done it. Okay, so like my point is, you guys say, you're a bitch, you're lying, or whatever you're gonna say, or if
you're a Jew.
If you believe me, and how do I not get any credit for that? I'm not even looking for credit, but it's just like it's bizarre. Oh, because I don't have videos of me arguing with cops on the side of the road over driving, non-driving. There's other aspects of freedom, tribe slave. You're a joke. And again, you and Wizard and all you big fucking tough guys acting like you know shit, never have a conversation. I'm not talking about physicality. I'm just saying conversate. What the fuck, man? Change my Pampers. Yo, what?
Yeah, we're still waiting for Wizard's bitch ass to get over his hurt feelers after he cashed a check for over $5,000 in one day from this audience. We're still waiting for him to get past his feelers and have a fucking conversation on how he won't work or pay any fucking bills, but thinks that because he teaches his wife legal awful shit, that pays his responsibility and his way in that household. Absolutely ridiculous.
And then this
shit. Then I get the tards and trolls who project onto me that I'm like Wizard and the rest of them, that I'm poor and broke, that I got to live off Jennifer, that I don't make enough doing this or whatever I do a month to pay rent. Right? Then I have to catch the fucking backlash of people equating me to the rest of these dumb fucking poor, broke, disempowered, lying, most importantly, because you could be poor and broke and all the rest of it. If you're authentic and accountable and responsible on some level and just stand your square and live the way you live and honor that position, well, I can't really make a judgment or discernment on it. It's when you fucking lie about it and try to twist and spin and insult everyone's intelligence. That's when I wake up and start checking ego. Right? I'm no better than anybody here. I spent most of my life not fucking working, living off other people, lying to myself and others in the Talcott and Wizard-like way. Those days are over, and I'm glad they are. And the people I lived off of are glad they are. They're glad they get to see me actually make something of my fucking self in this life and actually be able to care for myself as a fucking man. That's something we all would like to see for ourselves and each other, I would think. Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, when you're in your circles of men, like throughout your life, when somebody is calling out somebody for being a bitch, have you ever had the experience where other men go and point at you and go, hey, you're getting emotional, you should stop doing that? Because that's never happened to me. When I'm in a group of men, we all can I was going to say suss out, using the fucking Zoomer lingo, suss out when somebody's being a bitch and everybody goes, yeah, you're kind of being a bitch, bro. And then, so how is it? It's amazing gaslighting to call the one that's calling out the nonsense that I'm the one with the issue. It's fucking incredible. You old slave. You're at work. You can't. Okay, this is great. You don't even control your own fucking time. You got you're 48 and somebody else controls your fucking beingness. What a joke, dude. You're a fucking joke.
Yeah, man. On that note, like I dive in and out of electrical work. It's one of the skills I got. I come to a new place. It's just an easy way to make money. But I think construction in general has this culture of just poverty and just it's just the way that it is. Like everybody.
Oh no, it's the mindset. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. It's the mind and heart set of these people. That's why when I say poor and broke, I'm not always talking about right to the pockets. That's an extension of the mentality and the heart space of the being experiencing the poverty. This is why I say it's not about chasing the dollar. It's about chasing actualization, realization, and levels up in principles and values. That's going to get you value in your life, including fiat, is what I found and learned. So when you meet someone who's poor and broke, it's usually because they have a resistance to value and value systems, and they're not living into it and attracting that into their life and creating that. Then they want to blame other people when it doesn't show up in their life, but shows up in other people's life because it's a product of the way you think, feel, and live. That's the uncomfortable story nobody wants to reconcile, that the majority of folks who are able-bodied and intelligent and able to work or create something who are poor and broke, it's a choice, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, man, I think you pretty much alluded to that earlier. Honestly, when you spoke to value, it didn't, in my mind, initially go straight to the fiat dollar, right? It's a sense of value, of integrity, of whatever you're doing, it has value. And that's the funny thing, because over the last couple of years, I get a lot of shit. I just came back to a city I ain't been to in a while. I hung out some old friends and friends, family, whatever, people who I ain't been around in a while. They'll ask me what I've been up to. I'm like, I'm learning new skills. I'm trying to learn how to live. I just learned how to operate a skid steer, a fucking excavator. I just learned how to build a food forest. I learned how to build a fucking natural building house. And everyone's like, what the fuck you doing for money? Like, they don't understand the value, And it's funny because we live in times that for anybody that has any eyes to see can see it's like, hey, the skills that are really worth learning are at least at the very fucking least diversifying the value, because clearly we can't depend upon.
Bro, if you've ever lived in a fucking ghetto-like environment and you meet certain people, when you meet certain people who they quote unquote got it going on, whatever that means, right? We have lingo for this shit to describe, non-describe a feeling or an experience. You could go to the most low-life, poor, broke ghetto and find 3/4 of population poor and broke and ghetto there. And you're going to find a small minority of folks who can't get rid of money. They just got money coming in on every side. And you go, how's this happening? I know, I've been there. I go, what's this guy thinking, doing, being? What trick does he have that he can't stop the money and the value from coming in? Right? Instead of us looking to why some people have that experience to where they just have an abundance of value in different areas flowing into their life versus everyone else in the same environment has little to nothing on all levels. We start to reveal that this is equal parts thinking and feeling and believing as it is doing and creating, what they like to call manifesting. So you got other motherfuckers breaking their own balls 7 days a week and can barely put it together. What's the disconnect? Right? So again, I just have to come back to the way we think, how we believe about ourselves and the world influences on some quantum level how we live and what we open up to receive. Right. And I've witnessed that in my own life. And then you'll have 3/4 in the same environment go, it's because of the schools. It's because of the neighborhood. It's because of this. It ain't stopping that boy over there. He's got more than he knows what to do with. Money, women, whatever your value system or form of values, respect, honor, right? The ability to speak and convey value or understanding. Again, this is where I think the change happens in the manifestation and the co-creation is looking at ourselves, updating ourselves and our beingness, and opening up the door to receive what's meant for us. Rights, freedom, principles, value-based, whatever it is. You got to believe that to achieve that, as they used to say.
Bro, I agree, man. And I know for a firsthand fact, whenever I'm inspired, whatever I value in that moment, I get an abundance of that, bro. When I'm inspired for like coaching and just making money, I'm making fucking money and I'm helping people. Whenever I'm inspired to learn about permaculture and natural builds. I'm fucking learning that shit. So I 100% agree. Really, what it comes down to is to our mental.
You got to bring You Tell Me up here. I love what you're saying. I resonate with you. You get it. So we don't need to talk to you. Who we do need to talk to is the motherfuckers who still don't get it 2 years in and are spouting out shit that makes no sense. Come on up, You Tell Me, and other loser failures who you just made your own manifested destiny right there. They call it manifest destiny. By you making that statement, you just secured the rest of your life being a loser failure because you just said all the winners in life are installed. It's all rigged. It's all fixed. That's what I'm talking about. You just set the tone for your manifested beingness to only have a limit of what you just spoke and created. So now, if you believe that and say that and make that true, you will never be a winner in life. You will never have abundance in life because you already held the belief in resistance to what is that I've experienced and can show you and tell you to be true. So until you change that belief about yourself, and this is probably the same belief Slow State has and others around you, that's why you're all the way you are, because you believe all the winners and successful people in life are rigged and installed in life. No. Most successful people in life work hard every day, dedicate themselves, discipline themselves, have action steps towards goals, hit them, and then someday success and value and all the rest of it shows up. Till you accept that that's the program and the plan and walk it, you're never going to be that. And you just shut all the doors that God has meant to open for you with that one fucking statement. You just prove what I was saying before to be true. You exemplify the average Joe's mentality at this point. And I'll tell you right now, by looking at you, it's because you're fucking lazy, you're undisciplined, you do way too much drugs and alcohol, you don't have a fucking care in your heart, you're heartbroken, you're lost and drifting, and you're not dedicating yourself to something day in and fucking day out. If you were and you did, you'd be one of the most successful motherfuckers in that town after 3 to 5 years, and you'd have a place to put Slow State, but you wouldn't want to put him there because you would identify the difference between you being successful and him thinking and feeling and living like a loser failure. Okay? So I'm here for you guys. The truth is here for you guys. Wealth and value and truth and success and co-creation is available for you guys. I really believe that. If it's available for me on some level, it's got to be available for you because I'm no more better or special than you, right? So it's really just about putting that time, energy, and attention in and becoming the example, especially with the way that you think, feel, and live. And yeah, it might take some time to undo all that trauma-based mind control, cult programming to teach all of us that we ain't shit. We're always going to be middle class, poor, broke. We're always going to be somebody's fucking bitch ass hoed out slave. If you believe that shit, then you're going to see that shit, right? It ain't see it and then you believe it, is believe it and then you'll see it. Because what the fuck you believe and accept is what's going to show up in your life and the lack thereof. Go ahead, Timmy, or Mitchell's here now. Whoever wants to comment, if you wish.
Yeah, Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, what up? No, I was keeping my distance, hanging out in chat because it was a good flowing conversation. And then
Do you accept that? Do you accept that in your life from what you've looked at? Because I know we've had our ups and downs here when it comes to financial security. Do you find in your life the more that you change your thoughts, emotions, and actions and you open up to maybe what you're meant to receive, that things start to come through? You start to see a little bit more of that manifestation for what's meant for you rather than holding on to beliefs like Wizard and others that money's inherently evil. So you shut yourself off from the flow of it?
Yeah, most certainly. I feel like a lot of people want to be rewarded and then they promise that they'll do good works. And I think that you'll be rewarded for doing good works, and you're a perfect example of that. And yeah, I've definitely experienced that in my life. You know, I have everything I need, always. So, you know, it's I get surprises all the time, you know, and it just lets me know I'm on the right path. And I resisted getting blessings, so to speak, for a long time. And I definitely had to adopt the philosophy that I was blocking my blessings because good work should be rewarded. That's what keeps us motivated to do better and want to improve.
See, Mitchell's an example of someone who's improved immensely since being here because he actually cares. Whether he screams and yells and goes off at times or not, he actually cares and wants to be and do and have better. So over the course of years, just us interacting, I can see the change. And it's not necessarily that I'm taking credit. I just enjoy that process. I really, the main reason I do what I do here is for things like this. When you get someone who in the beginning I could see is blocking their blessings in a bitter, resentful state, projecting that shit onto me, the more we walk together and we start to bond and start to generate a loyalty and start to resonate with each other with the truth, the more you start to see the dynamic change between us, the dynamic change between self and creation and life, and the policy enforcement and others. Even if it's a slow change, I've seen it. You know, you're more empowered, you're more secure in yourself. You tell these cops where to get off. Right? You focus on just living your life day to day, whatever that consists of. And then by doing that and not focusing on other people, not hating, right? Not blocking your blessings by believing that everyone out here's got to be a grifter because they get something for being who and what they are, right? The doors start to fucking open. You get a little bit more prime ribs start rolling in from time to time, you know, a few more Airbnbs and all the rest of it. So that's a positive thing, man. I want Mitchell and other beings who come here, stop projecting onto me and evaluating me. Evaluate yourselves. Look at yourselves. Unless you are and have everything that you are and need in life. If you're happy with yourself and you like your life and you got it all going on and you're secure in all ways, then fuck it. Do the assessment on me. But if that ain't you, you got no business assessing me. I might have a way to take you to a different place if you let me. Because again, I've been lower than the lowest. If I can come to a place of center and balance and co-creation and reward, as the man says, for living authentically and doing what's true and what's right and doing good works, then anyone else can. It's all available for us. You know, so that's what I encourage most people come here to do. Look at yourself and where you could tighten up or do better and be better and get more honest with yourself and therefore others and God. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to God and the universe indirectly. Don't expect shit to come through for you. Expect shit to get worse and harder till you get in alignment with what that thing wants. Who's feeding back, Brandon?
I apologize if I was feeding back, man. I want to speak to that, bro. Like, it was game changing in my life when I stopped focusing on making money and just providing value and letting the money be the byproduct. And
right.
Like we live in a culture where people are focused on the stepping stones, this process you go through in order to make money, to provide that safe security. Oh, I got the 401k, the insurance, all the bullshit. And if we really fixated more on providing value and letting the money be the byproduct, our healthcare would change, right? Like our doctors would get paid for keeping us healthy. Our fucking construction crews would be building out of sustainable materials. We'd be gardening in a sustainable way. All of it, man. Every single thing would change in our culture immediately. But it's this weird fixation that just stemmed from fear. Everybody's traumatized, just fucking living paycheck to paycheck. And I mean, I got compassion because I understand from a personal level what it's like to feel broke. And I hate it's a fucked up place to be. But at the end of the day, it's not going to change until we change it. And that's just something that I always felt was so fucked up with our culture. Like as a young kid, I'm like, why is everybody so miserable? Why is everybody so scared about getting gunned down? I didn't come from the hood. I didn't see people getting shot. I saw pleasant interactions, but yet everyone's walking around terrified. It's just a strange dynamic, bro. And then everybody just takes it as like, this is the gospel. This is just the way it is, son. Just accept it. Just accept it, you know? And like, you can't change it. Just allow it to be.
Yeah, because over time, we've all been taught directly or indirectly that there's no value to life or the human experience. So we start to put the locus of control or the locus of the value outside of ourselves. We as individuals and each other are no longer in the masses' eyes valuable. What's valuable is whatever we make with our hands or whatever the dollar bill is, right? So when we start to look at the dollar backed by nothing and then the products, which many of which we don't need, to be the actual value, look at DeCastro. He exemplified this dynamic in one fucking moment when he came on from the cell and said, I used this time so far to figure out what my next product's going to be. I'm making a board game because that's going to define me and my value. No, fuck not. That's the exact opposite and antithesis of what we're doing here. First, you get the self-respect, then you get the empowerment, then you get the money. The product is somewhere after the first two, and it's part of who and what you are. If you don't have the self-respect truly and the authenticity and accountability,
right? And you don't have the true inspiration and self-empowerment, whatever money you get for your bullshit products is never going to fulfill you or make you respect and value yourself and have true self-esteem. You still think your value comes in the next product you push, not from who and what you are. And the judge sees it at court, and everyone sees it on here who's not completely disconnected and has some discernment. I know I see it a mile away because I know me. You guys have the complete wrong awareness and focus on the wrong things. And if you just readjust that focus, we're back to on the ground pimping. What's rule number one of pimping to a pimp? I'm the value. The reason these hoes and this money can't stay the fuck away from me is because I've accepted I am the value. The same thing that Christ did being said, oddly enough, in scripture in his own way. It's got nothing to do with pimping and selling pussy. Obviously, it's got something to do with pimping on the higher levels of inherent hierarchical power and value systems and control dynamics. You will not escape slavery and genocide. You will not become more rich in spirit or in pockets till you start to believe and know and accept you as an I am that am presence are the source of all value and creation here.
Yeah, I've had to learn that. I've had to alchemize, this whole existence is about, some kind of alchemy in a sense to transmute the negative into a positive. You can't look at the fact that, oh yeah, I'm playing slave tax to be flipping burgers. Like I've had all those experiences, and I've learned that, if I'm going to be exchanging my time for money, I'm going to be doing it wisely because my time is invaluable. So I've learned that, okay, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's through the system, but I've done it in exchange for a skill, an invaluable skill that I can manyfold will bring value to me. And I've actually had to turn down many jobs in many different venues because I just can't expand myself into many people to attend. But it's the value is always there for me to grab at because I've learned to turn. So it's no longer. It doesn't matter if I have a slave tax paying job, and that doesn't matter. What matters is I still have I've still created a world of freedom around me where I could stop wearing that hat if I wanted to, because I know at the end of the day it's just a hat. It's a costume. I don't have to take it serious. I don't have to wear it every day. It's not forced upon me. I could take it off at the end of the day. And that's what
Right. You think Jeff Bezos wakes up every day and says, I'm a low-life slave, poor, broke piece of shit? No. This is where, again, we could talk narcissism and being full of yourself. We could just talk about cause and effect and what's shown to be as far as systems dynamics. So if you wake up every day and even subconsciously you believe you're poor and broke and always meant to be, well, then you're going to be meant to be. You wake up every day and say, I'm working towards something. I know it's going to come through anytime now because God has something planned and meant for me, and watch what the fuck happens. And don't even focus on it coming through. Focus on who and what you are, what you're going to create, do, and be. Because that's what those motherfuckers do. That's why they have everything. That's why most of these average people have little to nothing. Just simply, as far as I'm concerned, with the way they believe about themselves and the world and their connection to it. That's the biggest and smallest difference there. I got to thank Pedro. Pedro says, blessings, brother. Much love ×2. Thank you, Pedro Castillo, one of the Latino angels. That man's legal, by the way. Or at least that's what I'm putting out there. He may be an illegale, but I'm not going to say it if he is. I'm saying he's legal. All right. Where do we go with this? Broken system. Did you throw the video? We got Lantow, Mr. Lantow, Mr. Lantow. You got to say it 3 times like Pennywise. Let's go to Lantow at court. I can't get enough of that lately. Feel free to stop me if you want to interject.
People versus Joshua Lantow, case number 210018440I. Today is the date and time set for an arraignment and pretrial. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Lisa, I'm on behalf of White Lake Township.
Good afternoon, sir. You are Mr. Joshua Peter Lantow.
My Christian name is Joshua Peter, and my surname is Lantow. Yes.
Okay. And this is the date and time set for an arraignment and pretrial. Is there a resolution in this matter, Ms. Hamami?
Your Honor, I haven't had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Lantow about what an offer might look like in this case. I don't know if he has since renewed his driver's license. If he has, then I would have no problem dismissing the expired license. if he pled to the expired registration plate.
All right. So, Mr. Lanto, did you hear Ms. Hamame's representations in regard to this matter?
I heard it.
All right. Do you wish to take advantage of the offer that she's made?
If she thinks that that's an acceptable offer, then I at this time, no. I do have paperwork that I submitted to the court. Did the court receive the paperwork?
Well, you did submit paperwork to the court. That's correct.
Okay,
You
we're all.
submitted an affidavit.
That was one
But
part.
But I'm still asking you if you wish to take advantage of the offer. If you don't, that's fine. But I'm asking you.
Right. So let's just be quick here with the stickler that I am for words. She also repeats it twice, right? They do this game with you where they repeat what you say to prove you're a dumbass. And I'm not picking on you. I know that this is probably from a while ago and you've learned since then. We're not submitting in any fashion.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I cringe every time I hear it now.
I figured that. I just, for the benefit of the audience, I know you probably know at this point, it's a learning process as we go along. No reason to use that word. Again, this is lore because I'm saying they're repeating it and I'm telling you what my belief is. Can't prove it. I'm not a judge or administrator expert in that field, but I have a belief about what they're doing there, which is getting it on record that you just said you believe you're submitting in some shape, form, or fashion to their court, right? It's real quick and easy and simple to say, I have a claim recorded with this court on file, right? No reason to invoke the idea of submission. But just again, for the correction for the audience, because the more people listen to shit and hear shit, the more they're likely to repeat it just out of habit, if nothing else.
If you wish to take advantage of the offer.
Well, did the court receive all 7 pages of the paperwork that I submitted, or just the affidavit?
Well, I don't know when you say all 7 pages. I received some paperwork from you. That is correct.
Well, I took the time to number them and drop them off.
Well, you submitted something called an affidavit of status.
That was the first part. That's the first 3 pages. Or 4 pages, I apologize.
When you say all, I don't know if I received it all. I'm telling you that's what I received. So is that what you're talking about?
Well, I am talking about the affidavit of status. There's also a notice of deficiencies, which should be the last 3. I have a copy of it.
Real quick, I just noticed it. I got to thank Clayton Whitman. Thank you for your contribution, sir. Some show material, so I'm going to have to look at that, go over that. Maybe I'll present that tomorrow. And I got something from Lewis here. Lewis sent me something as well, so I'll review that at some point.
Can you rewind it like 10, 15 seconds? Just because this is important right here.
So is that what you're...
First 3 pages. Or 4 pages, I apologize.
When you say all, I don't know if I received it all. I'm telling you that's what I received. So is that what you're talking about?
Well, I am talking about the affidavit of status. There's also a notice of deficiencies, which should be the last 3. I have a copy of it if I need to read it into the record.
No, I've got that as well. It's attached to the affidavit of status.
Okay, wonderful.
Judge, I would like to state for the record I have not received a copy of that.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. I've received it, but it still leaves us. Do you wish to take advantage of the offer that's been made to you, Mr. Lanto?
No, I simply I submitted my paperwork and I submitted my response, so that's what I'm going by.
All right. So we have to go forward with the arraignment then. Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you're going to give to the court is the whole truth?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Lanto, I'm going to read the allegations to you. It is alleged on or about June.
Okay, so again, you know me. I got an issue with every other word somebody's saying. I'm never going to raise my hand and swear. If I do, I'm never going to take an oath and bond or swear to tell you the whole truth because I'm not God and I don't know the whole truth. There might be some 99% truth and 1% element that might come out of left field to change all of the way I feel and think about whether I'm guilty or not. So I can't swear and take any oath or bond spiritually to any other man or woman. It's why I can't get married. This is like, again, to me, dishonor. I can't stand up and claim for the rest of my life to embody something that I'm not going to be able to carry out potentially. Right. So I can't swear. I can't take oath. I can't take bond. If I am going to decide to do that for whatever reason, to invoke God and the idea that I'm under God to tell the truth in this matter, well, then it's just that quick and simple and easy. I'm sort of acknowledging that under God and the penalty of perjury that I am to tell the truth as best as I understand it and comprehend it. Does that mean I'm going to tell the whole truth? I don't know the whole truth. So again, it might seem silly, but
can I add to that too? What I've noticed too in these venues is they give you the option to either swear or affirm. And when I've exercised the option to affirm, I noticed there's a whole shift in energy in the room. And when I did this one time in one of my family court hearings or proceedings, the judge, he took a pause while the other party was saying something. He said, hold on. He made me stand up from the chair I was sitting in, took the lawyer, made the lawyer stand up as well. And he switched our seats. And he says, okay, like for whatever reason, he switched our seats. And then from that moment on, I could say whatever the hell I wanted to say in that court, is what I noticed, without the need of her speaking for me. And it just,
yeah, I mean, again, you can argue that either way, swearing is a promise to perform, or it's a curse, right? They'll say no swear words. So either way, it's kind of, it could be argued it's blasphemy. Right? Use of language of a kind regarded as coarse, blasphemous, or other, again, this is where the word and term game comes in, where a lot of other frauditor coverage folks will say, Paulie Boy and the rest of them are like over there thinking there's magic words. Well, there are, because it's spelling. Spelling is magic, casting spells, right? So the words you speak will have an impact. They do have a meaning, and they will open and close doors in life and at court. The law is expressed, not implied. So you better make sure that your words are as concise and clear and co-creative and meaningful and purposeful and directed as they can be, right? It's very important as far as I'm concerned. So again, nobody's probably ever going to get it perfect, but the more that you perfect it, the more that you're received a certain way at court and in life, quite frankly.
To me, truth and true are different words. And it's because if you look it up, they're different. So it would, I always end my notices.
Give me your understanding of the difference, Timmy. Don't just fucking leave us on a cliffhanger there. What's the difference between true and truth to you?
Well, it's truth is like sort of, it could be objective or it could be subjective. Like this is the subjective truth. It's almost like suffering but what is true is just what is true. So
right, it can be true to you, but not true to someone else.
Yeah, but it's just clear. It's just a clear word, like what is true. So I say all in to be true and we'll verify it open court. I'm just saying that this is true and I'll verify it. Like I can verify I'm sitting in a chair. Like that's true. I'm sitting in a chair. Like the truth of my truth just goes like it's more ambiguous. That's why I think they say to be the truth on the Bible.
County of Oakland, State of Michigan, that you were driving a motor vehicle while your license was expired or canceled. This is a misdemeanor. It is punishable.
This is where you got to stop her right there and go, I got to stop you because the federal code and definitions outline that driving and motor vehicle are both commercial terms. And please don't tell me it's sob, sit, mumbo jumbo. We're past that.
Conviction by a maximum of 90 days in Oakland County Jail, a maximum of up to $100 in fines plus costs. Do you understand that charge?
No, I don't understand at all. I do. I mean, there's a couple words in there alone that I have conflict with. It says that drove, and I'm just wondering what definition of the word drive or drove are we going by? Are we going by Black's Law Dictionary?
Okay, so I'll explain to you legally. Driving means that you were in a vehicle that was motorized and you were on a highway that was open to the public.
Okay,
So,
well,
I'm just asking if you understand it. I'm not asking if
Well,
I'm trying to be real careful with you. I'm not asking if you
Right.
agree with it. I'm just asking if you understand it.
And that's why I tell you I don't understand it, because it depends on what definition of the word drove or driver we're using, and it also depends on the. I mean, if we're going, are we going by
Right, and that's where it's their court and their case. You have your court, you are your court, you could argue, and so is your paperwork with your case. So this is where then you file on the record that your law and your understanding of drive means XYZ. And if you'd like, you could do it from your heart, and then you could correlate that in a box to the Black's Law Dictionary, Bouvier's Law Dictionary, and federal code. Just write in a box on the side of the paper like they do. It's there, but it's not there, to remind you of what we all know that you want to act like doesn't exist. Because they're going to come in and say, under Colorado revised statute, which we revise every week, this week, drive means this. What say you? Well, my law and my understanding is drive says this, and I got a host of other folks who agree with me, including your superiors up in the federal agencies. Hello? Right.
Oh, can you hear me?
Black's Law definition, or are we going by?
What was that?
Can you hear me?
Just you tell me, saying maybe he had a revelation. I don't know.
I realize now this is all my own fault. What, did the fucking liquor just wear off? The Percocet just wore off with the liquor. He just finally realized maybe his life and what he's created in his life are all his fault. Yes. Once you come to that conclusion that whatever you're experiencing in your life is probably what you've created and is your fault, so to speak. You're accountable and responsible for it. What a dumb piece of shit I am. Yes, that's true. You're not alone. Far from it. Turns out the majority of human beings, if not all of them, dumb pieces of shit, at least for the majority of their life, till they wake up and start to mature and really care, right? So you're in good company here. Welcome.
That's the ultimate epiphany you could have in this realm, right? That it's all your own
Yeah,
fault.
I'm teasing him. He still doesn't understand my humor. I don't necessarily believe that you do pills. The alcohol I have experience with, but I'm not necessarily saying you were definitely drinking either. I'm kind of joshing you a little bit.
Landtowing you?
Yeah, I'm giving you the Landtow treatment.
So I just told you what the legal definition is. For the
You tell me maybe you come up on panel in person and we take care of business. And then maybe I'll assign one of my agents to look over you, to keep you safe while you're up here.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a belief that definition is incorrect. I believe that the definition of driver is somebody employed or doing commerce on the roadway.
Mr. Lanto, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
Because, again, I'm not asking, I'm trying to get through the arraignment process. So I'm not asking if you agree with it. You're making an argument that you don't agree with that.
I'm trying to
understand. If you understand, I'm just asking you if you understand it.
Well, I object because I don't understand. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm just, okay, you said you didn't understand what drive means. I just explained to you.
This was really simple the other day with the woman who is hearing their case in front of me. I said, Mrs. Such and Such, we went through the back and forth. I put my stuff on record. She goes, do you understand this? I go, I comprehend what you're saying, but I don't understand it. It's real simple and easy. We just kind of went right from there, and they're going to have their own belief. You don't have to argue with them. They don't have to even understand you. No one has to understand anybody here. We don't need to achieve that. Maybe they do to do what they're going to do. I don't care. So it's like, hey, I hear what you're saying. I'm apprehending and I'm comprehending it, but I don't understand it. Is that good enough for you? Will that work? They want to make sure that you're like speaking the same language as them, like that like, are you understanding the words coming out of my mouth? Right. And it is, but it isn't, because they'll argue it's stand under. It's another jurisdictionary play. It's like, okay, we'll just use a different word then. I comprehend what you're speaking, but I don't understand it. And seemingly that works well.
Paul, can you hear me?
That you were in a motor vehicle.
Yes.
Holy fuck. I've been trying to talk for a while. I don't know if I've been muted or what, but dude, there's simple definition misunderstanding. Obviously, what's the difference between an engine and a motor? Does anybody know?
Motor's electric.
An engine.
Well, yeah. Now I was going to say an engine is combustion.
An gas and a motor is electric. It's
right.
As simple as that. One's gas, one's electric. Engine, gas, motor, electric. If you're not on electric, you're not on a motor vehicle. You know what I mean?
Right. You can argue that Shaitan is always like in the future, one step ahead, and then trying to apply it to the present. So now we have motorized vehicles, the ones that are Tesla ridden, right? The motorized vehicles that are not combustion engines.
Yeah.
So maybe it was written for a future time and applied in the present to a whole bunch of bozos who can't see the difference. But it works because now it's like, you know, now that you have the electric car situation, you could argue at court, well, I'm not driving. Even if we want to say it's non-commercial, I'm not driving. The car is moving me around, right? But then they're going to say, well, you have the control of that vehicle and it's a motorized vehicle. But yeah, I get that, man. I mean, there's no way to figure out completely what's in the mind and heart of the people writing this shit and doing it. There's no way to even know if the people know themselves what's in their mind and heart while they're doing this. They might be fucking possessed if you believe in that, you know? So, but yeah, I've seen that. I've looked at it. Definition of a motor vehicle, essentially, if we want to go to the Webster, away from the legal, is the motor is electrical, the engine is combustion based. So more kind of obscuring of the actual reality of what's going on doesn't surprise, right? If you're willing to say you're a person and can appear, well, then just tell us that your engine's a motor, so we can put it in our jurisdiction.
You were operating a motor vehicle on a highway that was open to the public.
And that's the definition that's the definition that the court is going to stand under?
That's the legal definition. So I'm just asking if you understand that.
Right, that's the legal definition. It's not the lawful definition. See the game they're always playing? Well, this is a legal traffic stop. The problem is it's not lawful, and lawful outranks legal. There's many things in life that are legal that are unlawful. Right? You can't make something unlawful legal. You can't say I'm going to give everyone a license to kill, rape, steal, unless you're the government, of course. The average person, they can't do that. So if you can't make something unlawful legal, well, then lawful and unlawful outranks legal and illegal. I mean, again, at one point it was legal to trade black folks like they were TVs and property. That's not exactly lawful under God. Go ahead.
I got just a simple question for you guys. And I think it would, in my mind and in the way I live, it just makes it clear. Like when I sit here and like try to put myself into Mr. Lanto's spot, I'm just like, fuck this. And I feel like it's more honorable if I'm just like, miss, where's the jurisdiction? Like, just stop. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even sitting here, like listening to her is like, it's just nonsense. So it's just like, I want to cut her off and because that's not contempt. She's in contempt if she's not going to establish a hierarchy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just bizarre. Am I wrong? Or because like,
yeah, there's part of it too, which is they're going to say is prideful and egotistical. Maybe it is. As a man, you have no business arguing with a woman, especially a woman who you're not having relations with. It's like, no, this is how it's going to go. This is who and what I am. This is what I'm going to do. And you're not going to tell me any different. Quite frankly, it should go that way with another man as well. Any man who's, questioning you and arguing with you, there's nothing to argue about. But again, especially from the position of a woman's place in nature, in creation, is to be a co-creator, a supporter, in a sense, a follower of a man, not the other way around. You know, even a mama with a son is really supposed to raise him and teach him to become a man and be the head of the house. She's not supposed to teach him to submit to her and her rule. That's the difference between a true cosmic mother and a Jezebel harlot Babylonian freak. And that's what we have running around here most days.
Yeah, I'm even saying man or woman. It's like the way this should go is I already sent notices, which I think this is the same video. You sent 7 fucking pages. If I sent notices and I know that you got them, that's, order of business number 1. Number 2, did you read the shit I sent? Because that shit ain't honorable if you got it and then didn't read it. You're going to show up like the fucking class, like 8th grade. There's a fucking test today. Oops, I forgot to study. That's not fucking honorable, lady. So I'm going to leave now and come back in 15 minutes so I'm not going to sit here and follow your bullshit.
This judge, first of all, I want to just say is, far as I'm concerned, this judge is as good as it's going to get. And I'm saying judge in quotes. This administrator, this magistrate,
you're right.
Good as it's going to get, because you could tell by her tone, she's desperate for you to start leading. And when you won't, she's like, can we just, it's exactly like if you're in a relationship with her, you go, listen, bitch, this is how this is going to go. This is who and what I am. And we're out of here. If not, I'm leaving and not coming back. She goes, oh my God, I just got wet. Even with her short hair and her lesbianism, she's going to archetypally get wet because you actually act like a fucking man. Whether you are one or not remains to be seen. At least fucking act like one is what they're asking. I'm not picking on him. This is a while ago. I'm sure he's developed since. I'm saying objectively, if Josh is not Josh now, he's Josh then. We're commenting on the past version for folks in the present now, if that makes sense, right?
If I send 7 pages and she goes, yeah, I got this. All right, anyway, and she just starts her fucking rap and her process. That's like, and then if you let her continue, you failed. Like, again, I'm not yelling at you, right? I'm just kind of speaking to everyone. It's like I'm a failure if I just say no. This is where I'm standing. This is the record. This is my claim. This is my position. And then here's my 7 pages. And then here, Mess, did you get it? Yeah. All right. So do you understand the definition of dry? Like what? No way.
Well,
that shit ain't gonna fly.
This is meant hopefully as a learning tool. And whatever we can get out of it, hopefully it's of value. You know what I mean,
man?
So,
I'm just speaking.
It's grist for the mill.
No. I like the. This is it's verbal judo, and you got to look for the submission moves, and you got to be able to duck and dodge that shit. I know that I'm not a perfect human being, contrary to popular opinion.
All right, let that shit go. Let that shit go. Don't even start fucking qualifying it. Again, it's grist for the mill for what we do here. It's not about you right now and what you're doing now. Right. It's already gone and past, and you've changed since then. So man. Again, in life, it's dual jurisdiction. If you go on a date, most women are looking for one of two things. They're looking for a person or a man, because that's usually what's going to show up. The man is going to look and sound a lot like me at times, and is not going to go for a lot of shit. And guess what? The girls are not going to go for a lot of the shit that this man is talking and pushing, or they're looking for the person, the inauthentic corporate beta male that doesn't know his position, who's shaky and kind of mediocre and lukewarm and riding the fence, but willing to pay out when they do wrong, right? So this is, again, whether it's courting at court or courting in the world and dating, you're going to find the same overlay of the same dynamic. This woman is looking for one of two things, a man, or she's looking for the person. That's going to be dictated by how the fuck you show up, how you present, what you speak, and the way you say it. And that's in every venue. And I could argue the ones who ain't looking for the man, well, then we got no business together. They're looking for persons. Go date that guy. He'll be your inauthentic corporate beta male. He'll submit his power and his jurisdiction. He'll pay you out when he does wrong, or at least when you tell him he does wrong. As long as you go get that lawyer to double down with you, So I just see dual jurisdiction everywhere. I just see the duality in the dual world everywhere. It doesn't begin or end with courting at court in a uniform. This is courting in general.
Is that black? Is it Black's Law Dictionary, or is it another dictionary I'm unfamiliar with?
No, I told you it was the legal definition, sir.
Okay, legal definition. And what is the source of that legal definition?
Statutes.
Colorado revised statute.
Statutes of state of Michigan. Okay, statutes of state of Michigan.
Right.
So, Mr. Lanto, based upon your response,
This is equivalent to your wife coming to you and going, "You're a narcissist," based on what Glamour magazine says. It's the same dynamic to me. And I go, guess what? I don't give a fuck what Glamour magazine says. Suck my dick or leave. There's your conditional acceptance. And of course, I'm saying energetically, I'm never going to tell court personnel that. I don't give a fuck what Glamour magazine says about the average man, because they want to turn him into a male person to be a part of their cult they're all doing. Right? So this is where we have to start to distinguish. And we know, and don't it all be belligerent combative. Oh, yeah, great. Colorado revised statute says XYZ. Yeah, that's great. Here's who and what I am, and this is my law. This is my understanding. And nothing is going to change that. Right? So I guess we're going to have to set up some therapy somewhere. Right? This is when they bring in the evaluator. The guy needs a mental evaluation. But yeah, I can't get away from the most common sense human element here. The inherent hierarchical value and power dynamics. I think that's going to be the key to all this, is really understanding that. The base level.
You're going to stand new to the charge. I'll enter plea of not guilty on your behalf.
Objection.
I do have to set this matter for pretrial.
Objection. I was just asking to understand, and I was following the court's instructions.
My instruction was asking you whether you understood it, and you said.
You know what you ask in that moment? See, you're going back and forth with a goofy bitch instead of just standing your ground. You just ask them, how does that apply to me? How does the definition in Colorado Revised Statute or in Glamour magazine apply to me as an honorable man? Right? And furthermore, why are we going there to cite that for your issue with me? Where's the other man or woman on the other side who has a claim that I'm doing wrong or that I'm not acting in a true and proper and a correct fashion? Right? That's not what this is. This is an argument and appeal to emotion based on a third party anecdotal citing. This is literally the wife coming to you and going, my girlfriend wrote on a napkin at the bar we were drinking last night that you are XYZ. How does that apply to me? Are we even going there? You know, and then you guys want to sit there and argue it. I go, well, go date your goofy bitch friend then. See the difference in the energy? That's the difference between how I conduct myself at this time anywhere I go and in a relationship, presuming there's not actually truth put before me. You want to put some true and real thing before me, I'll sit and talk with you about it all day. I'm not going to gaslight you and shut you down and stonewall. But if you're going to play games with me, gaslight me, try to appeal to emotion and deception and manipulation and a third-party anecdotal source, that's not how a good relationship or good business is run, right? So I don't know. I may not be explaining this as good as I could be.
Goofy allegations get dismissed.
I said that I didn't
I'm
understand.
not asking you whether you agree to it.
Well, I believe
I have to go forward. I understand that you're objecting, so that I'm trying to get to the process where you can get before the court with your objection.
Okay, well, I've been in several courts and.
No, that's the thing. Irontown Katie, we're not playing the Chile de Castro game and all the little boy games. This is not about alpha and all the rest of it. I'll call them beta males and do the bit. Ultimately, this is about who's more honorable, can present their case, communicative, who's more secure and faithful in their position based on the facts. That's like any relationship. If we go to have an argument, I'm going to go, this is my side. These are the facts. This is my understanding. What say you? Whoever is more true and correct, right? And again, this is kind of the difference between, I guess, courting based on truth and facts versus courting based on feelings. Because you got a lot of women who are going to go, ignore the facts. This is about you nurturing my feelings and understanding my love language. Well, when I tell you suck my dick is my love language as a man, you'll tell me I'm a narcissist. We're not playing this game, right? We're complementary. We're not the same, right? So we're the same on the highest level. On the lowest level, we're complementary for a reason, to teach us all how to be good faith and honorable. So I'll come to the middle ground. True woman's care, right? In order to be an honorable man, you have to have a woman's care, you could argue, right? So that's the middle ground, middle way balance.
I would say the short answer to that question is the one who's more alpha is the one asking to get his dick sucked.
The one who's more alpha is the man. Hello? Because we live in a world where the man is the superior being physically. Without a superior physical strong man and specimen, everything under that doesn't exist. You don't have women in a free, prosperous form or children in a free, prosperous form without strong men. Strong men create good times. Weak men create hard times. So this is archetypal. I don't need to prove, nor do I have to prove, nor can I prove. I don't need to, nor can I prove that between her and me in the room every time, I'd have to be the alpha. I'd have to be the most sovereign because I am the man in the room. Without me, she doesn't exist, let alone as a woman, as government. Without a man who created the idea of government and gave it power and authority, it doesn't exist. Without a woman who we come together with and give some level of power and authority to, doesn't exist. You don't proliferate, nothing goes on after that, and you're probably going to become someone's fucking property at some point. Or you're going to get tricked and pimped on and manipulated and deceived. So again, sorry to break the news to you, but it's like God, man, woman, child, you know, or at least on the physical level. Spiritually, you could argue there's some equality there, but that's dependent on the way you conduct yourself and your level of discernment, right? There's no forced equality here where everyone has a voice, everybody has credibility, everybody's honorable and presentable, even if they're not. That's not living in reality. Right. So again, when it's just like in relationships, when the man fails to be a true man archetypally, what happens? The woman steps up and plays that role. That's what you're seeing in most relationships right now. An inauthentic corporate beta male who hasn't found his voice and his balls yet, who's getting steamrolled and run over by a goofy bitch. Because archetypally, in her beingness, if you're not going to stand up and take the lead and be the man, and I'm going to know it when I see it and feel it, I'm going to have to become that in your place. It's exactly what we see on a mass scale happening all across this world and this nation right now, because you have so few actual honor-able, actualized, realized men. You got a bunch of inauthentic corporate beta males who will sell themselves and their whole life and future out, metaphorically, metaphysically, to go along, to get along. That's the antithesis of a man. And because you broken bitches on the male side won't step up and be who and what you're meant to be, the broken bitches on the female side are stepping up to take your fucking place. That's exactly what the fuck is meant to happen biologically in any race. Go look at the fish under the sea. When the males start to go awry, this is why I say you MGTOW tards are completely deceived. It's because you males went your own way that women followed suit. Now you're crying and complaining because none of them want to fuck you. They'd rather go get money and eat pussy. You did that. You created that. You're serving that. And archetypally, they're following through and adapting biologically as creation has set forth for all of us to do. Go ahead, Timothy.
Oh, no, I mean, and then Katie is saying again, oh, Sigma is more strong. What are these definitions? You're talking
nonsense.
About
this is new meme Reddit psychology nonsense.
She just doesn't
this
like.
This is more Illumitranny nonsense.
Probably just has a problem with men in general.
Hey there, Timmy.
Greetings.
Tell me all about a Sigma. Tell me all about the accurate differences between the Alpha, Beta, and Sigma. There's confident and faithful and honorable, and then there's not. Don't tell me there's anything else in between that gets merit and credibility, because there's not.
I have some ladder of men always needing a hierarchy.
Here's your boy, Timmy. Have at it.
Yeah, I'm here, Timmy.
What's the matter? What's up, man? So tell us all how are they stealing?
You don't think the politicians are stealing? We're $210 trillion in debt.
What's the definition of steal, sir?
Giving all the money to your friends, pretending to send it to Ukraine when you're just giving it to military contractors who are going to kick the money back to you.
Hang on, what's the general?
If you don't understand that, I mean.
Oh no! Don't do that. Don't do that. Appeal to I'm ignorant. What's the definition of steal?
What's the Seventh Amendment, Timmy? What's the Sixth Amendment?
Okay, look. So here
you don't even know
court, I have some privileges at this court. I can mute you. So this is how this is going to go. You're going to tell me what the definition of steal is, and then we're going to have an honorable back and forth. Thank you. What's your definition of steal? You've been unmuted.
Why do you care about that?
Because you said you made a claim. I'm asking you to demonstrate your knowledge of the claim. What is the definition of steal? You said they're stealing. What is
to take what is not proper does not properly belong to you.
Okay, so when does that happen in the whole chain of the during the stealing of the IRS? When are they taking?
I didn't say the IRS steals your money. I said the politicians.
Okay, who's they? That was my presumption. My apologies. Who's they then?
The politicians, the military contractors, all the people with no bid contracts. When we're paying $90,000 for a tiny bag of screws.
You're doing this thing, this MAGA-tard thing, where it's just all the things.
I'm not MAGA.
Oh, it's this, all these problems at once, and you're getting very.
No, I was agreeing with you, Timmy. I was agreeing with you, Timmy, about it not being worthwhile to pay them taxes because they're just stealing and wasting it all. Is what I said. I said stealing and wasting.
Well, okay, that's great, but we should be precise with our words. Don't you agree with that?
I said stealing and wasting.
It's not. They're not stealing, though.
Yes, they are, Timmy.
At what point does the military contractors?
Why is that important? You don't even know your fucking amendments. Go get in a cage where you belong. You're not an American.
Okay, when do they steal? When does the military corporation steal?
Fuck that conversation, Timmy. You don't even know your goddamn constitution. So
You're getting muted again. When does the military corporation steal? Please tell me.
To play your stupid games.
No,
seriously, this is nonsense.
Here and
this is nonsense. It's an unimportant point. It was a quick comment.
It's not. That's you don't decide what's important and what's not important here. What is it? How do they steal? Let's do it one by one. You motherfuckers can never do it. Step by step. I have high IQ. I can see the different things and the lines and the connections. Dots go and they connect. And I'm able to articulate where each of the lines connects to each of the ideas. So when you say the military corporations, the military industrial complex is stealing from the American people by getting tax dollars from the government, which the people gave, or the fucking quote unquote government already had that shit because that shit is what seems to me a private company from European aristocrats. Where exactly is the stealing, sir?
They didn't steal it. People gave it away.
That's what I'm getting
I agree with that part of it. I agree with that part of it. I just don't see the relevant importance to this as far as the journey goes. What you need to do is pick up your Constitution and read it, and then you'll be a.
I'm not a slave to the Constitution. The Constitution is a codification of law. So I kind of don't care what the Constitution says because, as your boy Lysander Spooner said, either it fucking hasn't stopped what has come forth, or it never existed and doesn't matter either fucking way because people don't know the law, sir.
We didn't.
So let's do it one. Let's do it once. You're muted again. Will you like to have the back and forth? Let's do it, please. Are you going to do it or not? Can you do it? How is the military-industrial complex stealing from anyone? Please go ahead.
You're here in my country. You're not an American. You need to get the fuck out or go get in a cage because you don't even know what your human rights are. You don't know how to invoke them?
I don't need to know what my human rights are. I know what my rights are. I'm a man. I don't need civil rights or human rights given to me by you.
Wow, you are
you're a codified slave. You're codified. Your mind is codified.
I'm the slave? Okay.
Yes.
At least I know what my human rights are and I know how to invoke them.
Why can't you articulate just an honest, honorable conversation? Where does the military-industrial complex steal? Please explain.
Where do they steal? They're kicking back to the politicians who are then allowing them to do no-bid contracts.
Sir, see, I understand why the judges that call themselves judges get pissed off with you fucking slaves. You can't even just answer the fucking question, please. For the third, fourth, fifth time, where are they stealing? Where do they get the fiat from?
You don't know shit. You don't know your amendment.
I'm asking you to tell us.
You're the slave.
Sir. Where do they get the fiat from?
I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. I've already answered that question.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, actually. You're here though. So this is the way it has to go here for this moment. Okay, so calm down. You're very emotional, sir. You're having a misdemeanor. I'm now charging you with a misdemeanor. I'm charging you with contempt of Unslaved court. This is the same thing that you guys go and submit jurisdiction to your local court and then act like this guy and are contemptuous. You can't even have the
Timmy is my sworn in. He is one of my. I'm chief judge, and he's one of my underling judges here to make judgments and discernments. He's been deputized. Continue, Timmy. I kind of like where you're going with this.
Please stop being emotional. Let's have this is my conception. The word has slipped me. My idea is you guys like Wizard, Tribe, all you old fucks have never actually lived in harmony with other man and woman. So you're incapable of even having a back and forth without your emotionalized boomer feelings. I know you're not a boomer, but you look like one. So I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna allow you to speak. This is like Zoom core. This is hilarious. So I'm gonna allow you to speak again for I think this is the 7th time. Record keeper, yeah, 7th time. Okay, this is the 7th time I'm asking because you're making a claim that the military-industrial complex is stealing. Where are they stealing this fiat from? The source of funds. Please go ahead.
You know what? I don't really give much of a fuck about this. You've rephrased the question 4 or 5 times, and I've answered
asked you the same question 700 times, trying to get you to understand.
Yeah, and I've answered it multiple times. You just
Where
start
do they
talking
get
over
the funds from?
And I'm not getting emotional either. I'm just trying to get past your diarrhea of the mouth.
No, that you can't just go past. I'm not some idiot that you can just do your
Yes,
emotional
you are. Yes,
game.
you are.
You're going to answer my question. You're here.
I'm not going to do anything you tell me to.
I'm deputized. I'm the deputized host.
No.
Either
You
honor
do then. I don't give a
the
fuck.
wishes
You
of
wanted me to come on
Unslaved.
here and talk to you, so you don't listen. That's
You're
your
not
biggest
answering my
problem, right?
question. You're
I don't
making a
give
claim
a
and then
fuck
not
about
providing
that, Timmy.
evidence.
I don't give much of a fuck about that.
Right? Exactly. That's always what it gets back down. You're muted again, so you don't have to talk. You guys want to make claims and just say shit, verbal diarrhea in your life, with your family, at your job, in the chat, up here. Why don't you guys just, when you're gonna make a claim,
Why don't you take into account that
now you're getting muted too. When you're gonna make a claim, be ready to back it up. Okay? You can say I'm speculating. It seems like, does your honor not matter? Any of you guys? Go ahead, go have at it.
You wouldn't know anything about honor, Timmy.
Right.
Why? Yeah. You're the one being dishonorable at the moment.
No, I'm not.
You won't answer a direct question.
I answered you many times.
How are they stealing?
Holy fuck. I don't give a fuck about this. I answered it 4 times.
All right, so then get the fuck out. Bye. All right, go ahead. You tell me.
Now, from my instance, from my generation growing up, nobody talked about this shit about income tax and shit like that. This wasn't a thing. The internet wasn't around, bro. So like, this is like, people are just now waking up to this. So for you to cast an accusation that maybe a boomer, somebody that grew up in a different time and generation that went through different circumstances, you know, to just sit there and berate him, I think that's dishonorable. To be honest,
he's making a
Can
claim.
I offer a settlement agreement about this?
I don't understand. Hang on a minute. What you tell me, a man, like, we're supposed to only have our honor and our balls. We don't have anything else. If you're going to make a claim, you have to back it up with evidence. You can't just say, I don't give a fuck about that. I just say women say whatever they want and are not held accountable. If you're going to make a claim, he said they are stealing and doing bad, unethical shit. And I asked him, where are they stealing? And he doesn't answer the question.
It's kind of like the Talcott legal secret thing, huh? He just doesn't have an answer and doesn't,
And I'll be honest with you, he might not know. He might not know exactly. Maybe he just feels it in his gut.
I know, but that's what women do. They just say shit based on feelings and haven't thought about it.
That's not just what women do. People.
That's what bitch boys do, and women and little girls. So not women.
That's how you want to see it, but I don't know, man. I mean, you ever watch Street Beef?
How about could we
dudes that have whooped the shit out of some young guys? So I mean, you're just generalizing everything, dude.
This is basic. You say a statement and then you have to back it up. Otherwise, don't say it. Why is everybody so comfortable about just saying shit and nobody ever holds them accountable? This is all I'm getting at. I feel like this is extremely basic. Emmanuel, go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna offer the agreement. If we could all maybe agree that what's really being said is what's stolen from us was the understanding that by operating in a certain fictitious world, you have given away all of that. You have empowered all of that system to do what it is that you have a problem with, right? That's what's been stolen from you.
If I fucking get you to sign an agreement and in the small writing that you fucking didn't know because you didn't hire a fucking lawyer, you ain't got fucking 3 days to sit there and read the document. You just want your fucking whatever you're trying to
then why are you? But you signed it, right?
Situation.
Didn't you sign it?
Well, when you get a job, it's been a while since I worked for a company, some other employer, because I'm self-employed. I've been self-employed for 11 years now. But I do believe when you get hired, you have to sign documents for saying like companies have no compete clause. There's tons of stuff that they make you sign.
You don't have to sign that though.
Well, then they probably won't give you the fucking job. I'm just living in reality, bro.
I hear you. This is the point. It's consent. You
didn't sign a non-compete form and try to work for me, I wouldn't hire you.
Great. Then they're gonna have to go and do something else. The world is a fucking giant oyster. We're free to do whatever the fuck we want. That's what I do. I'm just
saying that's what you have to do.
We all have the ability to do that. Dude, the whole concept of everyone works at some slave corporation for their whole fucking life is an insane concept and never existed for most of time. Everybody had their own shit, their own sovereign fucking farmland, or they were a tribe moving around, grazing, trustee on the land. Like, what the fuck? You're not entitled to have a fucking job at a major corporation that's going to suck the dick of the
But
state.
now we're tricked into that mindset. So we're tricked into the same mindset that we have to pay taxes because your employer already.
Okay, well, hold on. The thing is, I don't agree that I'm. Hold on, man. Hold on. We're not tricked. Nobody tricked me. I didn't get tricked. So why did all of you get tricked? I always knew it was wrong. So
you never paid into Social Security?
Do I have a
You
different
never
connection?
received a paycheck
I
from
gotta
your
mute you. Hang on. Like, come on. What? Do I have a different connection to God than you? No. This is my fucking point. What's the matter? You tell me, all of you fucking people, you don't have a different connection to God than I or any other man that decides to fucking live on their own and do trust and fellowship with other men. There's no trickery. You've tricked yourself. Stop blaming other people. You just said that like a bunch of times, you're a fuck up. It's all your fault. It is your fault. I'm sorry to tell you, be the one to tell you. I'm not sorry. It sucks that I got to be the one to tell you that. It is your fault. It sucks. It's painful.
So
now you get to move on.
You don't file taxes?
No, I don't get income. Why would I get income? I don't get income. I'm not a corporate slave. I never filed.
Man.
I just do trust and fellowship with my other fucking man and woman.
How old are you?
I'm in my 30s, sir.
So, like, when you were like 16, 17, you never had a job? You never got a job at
okay. I never voluntarily like filled in the form. So perhaps
Dude, I'll be honest with you. I think you're bullshit.
Okay, so at 16, you knew how to file your taxes.
You're making claims that aren't true.
Well, then you're the motherfucker that needs to prove it. Go ahead and prove it. You just again. I think you're a rapist. I'm not going to prove it. I just think that.
In a reality setting, it doesn't make sense. I think you're full of shit.
I've had a few JOBs in my life. It was always little bullshit, like a waiter, or I worked at. I was a
super guy. I'm proud of you. Awesome.
Again, you're just like all these other fuckers that are just so destitute. Dissolute. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Don't you understand that that's the cadence here? You fucking slave. You're gonna show your physical things when you're just calling me out. Oh, I'm a piece of shit. I'm making false claims. He's gonna show all his physical property when he just said down here, I'm a fucking slave and a loser and a miserable piece of shit. It's fucking amazing. Would you yield? You just admitted you're a miserable loser, failure. It's all your fault, and then you come up here being like, I'm so awesome.
Sarcasm, son. You'll have to learn about it. I know your generation skipped the whole sarcasm thing. Paul understands sarcasm, but a lot of your little minions.
Oh, so that was sarcasm. Sad. Okay. Yeah. I thought you were actually admitting that you were a slave piece of garbage.
Yeah, that was sarcasm. I couldn't tell either.
I thought that was just you admitting, finally having a revelation. I thought you had a revelation.
I thought you just had a revelation.
Hey, Paul.
A lot of sarcasm doesn't translate in text.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I didn't file IRS forms. So if that's some code that I broke, again, I'm admitting this on the public fucking internet, and I'm not afraid.
I think you're lying.
Why would I admit that on a public stream if I was lying, you fucking idiot?
Because you're an idiot looking for clout.
From who? For what reason? Do I have something to sell?
Man. Lonely, bro.
I'm lonely? What makes you think that I'm lonely?
I don't want to make you feel bad. I'm not going to point out.
You can't make me do anything. Go ahead and say whatever you want.
Well,
you suspect that I'm lonely? Okay. There's at times
I'm not here to put you down, man. I'm not here to put you down.
Oh, you fucking fat, disgusting pig. Go ahead and try.
I'm just saying I'm not.
Go ahead. You just said you were going to, you passive aggressive woman. Like, come on. What?
I'm fat, disgusting. I can bench press you straight up, dude.
Okay, you're going to do the I'm skinny trope. And so, again, you think you can bench press me. What does that mean? You're going to get to physicality because you're not a fucking man. You're a fat loser. You're a joke.
I'm fat. I'm just telling you, I'm not fat. I'm fit. So
Yeah, keep deluding yourself. You belong in the
I'm
Jack
not trying to.
Podcast show. This is the derailing. You got anything to add? You fucking miserable
You
garbage.
sound like a Democrat, dude.
You have something to add? What?
You like go to pride parades and shit?
What are you talking about? Why would I go to a pride parade?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Why would you?
Thing they all do. Now you're a Democrat because he's a Republican, and you'd have to be that because that's the opposition of who he is.
You call me?
He just sounds like one. I'm just saying.
I sound like a Democrat. No, it's because those people get loud.
To a Republican.
Paul, your
your audio is horrible.
I'm retarded.
Dude, your mic's way off. It sounds weird.
Again, why do you people come up and then just go, I'm a tard, then smoke
No, my
whatever,
voice is fucking
destroy your
fucked up.
lungs further?
Dude,
what is the point of
StreamYard's
coming up
fucked.
here? Do you have something to add, or what's the point of being here?
Paul invited me up. I don't know. I mean,
Okay, fantastic.
and
Great.
and the initial conversation was about what he felt that they were stealing, and I kind of explained it. I thought. So.
Okay, but see, you want to cope. You and all the people like you want to cope and say that there's a hierarchy. This country's ruined. Oh, and the people are placed in different positions. Right? That's your belief. Right? It's real easy.
I
Just
don't
makes
want to
you like
believe that, but I mean, it's starting to look that way. I mean, shit's starting to look
How-
pretty
you,
grim.
You say
Pretty
you're
grim.
self-employed for the past 11 years. How have they gotten involved with your busyness at all? Have they impeded you at all?
Are you a moron, dude? You don't think my company? I'm one of the few companies-
Another motherfucker presuming these motherfuckers can't just answer
I made
have
it
a
through
fucking
COVID.
back and
My
forth.
company
And just
didn't
answer the
fucking shut
motherfucking question.
Did
How
you?
did what I say? Why was it so crazy? How did they intervene in your fucking busyness? Please answer the question, because I'm insane over here. I'm nuts. I'm asking questions that don't have fucking answers. Please go ahead.
Exactly. You're asking questions that you don't have any.
Just
There's
answer the
no-
motherfucking
There's
question.
no point in trying to even speak to you.
Can you
You're
answer
right.
the
I don't know
question?
why
Let's
I'm
have a
doing
fucking back and forth.
it. I mean, all you do
More.
is go fucking fuck.
Just answer the fucking question. Why is it so hard? You
I don't
ask me a
even know what-
question, I'll
I'm like,
fucking
dude, I don't know what.
If you ask me a question, I will fucking answer it. I know you guys are so like, your whole lives are just like lying and dodging and doing what your fucking woman says. You're probably obese, disgusting woman if you even have one. Just tell you what to do. So you got to smoke to fucking move the stress away. So you got to escape it. Why can't we just have a back and forth? I don't like you because you motherfuckers don't just answer a direct question. Can we have a back and forth? You ask me a question, I'll probably honorably answer it. Anything I ask you, oh my God, you think this, you think that. Can you do it? I'll be honorable and just logical with you. Can we do that, please? How have they gotten in your busyness over the past 11 years, please?
I'm gonna be honest with you. You have not been honorable at all. So I'm not gonna honor you with a fucking answer, you piece of fucking dog shit.
How have I not been honorable? Explain,
Suck a
please.
dick, you fucking fag.
All right, get the fuck out. Bye. See you later.
Your Honor, can we dismiss and move to the relevant subject matter, please?
What's the matter? Come on back up. Again, if anybody, you guys want to have an honorable back and forth, we can do that. Like, let's do that. If you guys just want to do this thing where you come up and then just go, "Ooh," when somebody asks you a question, just fuck off. Like, it's nonsense. I will talk to anybody honorably if we have a back and forth. I ask one question and then the question doesn't get answered, and then I'm the piece of garbage. What is this? This is fucking ridiculous. Are you gonna? You can come back up. What's the matter, you fucking fake ass Italian? Fucking guy. How am I projecting? You wouldn't answer a fucking question. Anyway, this is ridiculous. Paul, you back? Your audio good? You want me to keep going, or what do you want to do?
No, yeah, keep going. My tech equipment's fucked up. I'm on the phone right now. I can't get the laptop.
Yeah.
These are all pretty like offshoot arguments that I don't see why we should really entertain much when it comes to getting right with.
I feel you. It's just like the thing needs to be done though, dude. Like, why can't these guys have they won't be held accountable for what they say? It's bizarre. The guy wants to say they're stealing and just be emotional at the system, and then just like project. I'm mad at the system. They're stealing, and then a motherfucker, one person says, "Hey, how are they stealing?" He can't answer the question. That's insane to me. I live in a world where you do what you say you're going to do, and like when you say something, it has something backed behind it. It's
I agree with
unintelligible.
you. I agree with you 100%. It's it makes one question their own sanity, but you're waging war against cognitive dissidence. It's at that point you're not, and it doesn't really help you in an advancement towards getting
Dude,
the right knowledge.
it's the theme, brother. It's the theme of this
Counterproductive.
it's the theme of this broadcast. This motherfucker is down here for the past 2 hours. What's the matter, you? Just spouting bullshit for hours. And people going, yo, what's the matter, you? Shut the fuck up. Go up. And then he'll finally comes up. And then I ask him one question and he can't answer the question. And then he wants to project and say that and then just what? Like, what is that? So
we did it in live time, so let the record reflect. We could all go back and say, yeah, that the guy came up and did make he did make
fine.
himself look goofy. Okay,
I'm just continuing the broadcast at this point. I'm spouting the Constitution.
I'm not gonna lie, it is entertaining, but we could easily get caught up.
Well, okay. I mean, for the actual value is like this guy again. I'm spouting the Constitution. I'm presuming that you didn't sign the Constitution, sir. So let me do it like your wife probably does to you. You didn't sign the Constitution, so that doesn't mean you're beholden to it. What's the matter, you? I know nobody ever explained that to you, but the Constitution is just a thing. It's a document. It's a paper. It's a codification of law. It's a codification of the ideas of what some men wanted to have the quote-unquote country based on. But it's still a codification. It's supposed to be what governs them, not man. So, I don't quite give a fuck what the Constitution says. I didn't sign it or swear an oath to it. Did you? Are you a cop? Were you a cop? Did you swear an oath or something? Because I don't know. When did you sign the Constitution? These are basic facts of law that everyone just completely doesn't understand. So
that's a good point, Jimmy. Yeah,
I look at it like
this: the Constitution. There was no contract involved there. It's just a document that.
Right.
Some guys
who was
with
involved
wigs.
in constructing if you have a fence that was built around this imaginary plot of land and you weren't involved in constructing that fence, do you need to know what that fence was constructed of? If it used nails, if it used screws, if they used PVC, or if they used wood? You don't have to know none of that. You just need to know there's this imaginary fence on this imaginary plot of land that is supposed to contain whatever their behavior is within that plot of land. Everything outside of that does not apply to me. That's what that fence is there for. That's what I see the Constitution as. I'm not really too wrapped up.
Yeah,
if I need to, it's all on the record anyway. If I need to refer to where the information for where it says on the 6th Amendment or the 7th, it's all there. I can just read it. I just need to understand the principle of the Constitution, that it doesn't secure my rights, that what it does is it puts that federal territorial jurisdiction in a fenced area and they cannot operate outside of that bounds. That's what the Constitution tells me. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. But like in my opinion, or like in my position, like it isn't my job to like know their paper and their code and all the things that stem off of that. And then I've got to like weave my way through their thing. I know we go back and forth on this about knowing their system and whatnot. However, like ultimately, like I know what's right, and I'm a sovereign man. I'm a man that is sovereign. And so I set the law for I and the property that extends off of I. And it's that simple. So the Constitution never comes into play with that, because it's just like, yes, it may also, if you're going to talk about the Constitution, the 9th Amendment, in my opinion, is the most important one. So you guys even, I'm talking about the people in the chat. I hope you guys know what the 9th Amendment is, right? Do you guys know what it is? Want me to read it out for you? I don't need to read it out for you because I know what it is. It says, this isn't a limitation. There are other rights that the fucking people maintain. Okay? So there's hundreds, if not thousands of rights that man has that I don't need to quote that, they said it about this one. And also they're amending the original document of Bill of Rights. The Declaration of Independence is just like a proclamation. I have the ability to just live and say what my law is. So to me, it's very simple. So I'm not down on the Constitution. It's just that everybody wants to point at that as their, like, it's the thing that's keeping the country together. No, it's not. It's a man like you four that are actually going, hey, I know what my rights are, and this line no further. That's to me a constitution of your own, in my opinion.
I agree with that. You know, I can't disagree with what you said. It's based on a principle that, you know, if you stand as a man on this land, then you have to behave and act a certain way, because if you act and behave outside of that, then you're not a man. You're a human, you're a beast, you're a mankind, you're something else that is in the operating in an imaginary world, like I said again, that you take too serious. Not you, but the
Yeah.
individual or the entity or whatever.
Because
It's all an
also,
illusion, man. It's all an
yeah,
illusion.
it's like one of the last illusions. Like if these magatards and if these like wizard people would finally understand that the natural law, like the code, is within. It's written on our hearts. The law, it's already there. So it doesn't need to be codified. What's evident doesn't need to be said. We didn't need to have a constitution here or a set of fucking, here's the 10 rules that we're going to follow at this fucking broadcast. Like we didn't need that, because it's self-evident about how everything works.
I've come to realize that the real constitutional position of the individual soul, you know, aside from the body, whatever that body might identify itself as, because all those material designations are temporary. You could be a king one day and then you could be a street sweeper the next and back to being a king. It's all temporary. But the eternal position of the soul is to understand that I'm actually the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of the Most High. And if everybody kind of got on page with that understanding, with that divine, eternal, constitutional understanding, which has always been documented in the ancient scriptures as the way, then this world would become like a heaven on earth. But until then, until people start, like, people are going to continue to identify with these bodily conceptions that are illusory, they're temporary, they're corporate constructs, they only exist in the mind, they don't exist in a natural world of law. When you step outside of that, then you understand, oh, okay, there is a way where I can operate in the natural world of law. And that's where freedom therein lies. But not everyone is willing to give up that illusion. That's the challenge that we face in this age.
That's true, because then it requires faith, right? It requires to actually prove, for you to prove that you actually do believe in the natural code, right? Like if you relinquish, once folks relinquish like their addiction to this idea of the Constitution, if they would relinquish that and simply with the same fervor become addicted to the natural code, then it would be a lot better, because then you don't have to cite anything outside of yourself. Like him right here. Oh, you looked something up. I don't have to look anything up. If anything, I'm looking down and into some book or some bullshit. I'm looking in, not up or down. I'm looking in, not out. You want to constantly look out and look for some kind of, does somebody else agree? Does somebody else believe this? I don't need to do that. That's why I say to Tribe, fuck your jurisprudence bullshit. Fuck all those old books. Fuck Black's Laws Dictionary. Fuck the Constitution. Fuck all of it. If you don't know the natural law and abide by it and act in honor and don't make false claims and don't do loss or harm to another man or his property, and you guys forget the law is very simple. It's do no loss or harm to another and don't break a contract. It's also don't break your word. Oops. You guys make false claims fucking constantly. What's up, Lou? That's part of the
Timmy,
law.
why are you so mean, Timmy?
It's stay in
Stop
fucking
being
honor.
so
It's to do
mean.
what you say and say what you do. Maron. Fucking A. Yeah, it's the contract the government has to follow. Look, Katie doesn't know the Ninth Amendment. Look it up, Katie. What's up, Lou? How can we help you here?
Why you hurt you Tommy's feelings, Timmy? Why?
You know, it's fucking people that are just not saying nonsense, and then they want to continue to say nonsense. And some motherfucker calls them out. I'm the one that's being a dishonorable piece of shit, even though they're making false claims. Oh yeah, whatever. Just make false claims. Back in the day, they chop your tongue off or worse. So I'm told.
Hey Lou, how many slaughter trophies of different species do you have hanging back there? I'm curious.
Oh fuck, I don't know. A whole bunch. There's moose, there's deer, there's a stuffed owl that I picked up off the road and stuffed it. There's baby deer that I picked up off the road and saved their skins and ate their flesh. There's lambs. What else? A wolf. I was killing my chicken, so I killed him.
God help them all.
Fucking grease pig.
Why? Why? Death is life is beautiful because there is death.
Oh, here we go on to the
Life
meat.
comes from life, Lou. Life doesn't
No,
come from
life
death.
life would not be beautiful if there was no death.
All right,
It
I'm
would
running
be-
this fucking
it would
ship.
be endless
All right,
and boring.
Hang on there. Let's see. Let's continue through the fucking comments. You guys got me on one today.
What's the docket, Timmy?
I don't know. I'm just gonna fucking continue the comments. This is fun. Well aware of the ninth. We agree on something. What's the matter, you?
Where's
I
the
think
honorable Unslaved? Did he go back into his chamber?
Hold on, Emmanuel. Look, man. I believe that we agree on most things. It's just that I would. It's my wish that the men that I deal with don't say false claims, and we just we stay honorable. This is how I operate. So I'm very precise with words. I think we shouldn't have a victim consciousness and say that they stole this or that. I get it. They're doing immoral and unethical shit all over the world and here and everywhere else. And I just don't think that they steal it. I think men willingly give it up. And like You Tell Me was saying, oh, how am I supposed to live if I'm not a self-employed LLC slave or if I have a job? Motherfuckers need to find what they're good at and deal with men in trust and honor and faith. That's my position. I know you've never heard me say that, but that's ultimately what I'm getting at. All right. Kennedy, you signed the Constitution when you're another claim. What are you talking about? When did that? Nobody told me that. And I disagree. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
That's not in the Constitution.
It doesn't say, even if it was, again, even if it was, it's just like, okay, so if they say you're a slave, which they did, right, then you're a slave. So again, even if it does say it in the code that you're a slave, you're going to follow it. This is funny. It doesn't say that you're a slave in the code. And even if it did, why would you follow it? It's bizarre.
As far as the stealing our stuff goes, in some ways, yes, I agree. You have to consent to everything that you do and you allow them to do. You have to consent to it. That's the dual jurisdiction. But at the same time, when the money was changed from a system of value to a system of debt, is when the future of all peoples was stolen. Right?
Who owns the system?
Well, there is come on, Timmy. I mean, there is a certain group of people that claim to be something that they're actually not.
Okay.
They're just using a playbook.
Right? Whatever. You and I don't own the system of fiat currency, right?
Right.
When
it's
I
hard to live without
when I mow your lawn, do we have to exchange fiat currency?
No.
Or a drone shoots us in the head? Not yet, right?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Maybe
so
soon.
now you're gonna say, oh well, but it's kind of hard. Yeah, well, everybody's got to man the fuck up and not accept slavery. I mean, I get it. This isn't easy.
I would say it's impossible in today's world not to function with some fiat.
Okay, with
it's
the
almost impossible, right?
Of supply chains because of how useless most people have become. You would probably say I'm one of them. Completely.
No,
I mean,
I'm not saying that.
I've got some rosemary here. It's going well. Smells delicious. Tastes good. I mean,
I think there's been like a big brainwashing in the masses into believing that we got to go to some privately centralized run banking system to operate. Like, what if Timmy decided to say, hey, we're going to start circulating trillions of these notes, and I got the government in my pocket now, so this is what it is. These are what are going to be accepted at every corner store, every place you present them. This is how we're going to discharge debt now through these. So that's what's nonsensical about that whole system. If people could just understand that, each and every individual has the right to privately bank. Yeah, you might not have built with a bank constructed and under some kind of a trust like they do, like the ones that the famous mysterious they. But if each individual family went back and kind of said, no, we need to start working. Okay, we're doing the slave thing. We're exchanging for fiat, but we're transmuting that fiat back into freedom. How? We're going to learn some skills and trades that we can then make our own value off of, right? And whether it's we trade in that system or without that system, we could still build a privately owned bank. And I see this. I see people that are operating this way, and it's doable. Like what I don't understand is why Americans can't put in the austerity and say, well, instead of being the simple, cared taken slave, where you could get your quick little mortgage and be the debtor for 30 years and all of that. Like, why doesn't the family pool together their assets, bank against that, and then don't give it away to the government? Privately do what they're doing. Understand what they're doing.
Right.
It's
I had this discussion with my brother the other day, and I was like, don't you think it's insane? Like, I'm talking to my brother, right? I'm like, you deposit means to depose. You depose your strength and position. It's a sovereign word. Like when the king gets deposed, right? He takes a knee. Why is it that all your life and all of my life and everyone's lives, we're deposing our fiat into banks, which is a loan to them? They go and make money off of that.
It's a foreign estate.
Dude, we lend our money or I guess not money, right? We lend our fiat to banks. And then we ask them for credit. We do trust with them. And my brother hasn't lent me a fucking dollar. I've never asked. He didn't lend me a fucking dollar. He didn't come to me and say, hey, your business is going good. Here's $25K, 3% interest. Or it doesn't even have to be interest, right? If it's in the family, right? Well, what the fuck? We don't even lend each other money or fiat to help each other out. We go to the banks first. And this is the goal.
There's no more family business in America. They've quashed all the competition. There's no more competition in America where people are family business oriented. They know how to lock their own thing into a private family trust, and they do private family banking. And if the family business made X
but what Timmy's talking about, in my opinion, is the fundamental thing. I mean, there's a lot of fundamental things. Obviously, traveling is a fundamental right. Speaking is a fundamental right. But this idea that we put our money into these banks that are not real, first of all, not real money. So we're lending them, like he's saying, we're lending them our money for them to make money. But not only are we lending them, each time we put $1 into these banks, they automatically in thin air create 9 more. So now that dollar is no longer worth $1. Right? It's fractional reserve banking, right? So if we could eliminate that one thing, just keeping our value out of the banks,
you don't need to eliminate anything, Lou. I say there's no elimination needs to happen. You don't need to eliminate or kill anything. Simply
I'm not saying kill them. I'm saying just withdraw.
Yes, withdraw is a better word. Let's go with that word, please. Please. Let's say withdraw.
Yeah,
I'm going to as much as possible.
I'm a dumb walk. I don't know words. I'm talking about not giving our value to these banks, right? For me, I've known this since I was a little tiny child. I don't know where I knew it from, where I learned it. I think it might have been my grandfather because he stuffed everything under the pillow. So maybe I learned it from him and it stuck. I never kept money in these banks. I put them always into hard assets.
Yes.
What I've come to learn is the way you really bank money, whatever money is you got to bank it in a real asset. And when I mean by asset, it's something that produces you money. This exists around you in the natural world. You just, and the human being is capitalistic by nature. If you understand these principles, then you should not have a problem. The people who are oriented in this mind, which the slave system does not educate you this way. First of all, they're not going to teach you. You have to endeavor on your own to understand this. And once you do understand it, you're like, oh, okay, it's not really so bad once you understand the system, the so-called system.
Right.
But there's 2 sides of that. There's 3 sides of a coin always, right? And the biggest sides are one or the other. And one side of that coin is you're either a debtor or you're a creditor in some way, shape, or form. This is what that system acknowledges. And that's
look at this comment. I asked a dentist if he trade eggs for his service. He laughed at me when he need the food all left. This is happening because you guys are living in an area where you don't know your neighbors. You've got no trust. Again, I'm saying you guys. Most of my life, I've lived the same way. we didn't know our fucking neighbors on the same street. Like it's fucking insane. So like, whose fault is that? Is that your neighbor's fault? Is that your fault? I want to take full self accountability. If I don't know my neighbors, that's my fault. If you have no trust with your dentist and you have nothing of value to give to him, again, it doesn't have to be a one-to-one transaction. If you're in a group of folks where it's a tribe and you have trust, some level, then you don't directly need to trade your direct, like there doesn't need to be a direct one-to-one transaction between you and the dentist and then the dentist is somebody else. Like it doesn't need to be like that. It's only like that because there isn't trust, because you don't think that he's going to do something for you in the future that's going to compensate for like, or the other way around. If he does, it helps you with your teeth, then if without you giving him fiat, he's presuming that you're not going to give him anything that's a valuable exchange in the future. Now, one big problem with that is that most people aren't valuable like at all. Okay, you go to 12 to 16 years of a concentration. I'm saying in the material world, Mr. Lanto, I believe each being is a spiritual being. We're all the children of God on the same level. All right, I gotcha. But you folks are not valuable. I'm sorry. You don't have any skills that anybody wants, and then you want to complain and say the system's fucked up, and you're going to be the ones on presented with universal basic income. So
well, you know, that offered kind of, it depends. You know, if I was a dentist, are you going to is it a lifetime supply of trades, and is this under contract? Could we sign up some paperwork? Maybe I might be inclined to give you dental services for a lifetime supply of organically sourced eggs.
Again, right. If your dentist is a worldly slave and only wants fiat and doesn't care about your fresh eggs, he's the issue. But then also, you got to take it back on you. Why do you need a dentist? What the fuck what are you doing? Well, how are you eating so horribly that you need a dentist? What is that? Brush your fucking teeth and don't eat don't eat candy all day, right? So I like to say, like they used to say in society, the most prestigious people were lawyers, engineers, and doctors. I said, no, fuck. I knew when I was 17, I said, that's bullshit. Lawyers and doctors are fucking nonsense. So I went to become an engineer. Okay. I think I made the right choice. Lawyers and doctors, what the fuck? Like, what do we need these folks for? What do we need them for? All the quote unquote founding fathers that all the people down in the chat like to suck the dicks of were all farmers and then lawyers, because they were just like, hey, I know what the law is. They didn't study at some bullshit school in England, in the state of England, to go what the law is. Get the fuck out of here. It's nonsense.
You know, I think that it's like, I mean, in the end, all the presidents of the United States, because in the end, the United States is the central point of the country, of the world right now. But every president that tried to create a dollar with backed by actual value was either assassinated, attempted. You know, I mean, Andrew Jackson said he was going to, you know, there were a den of vipers. There was, you know, all these, you know, Kennedy, Lincoln, they all created real money, and we're all put to
fucking know about the same truther shit, the first grade truther shit. We fucking get it. We know.
So the question is, how do we get to a system of value where currency has value and is backed by value and not debt? Is there a way to get back to that?
You inculcate that within you and your community and start small. You've already been doing that. All right, well, you got to not be you got to not be like these motherfuckers down in the chat that can't have a fucking conversation and where people want to be around you and with you and do shit with you and build shit with you. I'm seeing you're doing that on some level. I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying these other folks.
See, the people seem to have a problem with the system, and I don't think the problem is in the system. The problem is in the people. Because if people were honorable, it doesn't matter what the credit system was, right? If you have a line of 30, 40, 100K, you're gonna honor that line and make sure that it stays at 100K available every month. Because
hang on, you tell me if you're. I didn't see you. I see you saying Timmy won't let me up. I didn't see you. I put the link again. Come on up if you want. Please, let's have an honorable back and forth, please. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Oh, my mic went away. You can't deplete you can't pull out of a vacuum is what I'm saying. And a lot of people in this world seem to want to get something for doing nothing. And that's not how it works. You know, you got to create, if the system is credit based, right? And they create money out of debt, right? Because you decided to buy that TV that you so needed, or that Xbox that you so wanted, because the system made you believe in well, now you have to honor that, right? You made a choice to endeavor and go swipe that card. Now you got to pay the charge. So you can't be mad at a system if you don't know how the system works, right? Because if you understand how it works, then you manage your.
Hold on, Lou.
Or
Hold on.
just go to the woods and get your wood pile together, build your shit, and stay out of it. You know.
Right, I agree. Katie, I see you spinning in the chat. You're asking me if I have a passport. You're asking me how do I earn? I don't earn. The word URN is the dead ashes in a fucking little like container. I don't earn. I don't do earning. Okay. So Katie says whatever. If he owns a passport, he's a slave of the corporate world. Again, you fucking people just say shit and you never even think. Do you have a passport? Open the first page and read what it says. It's one sentence long. There's either citizens or nationals. There's a slash there. Go ahead. Take a minute or two. Go and check your own passport. See what it says. It says citizen/national. Okay, so you tell me what that means, okay? You tell me. Come on up. Come on back up. Fucking amazing. Oh, and she asked me, how do I earn? I simply do fellowship with other man and woman and do agreements that way with my businesses. All of the agreements are just between men. Never had a problem. I constantly admit that in the public world. Fucking crazy. Amazing. Yeah, where did Paul go? I don't know. All right, Katie, check it out. See what it says. Let me check my phone real quick. Go ahead, take over.
Yeah, I just think that, like standing on our rights is extremely important, and being willing to go to a box is extremely important. But I think just as important as all of those things, I think that keeping as little fiat in actual, like in your hands as possible is a great resource towards capturing your own freedom back. Forget about everybody else's, right? Because I know for myself, I could have kept a lot of money in the bank, right? And today it would be.
What do you mean, Lou? Like you're talking about like holding fiat, like just like sitting.
Fiat. A lot of people hold fiat. So, like, say you tell me I don't know how much money he makes, but any extra money he's going to take it and he's going to put it in the bank, right? So when you do that, automatically you're strengthening your own, the people that are enslaving you. You're strengthening that slavery. You're not weakening it in any way. I get that you have to stand for yourself and be an honorable person and do what's good for you, but I think you could do both.
But if you're gonna hold fiat, right, you might as well transmute it into like a real asset like gold or silver. If you want to hold and sit on, if you want to lock your 100K in at 100K when you had 100K, don't hold 100K in fiat. Hold 100K in gold or silver. That's what when we talk about cash. But
that's what I'm talking about.
If you have cash, what you want to do with cash what I've come to understand is you want to keep that shit moving because it's flowing. When shit is sitting in one place, it either evaporates or it stagnates. You need to keep shit moving, bro. You
money.
Yeah,
fiat is like manure. Actually, money is too. Money is like manure. If you spread it around, it's great. But if you keep it in the same spot, it starts to stink. Again, try with more speculations that are untrue. I've never had to struggle for money. Absolutely not, sir. Actually, my family's from Westchester, New York. Pretty good county, right? Yeah, but we were never rich. Never rich. Father worked like a slave his whole fucking life. Okay.
I came from that background too.
Yes. What, you're from Westchester? Oh,
what
just a similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems you never had a struggle for money. Like, okay, try. I'm saying that I've pulled my bootstraps up by myself and decided that I'm not going to be a corporate slave a long time ago. So I decided how to make value myself. Yeah, insane concept, right? Jesus Christ, you guys are on fire. Paul said, he texted me, he said, I can't connect to any device. There's some flood down the street. He's trying to get back on. None of his device will connect. So he's trying to get back on. He said, just keep it rolling.
What the?
Katie, you guys want to talk, come up and talk. Like, again, if you just have an honorable back and forth, I'm not going to mute or throw anybody out. Iron Katie says citizen/national. Okay, if you follow rule of nature and God, then borders are made of nation is a term. Okay, on some level, I agree that like their definition of nation or national is about like these borderlines. The way I see this passport is simply it's a representation of what I believe to be true. If they want to call me a non-citizen national and then they just let me go about my way, okay, I don't care what they call me. If they want to do that, that's fine. Just don't call me a national. Because in their code they do say that like none of this shit applies to like all the shit that they say applies to the code and all that shit is to citizens. But then they also acknowledge that there are things called non-citizen nationals. So
originally the center of every nation was some kind of religious thing, right? But nowadays, you know, there is none of that. So who's going to really identify with a true nation? There is no nation. You have the right to believe what you want to believe. So you could identify with any tribe, group, understanding, mindset. So it's, you know, it's like what Timmy says, the term nation is somewhat ambiguous. You know, it is in the fictitious world, but you still have the right to believe what you want to believe.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so I couldn't get in on my phone or on the computer. The weirdest shit's happening. Then I got a cop knocking on my door for a flood down the street.
Whoa.
Just bizarre, man. Weird shit. Yeah, I got to get the fuck out of here. This whole place is like crawling with these motherfuckers, and like it's just constant. You know, they send a fucking notice out on the phone alerting everyone. Oh, there's a potential flood. It rained for 10 fucking minutes. You can hear the water rushing down there, but there's a canal. And they're right away knocking on the fucking door. I'm like, here we go. What the fuck is this now? I can't sign in anything, can't get back on anything. Oh, there's a flood down the street. You okay? I'm like, yeah, bro. You know, why wouldn't I be okay? Like I'm not like these guys continue to act like we all feel safer when they show up. We don't. You just took my peace and my safety. Thank you for your service. Why is it like, and why do I have all these network issues? Why is there such weird synchronicities in my world? Just coincidence, I guess, huh, Lewis? Is that what it is?
No, I don't know. I mean, there could be some bad weather going on. I know there's a lot of flash floods in
yeah, there's flash flooding while at the same time they're doing wildfires 5 different places. This has been the least hottest fucking summer I can remember in a while. Yet they're saying it's hotter than ever. It's global warming through the roof. We got wildfires from New Mexico all the way down to California, all through Arizona.
And it's happening all in like the remote, like the places where people want to get away from the cities. No, they're burning all of those places down, right?
There's more cops and fire and fucking spooks than ever in all the places everyone's going to get away from the slavery and the genocide. How weird, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Or key pieces of land that they want to take over, so they burn everybody out.
You're gonna bring back Tell Me up here and give him another whipping in my presence, because he is beyond fucking pathetic. Like at some point he's gonna fucking get it and become a better man for himself and his family. We're hoping here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to come back up.
Oh, easy on Tell Me.
Did he really have the nerve? Did I hear that right? I was having issues and then we just cut out completely for a good 20 minutes. I couldn't even get on anything. But did I hear that right? That he said that he's fit and in good shape? He didn't actually say that, did he? Did he call you a skinny prick and then say he was fit and in good health?
He said he doesn't fit through the door.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. He looks like he's ready to die. Why the fuck is he making comments about other people's physicality and health? It's beyond bizarre. Remember when that woman who was 400 pounds stood up and was the chairman of health during the last 4 years? It was one next to her. Her face was melting off. It was the woman who was skin and bones with the face melting off. And then there was the 400-pound ogre woman. And they were going to give us lessons on health. Is like, this is the world we're in now, right? Like they show up to keep you safe. They take your safety. They show up to tell you about health. They look like they're ready to die. What world are we in?
Wasn't there a tranny in charge of the military or something?
Lewis, please. Easy, okay? This is why they're knocking on my door asking me if I'm okay. Hey, you okay? There's some water down there. You sure? You need any help in there? It was like when they put a stack of cops around Atlanta to keep them safe. It's not what he had in mind.
Yeah, well, did you guys see this one? I mean, this just happened. This is the Alabama Miss Beauty winner right here.
Whoa. A whole lot of beauty there.
In a big way, she's beautiful.
This is real. Like, this isn't like The Onion or something.
Representing all of Alabama.
I mean, look at the other broad. She's clearly she has the most beauty there.
The one in the middle is as beautiful as 3 women.
I think that their standard for beauty is like how much you can actually see, you know? That's why
I say we lay her down horizontally and we occupy her and secede from the U.S. She's going to become our first completely Republican red state, right? We're going to make her our first complete red state. And we're gonna make her an island off of Florida, like Key West, and secede. We got to go over that tomorrow. I never got to it. That Key West apparently seceded at some point, called themselves the Country Republic, and then they're saying it's a big joke, but it's not. Go ahead, Lewis. I know you're excited about getting on top of this woman.
I want to live in the bush. I want to live in
zip codes there.
I've always been a forest.
Come on back up. You've been summoned by the Honorable Judge Unslavius.
They're cutting me in and out again. I'm getting hit.
Oh man!
I don't know if you can hear me.
We got you. They didn't like the Miss Alabama.
That's the thing. I'm constantly offending so many people here that it's only a matter of time before they chase Alan me. Let's be real about it. I'm hated by many.
Low lives. Yay! Low life. Right? Dumb, retarded low life.
There's plenty of those and they all hate me.
Right?
Right?
Oh, that's right.
That's how you got to say it. Yeah, that's why they liked early Pauly Boy and early Passio, because we were real nice and loving and patient and caring till we decided to tell everyone you got to do the work and actually be something and create something. It's not all about us. We're not the idols and the daddies and gurus here, right?
I like this one. This being claims to be only 14 years old, and he is just like wrecking everybody on all the slaves in the chat. It's hilarious. If you're
There's
actually
nowhere that guy. Well, then again, you never know. At 14, I was sharper than the majority of adults around me, so you can never really call it. You know.
Okay, you tell me is gonna waddle his way back up here. Take your time.
He's gonna chain smoke another 3 cigarettes. He'll be back in 5.
Are you going to fit through the door? You tell me.
Hey, did anybody hear about Judge Simpson? How he got caught up in some scandal defending some young student in a DUI thing?
That dude is always real authoritative, and he loves to put everybody in their place. What did he do?
I don't know. He was supposedly he got caught conversating with a girl about, because she got caught in a DUI, and the first person she called was Judge Simpson. Why is that?
Simpson. So wait, what did he allegedly say?
Simpson, exactly. Simping. He got caught simping. I don't know.
Now, I've heard all the allegations from Snafu Snaps about the pedo pogo behavior, and I don't accept it. Not in my court here.
That's how that motherfucker sounds. Yeah. That's a South State argument. I'm gonna have to hold you in contempt, bailiff. Please come over here immediately. This motherfucker. Oh man,
he has to become a judge to get pussy. As ugly and grotesque as he is, physically and personally, as a beingness, like no one's gonna fuck him unless he has extreme worldly power. I almost feel bad for him. I'm like, I see why you did what you did.
Oh man.
I feel like the house,
and that's why the cops are knocking on my door, because I've insulted at least a half a dozen administrator non-judges this week, and they don't like that. I don't think. I mean, come on, look at that fucking guy, and then look at the one from Kansas. See, I'm doing this planning that I'm doing this on the strength that I'll never wind up on Kansas. I'm not going to go beat up Slow State, right? That's the only reason I have to go there, and of course I love him and I've reconciled, so I'm not going there. Right, so I have no problem saying that the administrator from Kansas looks like one of the 2 fat ladies, and then pulling up the picture from the cooking show 2 Fat Ladies. Do you remember that, Timmy? No one ever knew about that show. When you mentioned an underground show, right? It was for a limited time. 2 Fat Ladies. She's a dead ringer. Well, I'm bad and wrong for that because that's true. Now, Miss Zimmerman, I mean, she's quite attractive. I might go back to Nevada. Miss Zimmerman up there, the one who dealt with Mr. Decastrated, she's quite the looker. And very powerful woman as well. Very inspiring. Well, I like Miss Shackelford there. Where are you from again? I may have to go down there at some point. I love Slavin. He's great. He's an amazing man. Slavin, amazing. I love Shackelford, amazing.
Shackelford's great. I can attest to Shackelford's.
Yeah, I mean, she's got that lupus speech impediment, like that numbed out lip, like the side of her face and lip is numbed out, so she kind of talks out the side of her mouth. But she reminds me of my mother, who had a stroke when I was born. So it's kind of like we're bonding in a way, right? I'm not really insulting her for that. She feels almost like my mama. She's like one of my mamas in life, cosmic mama.
She might get stern with you. You know what I mean? She might try to get stern with you.
Well, I need that. I need some structure and discipline in my life, right? I know myself enough to know that. I appreciate that. Mr. Lanto, with the side of the mouth. Mr. Lanto.
I was just saying I'm gonna dip out of here real quick, but thanks for hosting this, having me up. I was restreaming.
No, you're not leaving. I'm throwing you out. Get the fuck out. You see, Timmy, how you got to do it? That's how you be an honorable administrator. He thinks he's got control and power here. He doesn't. I'm in charge. You can't quit. I'm firing you.
Everybody was real pissed off at me. Yeah, this guy is such an asshole. Oh my goodness.
So yeah, my final words, Timmy. It's weird that some folks would want to come up and have a back and forth and then not even engage in the back and forth, and then somebody else, when they're trying to qualify themselves or offer their value, they start showing cars and houses and none of the shit that they can take with them when they die, like character or integrity or morals.
Give me a break.
Or ethics.
That guy can't put together $10,000 to do anything right now if he had to. The majority of that shit he has, he's in hock for. He's in debt for the rest of his life. Anybody can go get that and show that, right? You're not impressing anyone anymore.
Yeah. Just like me, he should probably invest in some razors and maybe cut back on the cigarettes. But I'm gonna bounce. But that was great, Timmy. That you had that back and forth. That wasn't really a back and forth, but it's all about for me putting truth on the table, speaking truth to power. Hopefully, we can continue to do that together. And thanks for having me up here so we can share. Oh, there he is. Okay, I'm out of here. Just put those two. Just put Timmy and you tell me. Just put everybody else backstage.
Yeah, you look at him. He's the pinnacle of health with that thinned out Crypt Keeper hair. He's got 4 strands of hair coming off his head. He's going to tell us he's in top peak physical condition. Look, even he's laughing at it. He can't even keep a straight face up here with the fucking nonsense between you all. Can we get it together, please? How much are you in hock for that house? What are you in for, like another $300,000 over the next 15 years?
No, I'm not bragging, but I'm just fortunate enough that I landed in a decent situation. But I did acquire everything I had through hard work. Nothing was handed to me, bro.
So I'm confused then. If you work hard and you've been relatively monetarily, physically successful, why are you saying that the whole game is rigged and that we don't have any power or like influence or ability? What's with the discrepancy there?
Do you really want to hear it?
Of course I do. I'm not asking questions to fucking jerk off here.
So, like I said, I've been in business for like 12 years now, like whatever. But at one point, my business grew, and I was dealing with some bigger corporations. Like, I don't want to name drop, but bigger corporations, and I was making bigger money than I'd ever thought I'd ever make in my whole entire life. And I'll tell you what, like the way the system's set up, like if you're not a part of the clique or you don't have the certain knowledge, or there's so many ways that it's set up, like the average Joe just isn't going to get there. And I'm not saying that it's because of lack of effort, or I mean, just the venue to the knowledge isn't being presented, I guess is what I'm saying. So,
right, but you've already attested to the main idea that all of us kind of need to learn and realize is if we do what we believe is true and right and dedicate ourselves and work hard, that at some point we get to be accomplished. We get achievements. We get success. So I get what you're saying, that there's probably nepotism on certain levels and folks who want certain types of people in and other types of people out. That's kind of life in general, no? You know?
I've encountered that in many fields of my life. You know, recently, like
Right.
I tried to explore the aviation field and I realized that right away. They got who they want, not who they need. It's not about skill everywhere you go. There's games, and are you willing to play those games and kneel down and bow down to the superior person above you? I wasn't one of those, so I stepped away from the trade altogether, and I took my skills elsewhere where they were valued in a way that I felt appreciated. But it's
Yeah, well, you know what the other side of that is you got a bunch of people who want to act like they're the shit and they're going to work for themselves on a team and not be able to take direction. And there's nobody who has all the money and the shit and is going to bring you into the fold and let you be there and fuck around and not take direction. Right? So I get what you're saying. You know, there's kind of a middle ground. You gotta see it as you come across it, right? And have the discernment to know. But I know I've been somebody at times where I have a lot to offer, but also I get in my own way at times. So I'm sure that that's the case for a lot of other folks. You know, you're not going to be able to work with a team or rise and get somewhere in a corporation or an endeavor if you can't lead or follow at times and allow others to take the lead, especially if they're more accomplished and have more than you and have been leading in more ways and in different ways than you have, right? That's where the humbleness and humility has to come in. You know, that maybe all the time we don't have all the answers, someone else may, and then we got to kind of submit or fall in line.
Yeah, that's you tell me. That's the only thing that where I get uppity is like when you said the average. You don't believe that the average man can do it. I just think that's damaging. I think that's presuming that they're weak and that they can't do it. Like I believe that they can.
No, I didn't say that at all. You twisted my words. I said because of a lack of being presented with the information.
So
you didn't hear me out, evidently.
I did hear what you said, but you're still presuming that the only way for anybody to get ahead in life is if they're presented with information externally. So you're denying the fact that
it's very valuable. It's very valuable. You're
it
trying
is,
to
but
project me in a negative light, and I don't.
I'm not. I'm just talking to you. I'm just telling you I disagree with what you said. I don't believe we need to have some external school teach us how to be men and be honorable and know what the truth is and live in
I never
faith.
said that. What the fuck are you putting words in my mouth for?
You're saying it's hard. You're victimizing all the individual people by saying that it's hard for them to be a man, and you're giving them a pass out. Aren't you?
No. No,
that's your whole argument, though, that the system is designed to enslave everybody, and that folks, you said it. The average man can't get ahead because there's no school to teach him how to be a man. Right?
If a parent doesn't know, how are they going to teach the child?
Dude, my dad didn't teach me a fucking thing. It's called being connected to God. We each have a direct connection to God, brother. We don't need other men to tell us what to do. That's my whole position. We don't need these systems. You know what's right or wrong from your heart. It's called conscience. The law is very simple.
Your special connection to God is what I'm missing in my life.
I don't think you're missing it. It's like I don't even think you're missing it. Like your example was, you said you were working with big corporations and then they fucked you. Like, who cares? What does that have to do with anything? I deal with individual beings that have businesses. I don't deal with big corporations because I know what they're about. Again, and I believe that each being has the direct connection to God. So I'm not going to victimize for them. I'm not going to feel bad for them. They have the ability to make all the choices that I and you do. So it's not serving to anybody, them or you, to victimize them and say that the system is broken and that everybody's so weak and they can't make it out because their dad was a loser slave, so they're going to be a loser slave. Like that's crazy, because you're presuming that they don't have the ability to have the resourcefulness to go within and to say, I can still make it. Like, I can still do this, because you don't need this to be based on anything externally, in my opinion.
You made me a nice little salad there.
I'm saying that I don't believe that I need or you need anything externally to tell you how to be and live, to live lawfully and rightfully and happily. Do you disagree? You can say it's hard, but it's possible for
Are we
everyone.
hold on. Are we talking about financially being responsible for yourself and maybe your offspring? Or, I don't understand your questions are very vague. They're very objective. I
What do
don't know
you
where you're
think he
going,
means?
Timmy. I don't know where
What do
you're
you think?
going, Timmy. I don't know where you're
I
going.
mean that with everything. I mean, it's the ability for me to choose. Look, I'll give you an example. I never saw my parents kiss, but like I didn't go, oh, this is like the way that relationships are. All of my friends' parents had horrible relationships. Everybody I saw was always fighting, but I didn't go, okay, this is how reality is. I just said, you know, this doesn't feel right. This is weird. I don't think this is how it should be. Like men and women should have a good relationship together. I'm going to try and figure it out. And I failed and had fucked up relationships until I finally like fixed it on my own, because it's just the life is a man like figuring out what he wants and then becoming aligned to it and then going out and getting it and then doing it and succeeding. So it's just like, so that's an example in a relationship world. In a finance world, it's the same thing. In law world, it's the same thing. In the health world, it's the same thing. This is my opinion.
You know these reality shows where imagine they had a reality show where they threw people like into the world, no money, only their knowledge that they're given from their memory is erased and they're thrown in this world and they only see what's before them. What's going to determine who's more successful than the other person?
Faith.
Is that you? You talking about you? Who are you talking about?
It was hypothetical, Lou.
The answer is faith, because that's the only thing I can control. The only thing I can control is I have to believe that I can do X, Y, Z.
That's not an answer to my question. I said, what determines who's going to be more successful in a financial situation thrown into the current society with no knowledge of how to function in a monetary way?
Faith. The ability to believe that you can go and bring value to someone else because you are the value. You're inherently infinitely valuable when you're born. So
but if I get you there and you can't hang the sheetrock and it falls out and hits me in the head, where's your value, dude?
Say again, a sheetrock hit your head? Say again.
Oh my God, dude. I'm dealing with
Now we know what he's talking about. Slow state. That answers your question, Lou.
You're asking me to like you're completely rejecting that there is an internal world that God gives you at birth or at all times.
What I'm telling you is your faith that you know how to do the damn job doesn't mean you know how to do the damn job, dude.
No, it's the ability that I can, and then I can learn it again.
And then I fire you.
Great, and I go and I say I can learn this again. If I was hit, dude, I have a friend who
on somebody else's dime though. You're not going to learn.
No, I've gone and
you learn how to be a man,
dude. What do you mean about being a man? I've worked for people for free to learn a skill, and then they
can apply to anywhere and anytime, dude.
I'm telling you, in my
I
own
will
life,
work you to the ground. I will make you look bad. I will put you in a situation where you don't know what you're doing.
I would never work for you because you're clearly unfaithful trash. Why are you fucking angry with me? This is what I don't fucking get. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. You fucking piece of garbage. Why are you getting pissed off at me? Because I'm telling you, I live on faith, and then I know that I can go and learn a skill again. What the fuck? What? Yeah, now he left. What the fuck does that? Why am I getting yelled at? He's becoming angry at me. What the fuck? What is that?
Did you hear what he said too? He goes, if you're working for me or you're an apprentice, I'm going to put you in positions where you don't know what you're doing and make you look bad. That's the exact opposite of how you build a business and a team and an apprentice, right? You realize that. That's why you're hiring guys like Slow State, and you can't even turn him into anything because it was very easy to put him in a position where he didn't know anything and look bad. It's called life.
He hired
so I don't know how that makes you a good leader. I don't know how that makes you a good business owner. And I don't know how that makes your company prosperous from a team perspective.
Again, Tribe, you're fucking incredible. I'm unhireable and unable to work productively in a group. That's why I'm the one that does the hiring, Tribe. And I hire people that have fucking honor and do what they say they're going to do. And everybody that works for me loves me. Fucking incredible. Unable to work productively in a group setting. I put in the fucking years of like arduous work to be in the position where I'm at, where people want to work for me. Sure you do. Okay, that's fine. Try, what business do you run? I'll show you my business. What business do you run? You're so afraid to fucking show anything, bitch. Fucking Tribe. Tribe can't even show the backdrop of his house. He's so afraid he can't even show the fucking walls of his house. He thinks somebody's gonna go on fucking Zillow to go and find him. Nobody wants to find you, Tribe. Fucking loser. You guys are incredible. All right, you're back. You tell me, what's your issue, man?
Hey,
All
Paul,
I'm saying
Paul,
is, if
honestly,
I'm
Paul,
dropped,
Paul, you know me, Paul. I'm not that kind of person.
you know
I wouldn't
him. He
do
knows
that to
you.
somebody.
Yeah.
But people like Timmy, if I wanted to, I could easily do that to him. I'm not
I would never work for you. Why? How is this even a discussion? There's consent, called consent. Nobody would ever work for you if they had any sense, because you're just showing yourself publicly that you're a piece of fucking garbage. So what is this? I don't even understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and you're appealing to me like as if I'm gonna do the emotional thing. Like, I like you, I'm friendly with you, I see potential in you, but I can't sit here and bond over acting like I think that you're successful.
Dude, my volume
Because
is
when I
broke.
just look at you guys and listen to you guys,
the
in
fuck? I
my
can't
world,
hear anything.
Timmy is probably more successful in various ways than you. So, I mean, it's like one person kind of exudes success almost. The other person is kind of like the antithesis of it. So I have a hard time believing that even you bought that house that you're showing outright and you own it, working with a guy like Slow State, as the man down there says, right? Like, we're seeing the same thing. So maybe you know something I don't. Maybe you've gotten some head in life in certain places and you've applied yourself. I don't know the whole story. I'm just saying, when I look at you and listen to you and look at him and listen to him, and then I see you showing up on the job, rolling up weed, wasting time, sitting in the car and working with Slow State and hiring Slow State, I have a hard time believing in the success story.
Success is relative to one's desires. You know, if you wanted to be a bum, if you desire to be a bum, someone's going to say, look how unsuccessful that person is. But if that person has endeavored to be a bum, then that's 100% success to that bum.
Yo, there's so many people in the truther area that do stuff like this. This is like we're on full on Marxism, communism, class status, competitive nature. Okay, so I'm just supposed to be a destitute dude, live in my car and just be proud of it. And then that's good. Who am I helping living in my car with, providing value to no one and just being a piece of garbage? Incredible. It's not about classism. Like, there's merit. Have you fucking people just forgot the concept of merit? The society is a meritocracy. You put in work, you get value from it. This isn't communism. Like, what are you talking about? Class is competitive. Yes, men are competitive, John. Do you have a cock?
No.
This is incredible. The hypocrisy. Then shut it off or come up here and shut me up, Tribe. You fucking loser. Have a one-on-one direct
Just start
conversation.
throwing them out. Like
I can't.
I like
I don't know
Tribe.
how-
We've
how do
resonated
I-
in the past. Just start throwing them out.
I don't even know.
If they're going to cycle down there and spin and they're going to keep going with the same fucking comments and not come up here and engage, well, then what do we need it for? It's kind of a waste of fucking time and space and energy. So yeah, just like tune out, go away, or come up here and have the interaction. Stop saying the same shit over and over in the chat box.
Or else we might as well go watch Talca.
Even I have to time myself out every now and then.
Can you, John, come on up.
There he goes. They're going now from their emotional arguments. It's
Come on
your
and explain.
behavior. What does that mean? How do you assess someone's behavior talking online? It appeal to emotion.
Hey, you tell me is back. All right. Hey, you tell me. Can you show us your face?
My what?
I don't know if it's just me, but this thing just looks. Is this you? Hang on. How do I even do that?
You remember
That's
that
you.
actor back in the day? That one actor that he used to talk funny. I forget his name. That's who you tell me looks like.
Honestly, me giving Flow State an opportunity to try out and work on a job and give him an opportunity to do something that means I'm just automatically a piece of shit for doing that, or what?
No. That's the thing you always go to, right? And this is what successful men don't do: is go right to an emotional argument.
Like, what? How do I win?
No, the point is there's not any man on this land who has discernment. Why are you rambling now? I can't even address you because you're emotional and you can't talk about the facts. There's not a man on this land who's a contractor who would look at Slow State and say, I'm going to give this guy an opportunity, who wanted to actually be successful and keep their business and reputation. There's not a man on this land who isn't desperate to have some drug addict work for them, who's actually successful and has a team, who would risk fucking up that business and that team by putting a scum, lazy fuck like Slow State on the team. I don't care how friendly you are with him, how nice he is, how close he lives to you. There's no successful man out there who would gamble their reputation and business by putting a dumbass like that in any position of, why are you rambling? Just go ahead and talk then. You don't want to be in the reality with the rest of us. You want to live in your own fucking world. So feel free to do it.
I don't know how I made it this far without your advice. I'm amazed.
Again, it's not about advice. It's not about advice. You proved the difference in your discernment. I could tell by looking at him a year and a half before that I wouldn't get anywhere near him. You went down to see him and then put him on your team. It proves to me you have little to no discernment and awareness. You're talking over me again.
Better than mine. That makes me a piece of
It's
shit.
not about you being defensive and saying you couldn't get along in life without my advice. Just cop to the truth of the reality. This is why you're a boomer. You're just like my father and all the rest of them. You can't just cop to the truth of the reality.
You're projecting your father's hate onto me.
No, I'm saying you're all the same type of person. Delusional, defensive, and egoic and prideful. You can't just cop to the truth that some of us have more awareness and discernment than you. You just can't do it. You can't bring yourself to accept that reality. And that's why you're never going to get better. Because you just can't live in reality. You can't accept reality. You can't co-create with life on life's terms. You can't do it. You can't co-create with me on life's terms right now.
Is this a guy who put heels in his arms?
I don't even know what he's saying.
Not much. No.
Oh, that's that obese woman he lives with that Timmy brought up before, who's telling him what to do now. She just heard them. She just heard them arguing, came out and grabbed him by the ear.
You tell her.
You better light up another Marlboro there, pal.
That's why his
You
name
better
is
go
You
kick
Tell
it with
Me.
Slow State and bond over being a fucking cocked out slave. That's why you put him on the team, because you all bond over being losers together and having horrible relationships with women. That's why you put him on the team, because you identify with them.
Why do you sit there and project so much stuff onto someone?
I don't project that. Jennifer's not fat. She's quite attractive for her age, and she doesn't tell me what to do at all. Quite the opposite.
Actually get to the core of the conversation. You
Miss
damn
Alabama has spoken. No, it's Miss Kansas. That was what was the other place he's from? Missouri and Kansas. They're all from, these two. The two worst places to live ever. Kansas and Missouri.
Don't disagree.
Is that why?
What
is
are
that
the
why
chances that they're cousins?
Yeah, is that why your name is You Tell Me? Is this his wife tells him what to do?
Yeah.
You tell me, honey. Miss
I was
Missouri.
going to ask him, why didn't he call himself You Tell Her? Because she tells you. Right?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That was fucking brilliant, Lou.
Tribe, why do you keep going and going? Now you just went to an alternate channel to talk without being able to be banned? Like, I'm not just going to tell whoever you're on, whose channel that is, to just block you now? Are you serious? You're going to keep talking and chatting, complaining like a bitch that I'm really dredging up the dregs for panelists lately. Well, come up and change that, or shut up, because I didn't ask for your fucking opinion.
Come on up, Tribe.
You got a lot of those in your chat. Fuck
Tribe
that.
is so bitter and resentful from the time that, like, he used to give me contributions and I didn't suck his dick for it. And I started to, like, tease him and play with him because in certain ways I don't know, his presentment is just kind of interesting to me or funny. Ever since I didn't suck his dick for giving me shit and started to make fun of him a little bit, he's been so bitter and resentful toward me subconsciously. And he thinks that I don't feel it and know it. Like, just come out with it, bro. You liked early Pauly Boy, mid-late Pauly Boy, got off track, right? Became an asshole, got egotistical, right? Acts like he knows everything. You're just going to have to go back to the old days, right? The golden era of Unslaved. You know, we're probably never going back there. So if you don't like me and what I do here and you became bitter and resentful, then just go find another F-list YouTube celebrity to idol worship and give shit to. You know, it's the same path with everyone here. I've done this over and over again in my personal life and on here. I have to learn, you and I have to learn when to let go if it's not working. It's like a relationship here with all these people. It's not working anymore. Let's let go. Let's move on because we're not who we used to be. We grew apart.
You can go to Jack Talcott's.
Right. Jack Talcott's is always open and free. You really can't be yourself there and you got to help him. He needs help. You got to be part of it. If you're not going to help him, you're probably not going to be there long.
Start a new broadcast, Tribe.
What is that looks like pure diarrhea and you're showing it like it's fucking attractive?
Oh my God, sugar. That's all it is.
And he's sucking down that lead-filled yellow liquid.
Looks like a set of dentures. What the fuck was that?
Looks like Dookie.
It was a set of dentures.
You're out, Tribe. You're not a wartime comedian. You're taking this very personal, Mr. Tribe. Very personal.
It's disappointing, Paul. You know, all these fucking boomers, none of them can like just deal and just like slow down.
Hold on, Timmy. Can you fucking define boomer, please?
Yep, you're one of them. Let's move on.
Do not unplug. Do
Bubble
not
boomers. Folks that are just like
You got
can't
people
handle
that
the
are 40 boomers. You got people that are 10.
No, it's a state of mind. It's like the state of Colorado. It's a state of being, a state of mind, right? It's not necessarily age oriented. You know, it's not age dependent.
State of boomer.
Pretty much.
They're all in the same state.
Yeah, the boomer state of mind is we had it worse than everyone. No one knows our pain. Completely selfish and self-centered. Completely rejecting, ignoring, arrogant, projecting onto others. Not willing to cop to the truth, and kind of living in your own self-centered, hallucinatory world where you don't have to like actually co-create and connect with other beings living on life's terms. You just kind of find other beings like you living in your own world, and then you validate each other, you self-validate. Then you talk about how bad your children are, how difficult they've been, how you've had to do so much and they've done so little. You know the type of person I'm talking about. It's the majority of these folks on here.
And they all do a wizard where they won't just come up here and go, hey, this is my position. I think you're a piece of garbage because of XYZ, and give somebody their 3 minutes at like City Hall. They won't take 3 minutes and then they won't give it. I mean, it's great. You show yourself. You're doing the wizard right now, Tribe. You've been doing. That's you. How is that possible?
Tribe's doing a Talcott.
I'm sitting here waiting. Like, you tell me we can go at it again. It's fine. Or anybody else. I'll sit here and listen. And then
it's exactly the same dynamic as what me and Timmy grew up with our fathers. And you can say we're projecting it onto everyone because we're unresolved with them, but it's like one for one. I'm sitting right now. We're like 35 years into me sitting and waiting for my father to finally cop to a truth that's become so obvious you can't even ignore it at this point. Literally, it's like surrounding him and all the rest of us in our life, and he still won't cop to it.
Yeah, you know,
so it's
funny.
like we're still sitting and waiting. We're still open to dialogue. It's never going to come because you folks would prefer to live in a hallucination till you're ready to die. Then you'll do all the work at the last moment and see your way out, right? It's the same garbage over and over again.
I looked at my birth file date. I heard you say yours is 6/7 and mine is 6/8. I'm June 8th.
Is it really?
Yeah. We're like the day after each other. It's really funny.
Yeah, you can't make it up, man.
Let's see. What do we got? Oh man. Yeah, I mean the Papas are kind of doing the court thing where they're like, oh, it's my jurisdiction, I'm your dad forever, and then there's no way that you'll ever have any higher jurisdiction than I. I mean, yeah, if you just want to go physicality and I used to live in your balls, and that's your only position. I mean, we can do Confucianism, you know, like feudalism. I'm your property. Like, if that's what you think, like, I disagree. Like, I don't have, you know, that doesn't make sense. Over emotional self. Right. This is a broadcast. You have to do some things for effect at sometimes. Or do the emotional thing where you passive aggressily type things.
That's him.
Like you
Emotional damage.
in your life, at your fucking job, you just type emails. I know this Florida guy type. Like, yeah, I bet your LinkedIn. Where's the Snafu crew? Fucking find this guy's fucking LinkedIn. Let's look at your miserable life, tribe. Tell us something fucking about you. Fucking unbelievable. You know what? You won't. So
check his walls. Timmy, check his walls. You can find
I don't know.
Well, this is what's interesting is you got a bunch of folks who, when they come on camera, they present as if they're lacking a connection to any emotion or to any life force. And then they say other folks are overly emotional. I mean, I'd bet anything that you regularly get the critique from your women in your life, whoever they are, that you're not in touch with certain aspects of yourself and certain emotions. So I get the idea of being overly emotional. I also get the idea of like not being connected at all to energy and motion within you and outside of you. So maybe that's what we have going on here.
Yeah, because it shields him from the reality of his existence. If you because it's like I attempted to discuss this before. It's like a false stoicism. They're like, no, stoicism is the way. It's like, well, okay, you're just going to be non-emotional at all times, and then you're never passionate about anything. You don't believe anything. You're not really fired up about anything. So you don't really care. You're not even willing to have the discussion with other men that you hang around for hundreds of hours. You can't, like, that's the thing that's crazy to me, is that like motherfuckers like Wizard and you won't just like, I know it's on the screen, but like Lou is a dumbass a lot of times, and I'll say it to his face, right? And then we can just like yell at each other and then continue. But like, you're going to tell me that like you're the honorable guy, like you're so like stand up, you know, stoicism is the way. And then you won't give Paul or any of these other people here like the benefit of the doubt that like you spend hundreds of hours around here, and you won't just like stand and go, all right, what do you think? Like, tell me, am I fucking up? I'm going to tell you, you're fucking up. Like, again, you and Wizard and all these folks, you've seemingly never been in an actual tribe. Again, the fucking, it's hilarious. He calls himself tribe. He's not tribal in any way. Like, what tribe are you in? You've never been in a tribe. You've probably never been on a sports team. You were probably bullied about your fucking cube head. And like, you don't know how to relate with men. You live in a corporate world. You're afraid. Your camera's always like this. The first day you came on, you're in the fucking shadows because you were afraid to show your likeness. Why? It's sad, man. There's still time for you, tribe. There's still time.
More rectangular than square. To me.
It's pretty cute. Like, yeah, you're right. It's more rectangular.
More rectangular than
box-like. I know you got something to say. I know you're his Florida butt buddy. Nothing.
Tribe's a Mason. That's his crew. I think everyone knows that. Don't be stupid, Timmy. Don't be dumb.
All right, he's either an agent or just a naive boomer child.
He doesn't have to be an agent to be a Mason. He could be a duped out. Well, I guess then you're still an agent indirectly. Yeah, you're right.
If you're gonna show your face, I mean, whatever.
Tribe, are you a Mason?
Tribe's an intelligent guy. He's just not very smart.
It's just sad because all of the older folks who are supposed to be like the wise folks, the ones that have been around the block, these motherfuckers are just checked out. It's just like I woke up and I think it was 2022 one day, and I'm like, fuck, I'm only like 30, and I'm like, I have to be like all of these people's father. I'm like, I feel like, what the fuck is this? There's no, my son's got no fucking honorable grandparents. I gotta be like his grandpa's dad. Like, I gotta be all these other people's dads. It's fucking crazy. We don't have it. Where's the old man that has all the knowledge? Oh, Paul's connection is fucked up again.
Timmy, how do you think your son will be with like a bug sprayer? I got some tomatoes, a chair. You think he can handle one?
He's one. He can't be playing with bug spray chemicals.
You know, I'm still young. Maybe when he's 4 or 5 at least, right?
Yeah.
I always wanted to go like that was my dream, to die in the tomato patch with my
Yeah. Yeah, come on by. I'll have a. Well, you'll help me with a patch, and with the garden shit, and yeah. If you, I mean, I hope you don't die there. Then stick around longer, huh?
I won't be eating tomatoes, that's for sure.
You don't like tomatoes?
No, I gave them up for Lent.
That's weird. Again, then you got all these folks down here that call me a piece of garbage. How dare you besmirch the great land of Florida, America's? Always calling that America's Vietnam, Americans Vietnam. I don't know what you're saying. Yes, I travel to the land known as Vietnam and 37 other countries. I do, but all the folks are you guys are all hearkening about right to travel. I go and travel around and I honorably deal with beings around the world. Huh. Fancy that. Fancy that. Oh, thanks for the entertainment. You guys really got me in a good spirit today. I really appreciate the troll barrage. I really appreciate that. I was hungry for trolls. Paul, your audio is real fucked, brother. Sound like a robot.
Yeah, my shit's getting fucked up. We got to wrap up here at some point. Try to go off camera. See if it works out better on my end. Try to shut the cameras off.
Yo, Lou. Check. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, it seems to.
Anil, keep your camera on.
Oh, I got you, Thunder Chicken. Yeah, it's quite hot. Yeah, I thought the folks seemed to enjoy it. Mr. E, another anonymous. Nobody knows who or what you are. I don't believe this is a shit show. If you want to perceive it as that, I'm happy if 50% of you hated it and 50% of you loved it. Yeah, I can't really.
Yeah, I didn't give up. Number one, I've been having issues with connection. No matter how much connection I have here, it's being fucked with. And I actually kind of like the Timmy segments when he comes up and just kind of goes off on everyone. And yeah, it's like we're 2 hours over. I did the first 2.5, 3 hours. I gave over the other 2 hours for whatever it was that's going on here. Can you? Okay, seriously. It's like he purposely does the opposite of whatever is supposed to happen next, and he thinks it's cute and funny. It's not. It's why he's a loser failure.
Yeah.
So thank you for your constant disrespect, Talcottian style. All right. What am I going to do with the constant mocking and disrespect? Penile to Tribe to all the rest of these folks. When is it going to stop? Margot.
You get to receive
Mr. E. You get to receive what you receive here. And nothing more, nothing less. Okay?
All I know is what I'm offering. And I'm offering nothing.
You get to receive what you receive. I know what I'm offering. And I'm offering, well, I don't know. Thoughts, Chandler?
I don't know if it's good. I'm high.
All right, give me the final words because it's fucked up. I'm gonna have to get Slave Link at some point. I've been trying to wait for them to fix the original internet, but it might be down for a while. It's already been 3 to 5 days, so I'm working off a secondary device, and it seems it's got some issues. So, give me the final word, and then I'll take us out of here with the outro. We'll come back tomorrow. I really don't want to have to get this Slave Link, but it looks like I'm going to have to.
All right. Well, I'm gonna make like a baby and head out. I got a burrito waiting on me, so I gotta go pick that up. I'm hungry.
You enjoy.
Later,
Take
bro.
it easy, bro.
Later, bro.
Yeah, I was saying the
All right, we'll see you
slave
later.
link. The slave link is fast, really fast. I don't know what a slave link or not slave link. I don't know how it is in that regard, but it is fucking fast. My daughter has it at her place, and it's like when I'm near there and I hook into that, it's like everything's instant. Anyways, take it easy. Good night, boys.
Later, brother. All right. Father.
Thank you, sir.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's a Ryan O'Shea appearance. He says, much love, Car is back. Thank you all. Just finished a long day on a movie job. Well, there you go. That being is a hireable one. Actually, I've worked with this being. Great guy, honorable man. Anyway, yeah, thank you for having me here, folks, and thank you for enjoying the Timmy segment. I guess at the end of the day, at the core of all this, in my opinion, and what I'm trying to do or what I'm speaking on is don't be a bitch and don't victimize everyone else saying they're all weak and cowardly. We all have I suspect. Now I'm going to make a claim. I can't prove that. I don't know. I believe that we all have the connection to God. I know that I do. I don't know if you are all NPCs or not, but yeah, I believe that you guys have to not be a slave and withdraw from slavery and stop victimizing. All right, Paul. Thanks, brother. See you next time.
All right, thank you, Timmy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go outro today. I'm having an issue pulling up the fucking windows. Oh, let's see. Want
me to play it on my end?
Yeah, go ahead. Play me out, Timmy. Play us out. Mazel from out west. All the rest of the usual. No, not like that, Tim.
You got to give me the.
Is it like that?
No, I got it. Give me a second.
Oh man. Yeah, no, you got to bring up your side.
Yeah.
I mean, who even cares at this point, right? It's just me. It's me again. Let's get back to me on the outro. This is why they say I'm egotistical. Like, you can't just leave. You got to play an outro of you before you leave, one we've already heard before.
Yeah. All right. Much love. Thanks, all. Oh,
God. No, that's not it, Timmy.
Oh, God.
That's mine.
I'm not as quick as you, man. Oh,
man, Tribe was right. You can't work with anybody. You got to full screen me, though. What is that? Oh, man. You're really bad at this. You got to full screen the video, Tim. Wait, are you serious right now?
They're saying
forget it.
All right, much love. I'll get.
It's terrible. It's really bad. What is Ace doing now? Got signs and shit. What does that say? Gorilla season. Okay, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. So yeah, there we go. We got promotion. All right, hold on here.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, big dog?
What's going on, man? My connection's fucking terrible.
Is that right?
Full
No,
signal and everything.
I've been busy, man. I wanted to show you this design here. See if you like it. I'm gonna try to put them on some T-shirts. I'm gonna try to do them myself. You know, if not, I'm gonna just do the same thing and order them. And so you like?
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Tight. I'm glad. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Fat Dad and his son Cole shot Cole at the Mammoth Motocross this weekend, and all the riders, because I want them to know about the proper instructions motivates people. Yeah, right on. I'm just doing some promotion over here, trying to get some people to listen to us over here. Listen to you. So yeah, big dog, I just want to show you that.
All right, I appreciate you, Ace.
All right, we'll talk later because you're cutting off on and off too. Thank you, bro. Likewise.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, I'll see you later. I'm breaking in and out, man. I can't even hear you. This shit's all fucked up.
You got it. All right, big
All
guy.
right, bring it back tomorrow because I'm cutting in and out here. I could barely see it. I don't know if you could hear me.
Yeah, you're on. You're in and out too.
Yeah, I'm out of here, folks.
Late.
We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna have to fucking get Slave Link or whatever to fix this issue. All right, I'm outroing on the court video I got back here. You know what? Let's outro with Clausen. Fuck it. Everybody loves Clausen. Brian O'Shea loves Clausen. Yeah, that'll work.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. I frankly think that crisis. I frankly think
it's not going to work. I can't
crisis
play it. All
initiation
right,
is really
I'm back
tough.
tomorrow. I'm out of here. This is
And
ridiculous.
It's very hard for me to see. How
Much
the
love,
United States,
much love. Coming at you.
President
Unslaved one
can
out.
get us to war with Iran.